Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Is everybody able to
Hello,
hear us in
hello.
chat? There we go. Kikadiki. So, all right. So basically, welcome to the fourth episode of the KFP Podcast. And it's been a while, hasn't it? It's been almost a year now. Sorry for not having ideas for episodes, but I think this now have can be a bit louder. Can fix that. Fix that. That is fixable.
Is it really fixable for everyone?
Hallo, hallo, Test, Test, 1, 2, 3.
Yes. I have external volume controls. There we go. All right, nice and loud. Flipping a bit. Okay. That might just be my mic setting.
Yeah, it's Moondog is the only one who is like clipping a bit, in my opinion.
That might be my mic setting. As you can see, we are totally the professional streamers here, and not Takanashi Kiara. She's totally out of our league. But anyways, as I was saying, it's been about a year since we've done this. Last time we did this, it was around after Kiara's last birthday, and what was Connect the World. And so to give an update, a year has happened and a lot has happened. And so if nobody was aware, recently for Kiara's 4th birthday that just happened a few weeks ago, we as KFP submitted our KFP year in review type of submissions to show just how much we appreciate and what our favorite moments throughout the last year were. And just to kind of coincide with that theme, we are bringing back the podcast to kind of talk about all the events that happened. We've had a lot of cons that happened, concerts that happened, just overall events and milestones, outfits. Actually, looking back and making the notes for this, it was a lot. So it really felt jam-packed this year to the point where, I think we can have a pretty fun discussion about it. So I guess to really kind of start this off, I'll kind of introduce both myself and all the other chickens we have here. So I am Moondog. I've KFP, just helping out where I can. Over, I guess we can go. I don't know, from the left side to the right. So, Dom.
Your left or their left?
I guess they're left.
I think I'm left.
I think on the left side of the screen. I think that makes the most sense.
Left side of the table. Dom, you're first.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Dom. I do stuff. And I hear everything double right now to check the audio. Hi.
I guess I've introduced myself. Moving on to the next. Beats.
Hi, I'm Salubrious Beats. I sometimes do stuff too. Good to see everyone.
And then, last but not least.
Yeah. Hi, you guys. I'm Sada. I just had my 1-year anniversary at KFP, and yeah, I'm glad to be here on this podcast and talking with everyone about what happened since last July.
Yippee! 1 year. That's awesome. That's awesome. So, basically, I'll always kind of give like how these podcasts works. I mean, not only is this a discussion between us right now, but we are also actively watching chat as much as we can, so you all can be a part of the conversation, as well. So in terms of our first topic, I mean, we can either move, from recent events and move our way backwards, or we can move, from way in the past a year ago and then move towards the future. So I'll leave that up to the floor of both the audience and the guests here. What do you guys think? I know stuff recently. There's a lot of stuff that happened recently in terms of just like birthday. Like I mentioned, there was her birthday a few weeks ago. The Dokkaebi happened recently. SmashCon was this weekend. So I mean, there's a lot in everybody's fresh mind right now.
I mean,
Yeah,
the first
maybe
is
we start with the recent stuff, so everyone can get hyped, and
Yeah.
later on, when people might have to leave, then the old stuff is left.
yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds good.
Yeah, we
Like I have something from last weekend.
Oh yeah.
Who can beat me? Yeah. Like Querens was saying, I think Japan Expo was last week. Or I was dead for longer than I thought I did. That was really nice. Like we never had a HoloLive booth at like an official HoloLive booth in Europe before. It was great.
Yeah, that's I've heard that was huge because it's like that's been asked since like 2020,
Yeah.
and it's like finally making that headway and hearing that it was very, very beyond successful from what I've heard. I saw all the pictures of all the girls every time they streamed, even like the JP girls that were there, would always do like a group photo of everybody that was always at the booth, and it was always just such a massive crowd of like people there. I know it's like it was kind of the same setup as like how Anime NYC worked, where it was like it was a public booth with a screen and just like standing area with maybe a carpet like in the front, so that way people don't stand too close to the screen. And if you're just walking by, you just basically saw part of a stream that happened. Where it was like a 40-minute like block of just anybody just doing anything.
Yeah, and it was actually really nice to see what was behind, like the big screen and everything else, because they had a lot of information on one side, and on the other sides you could take pictures, and they even had French-speaking staff, which was really nice, and they kind of underestimated the Saturday. I asked them how their expectations were, and they were like, "Oh, so many people." It looked like the whole space for another booth needed to be kept free to accommodate all of the people because it's so many. It was crazy.
So I'm seeing there are a few people that were there. I seen chat Cran saying correct panels that were switched up with MVs and trailers. So yeah, from what I heard, it's just like in between the panels, there were just trailers that happened. I remember when Anime NYC happened. It was pretty much around the same time POV was going on and Holotor Dance. And so every so often you'll be walking around like in between all the panels, and you'll hear either Pineapple playing or Holotor Dance, but you're on the other side of the con, and I'm just like, is that the Holotor Dance I hear?
It was really loud. Like the fans were definitely like it was definitely an attractive place to be.
I mean, from the pictures and videos I saw online, it was absolutely crazy, because I've heard the booth got noise complaints from being too loud. So the fans cheered so loud that other booth couldn't hear their stuff anymore, and that shows you how much hype there was and how much the fans were looking forward to that. And several karaoke shows and like the GG Hamtaro Circle and whatnot. It was amazing.
And behind like the stage with a lot of like space between them, they had a stage with like even high profile guests like Final Fantasy XIV creator, like literally having like a panel while the HoloLens stuff is going on. Yeah, you can guess what was louder.
Yoshi P in the background trying to see is like, what is that, and how can I get that involved with Final Fantasy?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
But yeah, it was not just like the official HoloLive Con, but also the artists were making Valley, which Sedeto was like as an artist, like helping provide. And they actually collaborated with us because at Docomo you had the idea beforehand. Because it's really tough. Imagine a huge place like Japan Expo. It is a gigantic area. Moondog and Beats for you have never been to Japan Expo before, but you've been to Dokomi.
mhm.
The space is like 2.5 times that space, which was relevant.
So is
It is
Wow.
freaking huge.
is it like one hall or is it multiple halls like Dokumi was?
It is multiple halls, but it's the halls are really big. So finding like the artist stuff is not as easy. So they kind of improved upon our idea of like making a website and a rally, so the HoloLive artists could connect amongst each other. And you had actually this was the good map. It was the one thing I recommended to people on site to use as the map to see where the official HoloLive stuff is too, because the map was just working really well. So yeah, and people had a lot of fun with the rally too. So.
Oh, that's gotta be super fun. So from what I've heard, it's like Japan Expo is like, I mean, there's really only two like huge major conventions like that happen in Europe, and that's both what I hear, Japan Expo and Dokumi. Many of the other cons are like extremely small compared to those two. Am I right?
Yeah.
It kind of
definitely the case.
depends, but it's more like the cons are all anime cons. Like they all came from anime, and Dokumi and Japan Expo are the only two which have grown to become Japan-centric, Asian-centric cons as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't just have like the usual anime focus, which you have at every con, no matter how big or small, but those two have like a general focus and attention to it, especially Japan Expo.
Kind of like I can only use the references of the cons that I've been to. So like in where I'm from, there's a con called and yes, people could make the joke about it, but it's actually called Dragon Con, and it's basically in the southeast. It's like it was the biggest D&D con in the southeast, and it grew so much that it became, just general nerd geek everything con, like the Comic Con of the southeast. But it I think I mentioned to you, Dom, it was it happened. They block off like 4 different street corners, and it's like 4 different hotels of like multiple floors of panels, artist alleys, and it's massive, both in like terms of just like spread out and also like vertically as well, because you have to go through like different stairs, floors of panels. But basically it sounds similar to that, where it's just like it's grown to the point where it's beyond its original intention, and it's just now just a fun place to go and meet new people and see new events. And just having that, like, the eyes, and especially having HoloLive going to something like Japan Expo, just really shows like how much the community itself has kind of brought together and grown and almost matured in a way, if that makes sense.
Oh, definitely. Like the community has grown a lot, and it was interesting. I was sitting during the panel, next to a person from England, and technically Ireland, I think, if I remember correctly, who just flew there to be at the HoloLive booth in the EU. And I mean, I also had like a one-way trip of 10 hours to just go there for a single day. Definitely worth it. But yeah, it is like the interesting part was for you. It seemed like it was way easier to travel to the con for most people because the EU. I think Lunchbox and you were saying the same. Like the US is just so vast from a geographical standpoint, and it's really expensive to travel.
Yeah, it when you hear of cons happening in the US, it's like all the way over in like California for me, or over in like even like on the East Coast. Like, luckily, I live in a transportation hub where it's like going to like New York is pretty easy if you plan ahead. But like going to like if it's like in a smaller town or something like that, it's much difficult to get to, especially if it's like, oh, if I gotta go to Chicago or something like that. Like we mentioned, we mentioned like in the past before, like if I have to even go down to even Florida or something like that, it would be like a 7-hour drive, and
Right.
or
Like,
or if it's like a flight, it's still going to be like the same price of going to New York.
like AWA is probably like one of the bigger cons, that are in the area that like is gonna have like a HoloLive presence this year. And for me, that is one state away from me, right? So you'd think relatively close, but it's actually a 7-hour drive. I think every convention I've been to this year, I've flown to. Although I usually I usually try to fly as cheap as possible because the more you can save on travel, the more you have for other activities.
Oh yeah, I would say that us NA people have, especially you weren't used to traveling before for cons. I would say it's like I'm starting to learn the tricks of the trade.
Yeah,
I like
stuff
what
really
Elsie
adds up.
that's I like what Elsie Le Pen was saying. The price of going to New York is your soul. But I gladly pay that price if I can meet you guys.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun. So I know we have that in the future to look forward to. Which, again, if most of us are KFP, so most of us should know within the next, literally from a month from now, actually, we have Breaking Dimensions, also known as, to many people, Connect the World 2, Electric Boogaloo. So that's going to be in New York, which, I would say, I mean, just it actually, I would say that probably makes it easier for, on a global scale, much easier for people to travel to compared to where it was in LA. LA is not as it wasn't as friendly to travel into. It's big, it's massive, and it's closer to Japan, but like I think even like from like people in NA, even people coming from Europe, and even it's still, New York is still such a transportation hub that even people from like Asia can still find ways to get there. And then once you're in New York, it's much easier to get around and find something to do as well.
It's easier to get there, but the fight for tickets this year, that was crazy because it's like a 3K seat venue. And probably when we talk about Dokumi later, you guys can also talk a bit about how you woke up at 3 a.m. or even before and try to get a ticket.
Yeah,
We could.
and it was
Oh,
at 2 a.m.
man.
We woke everybody up, and it was an event. Let's say.
We can.
Oh,
we
man.
can transition to that. That would be so. During Dokkaebi, many of the this was like, because last year many of the NA people, from what I know, were planning to go last year to Dokkaebi, but didn't because Connect the World happened, and so we pushed it to this year. But this year they announced breaking dimensions, which was the ticket sales were at the same time as Dokkaebi was. And it would be for EST, it would have been at 9 p.m. It was like either 7 p.m. or 9 p.m. like EST time.
It was 9 EST, yeah,
Okay.
9 p.m.
And so, which that would have been while we, us Americans, were in Europe, and even for the Europeans who were planning to come to America, would have been 3 a.m., which is pretty late. However, I will say this is where the benefit of coming over, and I would say for me, I was struggling real hard with jet lag, like 70% of that whole trip. So I would not be still going to bed until like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And so I basically took like a 1 hour nap, woke up, and then I luckily I had 2 laptops with me, one for like personal use and one for just in case if something at my work blew up, I could be able to easily access it. Luckily nothing did, but I still used that to basically try to get tickets. And then when I first got onto the queue, it was about I think I was like 2,000 in line or something like that. And then I'm reading chat right now, so I was staying with Uberhaber the time. This man comes in and logs in, immediately gets like triple digit number of in queue in line at the beginning of it. 127th.
It was such a tough fight too, because like a bunch of us in Europe, like I just had my phone, so it was like one of the strategies is because a lot of people were doing research and like, okay, what's the ticket system? What does it use? Like, how's the queue gonna work? And out that there's a way you could, have multiple tabs open so that you have multiple shots at getting into the queue. Of course, if you're stuck on your phone, it's a different story, right? Because you had to have like, how like with a phone, right? If you're not active in like an application or browser, it'll kind of put it in the background per se, which will kind of kick you from the queue spot in a way. So you couldn't really have more than like 2 shots at the queue or so from your phone, at least easily. So it was like kind of rough. I remember I had my 2 open, and when I ended up at like up in the high thousands in line and was just thinking, oh man. And at the time I was in I was trying to juggle multiple things at once. So I had like 2 browsers open on my phone, but also a Discord call background with people from the Connect the KFP server who were all working together, like talking and strategizing, because we all try to like help each other get tickets if we can, because we figured out one worrying thing from the start is if you added more than 1 ticket to the cart, and tried to check out, and if someone else had also checked out with one of the seats you had picked, then it would kick you back and make you pick all over again. So there's kind of a risk to trying to get select more than 1 seat at once. But people figured out after getting in that after you check out, it then lets you go back and purchase another. So people were then able to people who had got in early were then able to pick up more tickets, which the vast majority of people were using that to secure tickets for other people. So that's like, for example, I never got all the way through the queue, but I was lucky that Noid had gotten through and was able to help me pick up tickets.
I was going to say that's been a very common thing throughout these like concerts and events, even that happened last year, is at Connect the World. It's such a high demand of people wanting to go, and from there, I think it's just really lucky that people have been able to just buy in, somewhat of a bulk amount, and then it's funny that I really only have heard this really with KFP doing this, of being like people are like finding out how organized we have been to like acquire seats for basically each other.
Yeah. And Elsie was saying, would I have preferred, or would we have preferred a lottery system? It's kind of a toss up, because a lottery system, like first come first serve, is stressful, very stressful to be there like on that day, on that time. I remember for Connect the World, like for the Connect the World sales, initial time, I think that was the same weekend as some event. I forget which, because I remember they did like an early sale, like a pre-sale, and then a general sale. And for the like that pre-sale period, I was on a plane at the time. So yeah, the problem with like first come first serve is when you're not able to be there, or other circumstances popping up, or like in this case, people who did get in first were able to get multiple tickets, which there's like some questionable fairness to it, because it does favor people who are like coordinating with each other and in groups and connected and are able to get seats for each other. But for people, you do have like a if there's people with malintentions or poor intentions, maybe people who were looking to scalp tickets, that can be an issue.
I think it really
So between but then with a lottery, it's like everyone, it's more fair in the sense that everyone has an equal chance, but it's not everyone who enters, I should say, has an equal chance.
But the risk
be honest,
risk of having a scalp is still just as high. If
it's
you will always have these people who want to resell stuff.
It happens.
It will always happen, and I think so the lottery thing would be really good to reduce the stress. So getting a ticket, going to a concert should be a fun thing to do, and waking up at 2 a.m. and being super stressed out to be the first in line, only to see you are like spot number 5,000 something. That feels like shit. So in my opinion, everyone should get an equal chance. Make it random, make it a lottery. You queue in, you buy your ticket for the lottery, and that's it. So no point in stressing.
I definitely agree with that, yeah. But before lunch, before you take over, I want to say hi, lunch. Welcome between me and Moondog. Your lunchbox. The one and only person, right, who shook Yago's hand.
Twice. To the best of my knowledge, I don't know of any other occurrences of this happening. So unless someone else wants to speak up and they've also shaken Yago's hand, I'm not sure. But I guess I'm the only one as far as I know. But yeah,
I mean, at least you had the door open. That's the important
part. I gave Yago the energy to continue through his day by opening the door for him. Had he need to lean in and open that door, who knows what could have gone wrong for the rest of the day.
I mean,
the opening the door is like a metaphor.
It was the metaphor to a new age, and we are now in this new age, and I'm happy about it. It's no longer Yagova. Like we saw earlier in the
I assume he saw me open the door and thought, wow, the good people of the East Coast, the people of the tri-state area, this is a good city. We need to get the next concert here in the city.
You need to come here more often.
You were so nice to him that he just you are the domino effect.
Yeah, Breaking Dimensions, I will take full credit for. It was combined with opening the door for Yago and nightly mental powers being sent to Japan as I meditate to shift timelines and whatnot to make sure that all of my plans go exactly as I envisioned them. And so far, I've yet to fail. But
I mean, it worked
yeah.
out, right? You wanted to talk
Yeah.
about your experience with the
Yeah.
ticket, but before that,
Yeah.
I would like to interject with one thing in the chat with Meow and Pudding. We were like talking about HoloFest. I will put like a little pin on this thing,
We'll
and
come
we will
back to
come
that.
back to this discussion later because it's really important, in my opinion, to also tell everybody how HoloFest was handled from tickets this year. It was different, and I kind of liked it. So yeah, just if Pudding and Meow, if you can just like remember what you talked about and later talk about the same thing again, would be nice. Thanks.
Yeah, so with me, I have I guess the 4 like official Kiara concert days that have existed in North America. So Connect the World, World Tour, and then Break Dimensions like 1 and 2. I've lost like I guess you could kind of almost see the queue, just getting into the queue as a lottery because most people get into the queue at the same time. And then
It's
it just kind
completely
of does whatever.
It randomizes your spot in the line when you first,
Yeah.
like when the queue first happens. Like if everybody's waiting
Yeah, there's like
for the queue, it randomizes your spot on the first like
Yeah.
it's
second.
almost like a mini lottery in a way.
Yeah. Of that, I have never actually finished a queue. Like every time I've gotten into a queue, for all 4, like basically for all 4 of them, they've all sold out before I've gotten to the position to buy them. But because of that, I've been able to get tickets to go to them through other people doing the bulk purchasing things. So yeah, what were you saying?
I was going to say because I got lucky on the World Tour, one.
Yeah.
And so
you did. Yeah, because you got like pretty good with the World Tour from like talking to you with the amount that you were able to just like you were like pretty instantly were able to get in there. Where like with I know like so for Connect the World, I had Sky had accidentally bought 2, and he was like, "Oops!" So I was like, "Oh, I'll take your second one." So that just happened with that. World Tour, I was getting offers to where I was offered from you a general admission, and then I was offered from someone else a silver, and then I was offered from someone else a gold. So I just kind of failed upwards with my World Tour ticket. So yeah, hopefully that all goes as planned, and I can secure that gold, and that'll all be good. But my big thing was purchasing the Breaking Dimensions in Europe because I was in a hotel room with Misfits, and Misfits was not going to attempt, but I was hoping to, and so he just slept through it while I was awake in the bed on the other side of the room on my laptop, seeing when I was getting in. Now, my thing is, I knew I would probably fail, so that is when I kind of drafted my very normie friend in America, Bob, to save the day. Now, Bob, as you can see here, he's a man named Bob in the 21st century. So he's very, like I said, he's very normie and he's very responsible. He like checks Discord on like Sunday night, and then he goes to work 5 to 9 for the rest of the week, and then he opens up Discord Friday night. And that's that. He's like, oh, I don't got time for games and whatnot during the weekday, so why would I open Discord? Like that kind of like I know in a couple days he'll have not days, but in a few years I'm sure he'll have a white picket fence, a dog, 2.5 kids, a lawn, the classic. He's a pharmacist. He's responsible. He gets to the point. And I was like, Bob, you gotta save me here because you'll be in America. 2.5 kids, the average. So I was like, you gotta make sure this is what you need to buy. And he does not care for Hololive at all. Like, he's like, I don't get it. He's like, why would you watch this? So I was like, though I did get him into Holocure a little bit because he really likes Vampire Survivors. So I had him try out Holocure a bit, and he was like, yeah, it's fine. But basically, I'm like, you got to do this. It'll be, it'll be very tough, very bloodthirsty. People fighting over these tickets. So he's like, yeah, I'll try, I guess. Come the next a week later, I'm in Germany. I'm in my hotel room, 3 a.m. I'm sitting there on my laptop, and I'm going to go in, and immediately I get in the queue, and I'm number 16,000 or something in the queue. So I'm like, oh well, that's probably nothing. And I text Bob, who back in America, it's 8 p.m. here in New Jersey at that time. 8 or 9, yeah. And I'm like, all right, what number? I'm like, did you get in? He's like, yeah, I just joined the queue. I'm like, what number are you? He's like, 300. And I was like, oh, well, you should be good then. And he was like, all right, so I just buy a ticket? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, okay, I bought one. And I was like, all right, there we go. And he was like, okay, see ya. And that was the end of that. And then he emailed it to me, and that was all. So that's Bob's came in. He used his responsible, come in, do the job, leave, clean cut. And I completely it paid off. There was no chaos. It was the easiest thing in the world for him. It barely cost him 5 minutes of his life to do the entire thing. But with that, I then also had usually I as a person would feel, and I do still feel quite guilt about it, because only 3,000 seats. So I'm like, do I want to? I don't want to take away a potential other person who could see Kiara on a different day. Now, if I tell myself, if it wasn't in New York, I wouldn't go for both days. But because I'm right there, I say that. But then, if it was in LA, I'd be like, well, I'm traveling this far, I might as well get both days. I would make an excuse either way. But when I see it in New York, it's like, oh, I gotta, it's right in the backyard. I gotta go both days. I can't not. So I thankfully, Flannel Flights of Fancy, he was able to get more than one for Sunday. So I was able to talk to him to get a Sunday from him. So through no direct purchasing of my own, but through just the generosity of others, I have managed to secure the 3-day weekend of each night, thankfully. I am waiting for... I have the Friday ticket for Anime NYC, because you need that to go to the concert, but I only grabbed the Friday ticket. And I'm waiting. I'm waiting for those dastardly folks at Anime NYC and Cover to drop a schedule on the Thursday that is oh yeah, we're gonna have Hololive panels all weekend, the Kiara panel Saturday. So I'll have to last minute, if that happens, I'll have to last minute scrounge up a Saturday ticket somehow. And
that's exactly what happened last year, right?
Mm-hmm.
It happens every
exactly.
I've also not you might notice a reoccurring thing is I never get tickets the legit, just straightforward way. I've never just gone to the Anime NYC website and bought tickets. I guess I did for this upcoming one. For 2022 and 2023, 2 or 3 days before, they just announced hey, Kiara's having a panel this day. So I just ran and grabbed one of the secondhand tickets, because NYC actually has a really good legit resell thing.
Yeah, with the
sort of you just go in.
It's called Light, I believe.
Yeah.
I've been that's I think every year I've gone. That's how I've done it, and it's if you do it early enough, it's the same price as a normal ticket.
Yeah, that's how I got mine.
That's you just go in, do that. Like I said, I only bought the Friday for now. But there's a non-zero, possibly very large chance that, days before the con, I'll be like, well, I guess I gotta buy the Saturday and Sunday, and then I'll end up being there the whole, going all 3 days. Again, all through resale. So that's generally my chaotic last minute. I guess we can kind of use this a little to transition to Dokumi.
Mm-hmm.
because of my con ethos, I guess you could say, or my con philosophy of nothing ever goes as planned. Everything goes off the rails immediately. You can plan. You can be like, okay, on day 1 at 10 a.m. we're gonna do this, and then at 2 p.m. we're gonna do this, and then at 4:30 we're doing this, and then at 10 we'll meet. At 10 p.m. we'll meet up for here, and that's day 1. You get it to day 1 at 9:45. Immediately the plan's ruined. Something has come up. Something new has happened. Already, everything's off the wall. You got people saying, well, wait a minute, we're doing this, but I have a reservation for here. I got to leave, and there's a panel here at this time, but this panel's not done here. And it's immediate chaos at every con I've been to. Not a single plan has ever gone as you would expect or would hope. So I've since adopted a, like, go with the flow attitude of things, of don't expect anything, and just kind of throw myself to the void, and just kind of see what happens. And
Yeah.
so far, in my past 2 attempts of doing that, that's been preferable.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely recommend this approach too. Know your options. That's the other thing. If you don't have many friends at the con, like, know what your options even are. That's good to know in advance. But always be like, okay, don't plan too much. It's like, go with the flow. Go with the others. Also have time for breaks and lunch and just enjoying the whole atmosphere. I mean, except if you have the lunchbox already packed.
The like I would say, like, yeah, at Dokumi, like, there were definitely multiple times where, like, I would be like, you would think, like, okay, well, I have like 2 or 3 hours to do this, so I guess I could maybe go to, like, Artist Alley, and then do that for like an hour and a half, and then come back early. But then, like, you get there and you're like, oh, it's Sunday midday. My feet are on fire. I could go to Artist Alley, or, which I plan to do, or I can curl into a corner and lay down for like 5 minutes, or maybe an hour and a half of laying down, and then I'll go to the thing that I was hoping to go to eventually. So you're kind of as you go through, you're like, do I really want to do that, even though it's what I've been planning to do this whole time? That kind of will divot away, and then you'll end up also doing things you didn't expect to do. That, like, you had no like I really didn't look into much of, like, Dokumi, like, who was there. Like, I didn't know, like, Pandora would be at a little booth on, like, a little view screen thing. But then other people were like, hey, like, I was with, like, Moondog and, like, Motion and stuff, and we were walking around, and it's like, oh, hey, Pandora's going to be on a booth over here. So we went over and was like, hello, and she was like, oh, hi, and then we talked to her for a bit, and it was like, oh, yeah, neat. If I had actually planned things out and didn't know about that, I would have missed that. Just, because it's like, I didn't have the kind of immediate urgency to be able to hop into whatever cool thing was coming up at the time. So, yeah, having that kind of, like, freedom of flexibility in your schedule is a lot better than sitting down and planning. Like, I know for, like, New York, I'm just like, yeah, I'll get in, and my only plans are I got the concerts that night. Whatever's happening during the day, I'll figure out.
Sometimes you end up forced to be flexible too. I remember seeing a lot of people with, like, train delays trying to get into Dusseldorf and stuff, like,
Yeah.
trains getting canceled or delayed several hours or stuff like that.
Oh yeah, well, that's we want to talk about the chaos around the pre-day one. The Thursday of Dokumi weekend. I'll tell the tale. So Thursday of Dokumi weekend, there was an international roaming data crash for AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. So any American outside of the country had no roaming data on the Thursday before Dokumi. Like, in the entire world, every American not in America had their phones did not work. So you had to connect to Wi-Fi, or you had to find someone that wasn't American. Now, luckily, in just a bizarre kind of coincidence, me and Motion landed at the same airport, like 10 minutes apart from each other. So I just immediately connected to the airport Wi-Fi and was like, "I'm coming to find you." But I didn't know what was happening with the roaming data yet because I had been in America. Well, I was in Norway for like 20 minutes because of a horrible delay in New Jersey. Landed me in Norway 20 minutes before my layover flight, so I had to run through Norwegian security and then run through the airport to get to my plane like 30 seconds before it took off. So I was in Norway for a total of 20 minutes. But then I get to Germany and I'm like in the airport and I'm like, my phone never came back on. Like I landed the plane, like the plane lands and I don't connect to the internet, I don't connect to data or anything. And I'm like, this is weird. And so I connect to the airport Wi-Fi and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I call my parents, ask them to ask like Verizon back home and stuff. But then I go in the Discord and I see Misfist is also like, yeah, I don't have any data. I'm on the train's Wi-Fi. And I'm like, wait a minute. And then I think Moondog, you sent the article that was like, there's no data anywhere. There's chaos. Like, all the Americans, they don't know what to do. Everyone's disconnected. It's horrible. The world's falling apart for Americans abroad. So that's when I was like, okay, well, I know Motion's here. So immediately I just messaged him and was like, let me find you so that we can just stick together so I can just be on your phone so I know what's going on. So he was stuck in baggage claims for like 45 minutes for some reason. But then, we found each other. Immediately while I was waiting, I noticed a lot of the airport police. Very interesting thing. A lot of the police in Germany, of course, they carry HK sidearms. But very, very interesting to see double single action handguns being carried by police, because I'm so used to striker fired because of in America the prevalence of Glocks. But anyway, meeting up with Motion there, we were like, okay, let's establish. Now my plan was to go to my hotel room with Misfist at first. But Misfist was stuck on his own, like, wacky races adventure through Germany that is its own story, that he had going on. I started my gun tangent, and I just watched 3 viewers leave on the thing on the live stream. But he had his own chaos happening. So going from... instead of just being like, okay, I'll go to this hotel and he'll meet up later... we were like, we'll just get to the hotel whenever. So I went to Motion's hotel with him, which immediately had the German thing of, so in America, for Europeans who aren't fully familiar, they do not care how many people generally end up in your hotel room. In America, as long as one person has one bed, that's all you need. You can have one person in a bed and 20 people on the floor, and they don't care. In Germany, immediately when I got there, to just drop my bags and stuff off in Motion's room, like when we were there, Motion was like, yeah, I have my, like, I'm going to my room. And the guy at the counter was like, well, who was that? Like, to me. And he was like, because it's like, this room says one person, but this is 2 people. They were, they were ready to, like, hit the big red button and set off all the alarms.
Yeah.
But, so he was like, oh, we're just going to drop his bags off. So, I just went and put my bags in Motion's room for that.
Mm-hmm.
But, immediately it was met with, well, that's the other thing. In cons, every time we go to the con, I also kind of go with the flow with it. I never look at a hotel room. I just kind of stumble into the generosity of someone being like, oh, yeah, you can have the floor. And I'm like, oh, thanks. But here I actually had to stumble into the generosity of Misfits saying he had an extra bed and be like, oh, okay. Which is weird to me, like having to have a bed. That's very odd.
You're making me realize the 2 times I've gone to conventions in California, I slept on a floor, which I don't mind.
Yeah,
You know.
I always,
Like in Germany, you can also like get the hotels to give you extra things, but I don't know if there's actually a law against the thing. I know there's some laws for fire regulation mainly, so they know how many people are in there, and how many guests are basically staying over in case of fire stuff but they also you pay for the extra, even if you just get a military bed basically.
yeah,
Yeah,
like a
they
cop.
don't really
Yeah,
use it. Yeah, exactly. It's like so it is definitely culture shock.
yeah. That's
Yeah,
because like I've never at all the American cons I've gone to, I've never slept in a bed. I always just sleep on the floor in someone else's room.
Yeah, like Mistress was saying, I was on their floor for off-kai. It was actually really comfy because I was like under the desk. It was like I had my own little cave, and there was like a spare
Yeah, that's
pillow,
what I do.
and I just
You make the desk cave.
and then I used Kiara Happy as like extra blanket.
Well, that's the one thing is usually at the hotels you can just say, "Hey, can I get an extra blanket and pillow?" And they'll be like, "All right, yeah," and they don't care, so they'll just give it to you. So you're like, you just say that, and you're like, "Yeah, you don't have a bed, but you have a pillow and a blanket, and you just make a little fort." And you're like, "Okay, yeah, I'll just stay under here," and that's all you need. So
Exactly.
having like immediately being met with the hotel guy being like, "Well, why is there two of you if it only says one on the hotel thing?" Is like, I was like, "Oh wow, it's real!" Like, they really do care. Like to where I was met with that like 20 minutes into landing. The first big thing though, the first big culture shock I would say was a reverse culture shock, which is it looks exactly like the Northeast United States in Dusseldorf. When I got out of the airport and looked around, I was like, "This looks like New Jersey and Pennsylvania and New York, like plant and environment wise." Like when I was going from the airport to the hotel and we were in the car and we went up on the highway, I was like, "This just looks like the New Jersey Turnpike. Like it literally looks exactly the same." And yeah, we're getting into Dusseldorf itself. I was like, "This is just Philadelphia." Like it's built like LA. LA to Philly is completely different, where Philly to Dusseldorf is pretty similar. Like if you were from like Germany and no Dusseldorf, and you went to LA, that would be very alien. But then if you went to Philadelphia, you would immediately be like, "Oh, okay, I understand where to go here and whatnot." New York is a bit different, but it's much closer. Like the gap between LA and New York is much bigger than the gap between New York and Dusseldorf, but the gap between like Boston and Philly and Dusseldorf is very small. Like it's there. Like immediately, I was able to just like intrinsically understand how the city works because it is very much like the East Coast cities I'm used to. That's with like going on like the first day after after all the hotel fiasco and whatnot with figuring out finding other people, and everyone we would find, everyone we would meet up with, every American had a designated non-American with them essentially at that point. So most of the first day was just kind of getting around Little Tokyo. From that's Misfits Hotel was incredible. The hotel he got, it was like 100 yards from whatever the main train station thing was called. What was the train station with the like HBF or something? Is that what it was called?
HBF was the main train station, but I believe that's
yeah.
The Germans here can
What they're
probably
saying in
correct us, but HBF stands like it's just general train station in general, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
the
whatever they're
main-
saying,
main,
there's no
train station.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Misfits Hotel was like 100 yards from that. So I was like, "Oh, all right, like perfect." And it was also like 3 blocks from like Little Tokyo. And like all of that, like when we got like, yeah, like when we got at the end of the day, because we met up with like most people going around. Me and Motion met up with crowds and stuff, and Pudding was supposed to come to Gaunta with us, but I believe he had fallen asleep. So he showed up a few hours later. But most of that Thursday was Americans in chaos being attached to non-Americans, and then everyone kind of hanging around Little Tokyo, getting situated for that first day. But then at the end, when everyone was going home, I had Misfist was like, "All right, well, time to go back to the hotel room," and I was like, "Oh, I have to run to Motion's hotel room to get my bags and stuff," and I was like, "Do we want to, do like 2 Ubers to go to Motion's hotel room and then back to ours together?" And Mistress was like, "Oh no, our hotel's like 2 blocks that way, so it's like it's the best location. It's like right next to the train station, and then it's like 2 blocks from Little Tokyo. Now this doesn't mean next year everyone go book all those rooms, Save some for some of us. Oh my God, look right there, Pudding.
So
He's
Pudding
here,
is here.
folks.
Pudding,
Ooh.
we have Pudding, who also was at Dokumi, and I guess sounds like the stories are going now into the meat and potatoes of those 3
Yeah.
days now, which I guess lots happened during that. Especially the big highlight was the big picnic and the Hololive booth that Dom once again graciously on the back of his shoulders plus many other shoulders as well help bring that back into to life. But I guess as we get into the actual like con talk, I mean, do you guys have like anything specific to really say of like what was your like even in chat, like to those that went to Dokumi with KFP, like what like highlights did you have? Like from my perspective was finally meeting KFP, going overseas for the first time ever, and then actually seeing the vastness of Dokumi as well. Like the fact that there was like how many halls? 7. Like
Yeah,
one,
7.
Yeah,
7
huge
halls
halls.
in one location. Like it baffled me, but it was such
like
a
the compound.
yeah, just like it's like, oh yeah, you just gotta go walk across what looks like a college campus to go to the artist alley, and even within artist alley, like it was massive compared to other cons I've been to, even more massive because when you're in an American con, artist alley, you're packed in like sardines, but when I was at Dokumi, there was enough room to walk around the artist
Yeah.
alley, and it still was just as packed.
Especially this year with the new Hall 17 just for VTubers. That is
Yeah.
really nice. So, yeah, this year was the first time Dokumi had a whole hall just for VTubing content with artists and creators and the stage and everything. And yeah, it just shows that even in Europe, the VTubing topic is getting bigger and bigger. And yeah, hopefully we may see cover again at Dokumi at some point.
That's
Yeah,
where
and it
I spent 90% of my time, probably 95% of my time, was just in 17.
Yeah, and it was nice. I saw you guys all the time. It was nice. It was really cool.
Yeah.
And it was also like I saw a lot of new people as well. And I mean, everybody here in this KFP break room was here at Dokumi, and also like 70% of chat I kind of saw there, which was just an amazing feeling. And big ups and big respect to Sadat who organized the KFP picnic. And that was actually a great success, I think.
Do we want to show a few pictures from the con? And
Yeah,
the
pictures are fine.
Yeah. Okay, we got. What shall we start with? Let's start with. I mentioned it earlier. We have a picture of the actual booth itself. We want to.
Just throw it in there. I will talk over it. It's fine. I mean, you can also talk a bit more about the Holo booth this year had over 30 fan projects featured, which is like gigantic. It was like a huge effort, and it went for a long time. Like we kind of need to. We always like scaling a bit up, and it was always nice, but we kind of need to also see how this works out in the next years. Because
gotta
the fandom is growing.
I gotta shout out how much work goes into organizing and getting these things set up.
Mhm.
On Thursday, I joined Captain Meow and Waban, and we had gone to go help out with the booth setup on Thursday, and most of what we did was helping with making out some of the canned badges that were given out, like the pin badges. But you know, basically like that, seeing like that whole, like you had that whole entire day of Thursday was Zadar and Dom and other people around the booth helping, getting everything set up, making sure logistics, even like helping out other booths in the area, getting set up, like in terms of like lending out like the printer and stuff for resources so people could print stuff out. And it really impressed me just how many hours of work, and that was just like on Thursday itself. I know there was probably even more work put in on finishing touches like Friday morning, and of course the many hours organizing it leading up to the event. Just very, very impressed with all how much went into making that booth the success that it was.
And it is definitely a lot of work and after work as a like post and pre-work, but it's a collaborative effort, so it's not like one person has to do everything. Like Zadar can now also like judge how much work this is. He oversaw a lot of things. But it's still really rewarding because you can meet the people and speak with them, and it's like instant. Oh, this is a cool thing. Oh, this is maybe not so good. You can always see, and in this screenshot you see now the little Kiwawa we got for the first booth 2022, made by Dakuma herself, basically. And all of the rest kind of came in like year after year, and we even have like a book holder
Yeah.
for physical
Well,
books.
When I saw like that, I was like, oh my god, the little Kiara, the Dokumi staple, the tiny Kiara, the icon, it's here. Like it was like seeing like an ancient relic. I was like, oh my god, like because it didn't like cross my mind that it would be there for some reason. So seeing it there, I gasped. It was like seeing like a god in the flesh for the first time.
And I mean, you can also see the fan-made harpies in the background, which were also like just provided by people who bought them. There were plushies in the background. We had a lot of merch we kind of commissioned. We had fucking Holo Justice, to swear one time for me.
Yeah.
Because that was a few overnight jobs for us to get that done, because it was 6 days. Like nowadays, where the new gen is kind of coming into normal operations, but it was 6 days after debut. Like
That was
It was very
such a
fresh.
crazy time.
it was very fresh.
Preparing for Dokumi, and everything was good. We had like 22 button designs.
Yes.
And everything was looking good and nice, and always a bit of last minute crunch, but it was fine. And then cover was like, here, new EN generation, and have fun with it. And we're like, oh shit, no, we have to prepare, and the fuck, what
Not
we're gonna
only
do?
it was a new
But,
EN
yeah.
generation, but a new EN generation that included Europeans as well.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I mean, we also have like buttons for Viveka. We have buttons for other people who like kind of. We have Suisse and Tova because of requests, but like that was something I'm really kind of proud of the team for. Like we got it together. And we made them. And Beats, you were a part of this too. You pressed a few of the buttons. You know how much work it is.
I was dreaming of buttons Thursday night. Yeah.
I can totally see this. Yeah.
was
Yeah, like it is a lot of fun, but we need a lot of like work and also like everybody who helped fund this thing, because unfortunately it was not capable of like carrying itself. Like big Dankeschön and thank you to you all.
like I mentioned, the team that you guys put together. I mean, you all really stepped it up. I mean, it's like Lunchbox says, it's like we've only heard about it, and then we actually get to see it. We're like, wow, this is incredible because it's all run by fans. It's just like, at that point, everybody at the booth, you're like, on like a name basis, you're like, hey, you're so and so. And then you introduce yourself, and they go like, "Oh my God, you're Moondog," or it's like one of those. It's one of those things. It's like it's literally for fans by fans, and it's like a very humbling experience.
Yeah.
The one thing I will say as a PSA, tell me your names, people. People walk up to me and like, "Oh, hey, Lunchbox," and start talking to me, but I don't know who you are. Like, I don't know who you are half the time. Like, and I'm like, and then they'll walk away. And I'll be like, "Who was that?" They never said. Like, I don't know what happened. It happens far too frequently.
We actually have like name signs like for that exact reason. So next time, go to the booth. You get one for free. Also, we made ribbons. We have to talk about ribbons later because it was something new to me. Vaban was a big like hero in this regard. Yeah. A lot of fun stuff that people actually said, hey, the quality was really, really nice for fans. I mean, this is like a professional booth setup we got here. It's not a small booth setup. And yeah, they actually said it was pretty good quality. Which kind of surprised me because I'm just like, okay, I mean, we try to do it, okay? And try to do it in a way that also is fine with making more fans and also saying, hey, this is Hololive as a fan community. We are coming together. And this year we could connect a lot of people. Like, I mean, Lunch, you met a lot of people at the booth, right?
Yeah, I met a lot of people that I had talked to, like on Discord and Twitter and stuff, that I had never met like in real life. So and that was part of the goal, for this being like actually, me, because I assume most EU, like KFP and whatnot, were not just casually run to America. So a big part of this was like, seeing all like the fun at Dokumi in past years and being like, I want to go hang out with all those people. So being over and being like, oh, you're this person. You're from the, like, I know you from, like the internet, and now you're real. Like that's crazy. You're a real person. I didn't know that. Like, that being able to like, as like someone who traveled to do that is very fun because it makes it rather than just like we do a lot of the East Coast stuff usually, where like it's the East Coast regular people will show up, like, well, we'll maybe meet in Boston or New York or somewhere. We'll meet up for Hollowfest, and it's like, oh hey, yeah, it's us again. The Americans that live on the East Coast. We usually it's 75% of that group will be there every time, right? But then coming here, it's like, oh wow, all these people I've never met. Like one or two of them, like I had met Dan before.
Yeah, he's like one of the ones. He's going over the big pond.
Yeah,
but we never met before, right? I mean, you've seen pictures of me.
Yeah, this is the first time I met Dom. Yeah, like most of the like people who basically, if you didn't go to like Anime NYC or Connect the World and you're not American, I probably have not met you before. So a big part of this was like, oh hey, all these people I know that are from Europe, like, and people that I don't know what they look like, and they'll tell me their name, and I'm like, oh, that's what you look like, like, and like stuff like that, like, is very like neat. It's just like, oh, like this is fun, being able to have that kind of first experience with people, and I'm sure that'll happen again if I ever go to like HoloFest. I'm sure there'll be a lot of like JP and Korean fans there, and maybe even some Southeast Asian fans that I've never met that'll be like, oh, I'm meeting you here for the first time. So it's a nice like. It worked really well as a KFP mecca, like as in like the city, not like a robot.
And I mean, it's also a more than just KFP. I always say like, okay, this is not a KFP booth; it's a HoloLive fan booth.
Yeah.
And it's like because we want to be integrating. But to be fair, 80% of the thing is run by KFP.
Yeah,
it just is like that. It's also in other places. Why are we everywhere? But not even that. In other cons as well, like the V Expo, which is coming up, is like also there's a KFP involved there. Other pieces like it's interesting. Like I can tell you a few behind the scenes infos later. I'm pretty sure you wanted to see.
I mean, KFP is just very organized and welcoming to new people, and cares for the stuff behind the scenes. So like a lot of people want to make sure that everything goes smoothly and that a lot of fans have fun. So yeah, KFP steps up most of the time, others as well, of course. But yeah, that's why you see so much orange at cons.
Yeah, definitely. We are proud to show this color. And also with this picture, you can see Sardar's name tag and like possessions. Thank you very much for the picture. But there was a culture shock with the ribbons. Like thanks for zooming in. Underneath the name tags we gave out, you can see we had like 3 different ribbons prepared with a few holomems, which we sponsored and gave out for free. But nobody in Europe knows those things. Ribbons are not a thing that are usual here. So we had to do a lot of explaining. Besides the US, people were just like, "Oh, you have ribbons. This is nice."
And I'll kind of go more into this once we get into like the next con that happened within the year, which was Offkai. Ribbons are very much like a more of like a thing that's really popped off in the last year at American cons.
There's the first time I saw ribbons. I actually been to like, sometimes they call them like, refer to like it's a ribbon con, as in like where ribbons are happening at one of the cons. The first time I think I saw them in use, I think it was at YomaCon, where they had been doing ribbons. I noticed, but it's starting to spread and become more common here at US conventions, because it's like a really cool way to like, either rep your group or like some panel you're running or your Oshi or whatever, and you can have something to give out that people can just stick onto each other, and you get like people like competitions, even like who can get the longest collection of ribbons on their badge by the end of the con.
That's the one thing, is that I had not even heard of ribbons until Dokumi. I didn't know what they were for until like 5-10 seconds ago. I just learned what these were for, because I never asked when I was there.
It's just a collection thing. So and I'll go into detail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, seeing in America, like, because a big thing with Dokumi that I was shocked with is that in America, everyone needs like their con badge, right? Like you get your lanyard, and then you have like your badge that says like like Friday badge, or like like weekend badge or whatever, and you wear it on your neck so that people know you're supposed to be in there. On Dokumi, you just scan the ticket on your phone, and they're like, all right. So yeah, like the ribbons make sense for like America, where everyone has a badge on at all times. So it's like, oh yeah, you put the ribbons on the badge, you have fun with it. Like you make a big long thing off the bottom of your badge. But like, yeah, with the idea with like and that is fun to me. That is adding some spice to an annoyance of, I hate the American like needing to have a like badge on for each day. It annoys me having to get all the different badges and whatnot. And sometimes even if you get a late badge, you will have to go pick it up on location, but not at the con. You have to like, quick side tangent, how I met Yago in New York is because that bookstore was one of the designated pickup spots for your badge. So you have to go to the bookstore, get the badge, and then go to the con. as opposed to just at Dokumi, you just go up and show them your ticket, and then you're like, okay, and then they let you in. But yeah, having to now struggle with if you have to have a badge, then I guess the ribbons are a fun way to add some flair to the burden.
I mean, and Flair it definitely has like it was a fun little thing, but it's like also a bit of culture shock where we can import US culture,
Yeah.
which is nice. And I mean, now everybody knows, hey, there's stuff like that, and we can also do it as fans, so we can kind of chill our favorite Oshis. Oh, Sada, you have the picture of the flag. I'm really excited for the flag later.
Yeah, it's,
Dokumi
we-
is
we-
more of a
it's from,
fan
from
gathering.
the big group picture.
Yeah,
the flag
Dokumi
in the background.
really is a fan gathering thing. But I mean, it also started from an official HoloLive presence, and I hope it can be the same for other things too. So like that need to first realize that other fans are there and are happy to see each other. And that's for instance, Dokumi was 1 week before Japan Expo, and we got our own stuff to sell at the booth to get the costs in again. And there was fans among those, like just some little fan thingies to keep yourself cool, and a few other buttons. And in Japan Expo, I saw a lot of that stuff. So a lot of people who came to Dokumi were 1 week later at Japan Expo as well. The EU fan base is kind of trying to connect even more nowadays, which I like.
Yeah, that's what we've kind of been trying. Like we've been doing it on for the East Coast, generally for like HoloFest, because it's pretty hard. Like it's pretty far to go from like East Coast US to Japan. So we normally just do we'll get together at some place to watch it. And which you guys do too in Europe. You get you did like the theater that one time. That's the thing, is where the East Coast KFP is still pretty far spread apart.
Oh yeah, you guys did that last year, didn't you? You guys
Yeah.
watched the concert together, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's to where if I wanted to drive to Beats. Yeah, well, let me actually check really quick.
Oh man.
So while we're doing that, I'm gonna pull up kind of like a photo I took of the picnic that happened at Dokumi.
Oh, the one on Saturday, yeah.
Yes.
It's got to be like a 20-25 hour drive at least.
Yeah, about a 20-hour drive to drive from
20
South
hours,
Jersey to
yeah.
Florida, and that's and if I lived in Maine, so the most north of the East Coast, that would be like a 30-hour drive to meet up. So yeah, it's and that's just the East Coast. So it's a bit hard. I wish we could just be like, oh yeah, let's just come together in one secured spot from every KFP that's still in America, but it's a bit hard. I had something else to say, but I can't remember what it was. So
Which is fine, because we are tangenting, right?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the
it was
others have something to say.
It was actually to pull back to topic, but I couldn't remember what my segue to pull back to topic was. That's the issue.
Let's just let the others handle it. It's like this is a group collab after all. A little bit of scuff needs to be there.
Good to hear you again, Pudding. Hello.
Hello? Yes, I'm still alive.
It's been a few weeks.
Oh, yes. I have to admit, even to this day, I'm still sort of laughing at you guys who are staying together in the Airbnb. Because for those of you who aren't aware, quite a few of the KFP gang and even non-KF peeps were staying together in one of in the Airbnb. Was it like 12 of you or something like that?
I think it was kind of like that, yeah.
It was 13, and it fluctuated up a little and down a little. Yeah.
And unfortunately for them, I think you guys didn't have air conditioning, and there was a Well, not really a heat wave. It was just the summer, wasn't it, for the first couple days?
Yes.
Yeah, it didn't
I-
cool down some until I think Friday night, I want to say.
Yeah, Friday
Maybe?
night. It was. I remember beats. We had like the bed next to each other on the upper floor, and it was
Yeah.
definitely about
care.
30 degrees Celsius, which I cannot translate to Fahrenheit. I'm sorry.
That's like about 70 Fahrenheit, which to me, that is like, oh my god, it's so
It was-
cool out.
Oh,
Yeah, like-
no, it was
Yeah,
it was 80 Fahrenheit in the
Yeah, it's
room
86.
for the
Yeah.
Americans.
yeah.
Yeah.
And when I left, usually I like I was expecting it to be hot there, but
Yeah,
leaving
86,
New
yeah.
Jersey, New Jersey was like I think 40 or 41 Celsius is I think 102 or so Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
With like 95 humidity, and I was like, this is awful. And then I got to Europe, and I was like, this is like a fresh March day. You know, it's a crisp spring.
The
Here in Europe.
humidity
Like, yeah.
rescues everything. Like because our humidity is way better than even Japan. Japan has like really bad humidity, and 96 is
That's-
also really bad.
Yeah, and that's at LA for Connect the World. It was like 100 degrees out, but it was like 15 humidity, and I was like, this is fine.
Yeah.
I was like, this is perfectly acceptable. In New Jersey, it'll get to like 80 degrees with like 90% humidity, and you're like, oh my god, I'm dead, I'm done.
Yep. Misfist and I know exactly. I see 35
Yeah.
to 40. It's very humid. Though it's cool now because it's been
Yeah.
raining literally 2 weeks straight without any sunshine.
But back to what you were saying, Pudding, because I know you had just touched on the Airbnb.
Oh yeah. No, what was I going to say? Yeah. I think I spent the first day laughing on Discord at you guys because I had air conditioning in my hotel, and I wasn't even supposed to technically because
It was like a weird like mix-up, not mix-up, but like like the kind of failing upwards thing I had mentioned earlier, right? Like
Yeah,
you just kind of managed to get it.
Yeah, I mean, there was some prior knowledge because after I booked the hotel, I'd searched up for one that had air conditioning because of course, and then I think the day before I flew over to Dusseldorf, I was just reading the reviews and whatnot for fun because I was bored and have no life. And they said, yeah, some of the hotels have air conditioning, so be sure to ask for one if they have them available. So upon arrival, I asked the receptionist, is there air conditioning for the hotel room I've booked? And the chap's reply was, typically no, but we do have a couple rooms that have air conditioning, and they gave me one just because I asked nicely. Otherwise, there would have been no air conditioning as well. But yeah, I think the first couple days, was it Meow who said it earlier? Yeah, Meow was just saying Thursday, Friday were fairly warm. Saturday was very sunny, but not as hot, I'd say. Though, as Falk mentioned as well, quite a few of us got sunburns. I think TR's got the worst of it.
Yeah.
A couple of us slapped his arms. And then Sunday was when the rain came in, so it really cooled down.
Yeah. During the photo,
but otherwise it's.
I was gonna say, during this photo right here, it was really hot. So like you could see like all the people like underneath the tree that was right there.
Wait, that's my photo.
It is your photo, yeah.
I recognize the sensor, yeah.
Is that? Oh,
I think so. Because
Yeah.
I think. Yeah,
I think I took
cancel everyone out in case.
I took that with my phone.
Maybe we both took it,
I think we were
hands on the
standing next to
camera
each
at
other
the
doing it.
Quite
Yeah.
possibly. But yeah.
Take the two pictures, put them together, one green, one blue, one red. You get a 3D image going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, as some of us, we were all right with the weather. Depending on where you were from and where you were raised, everyone's just was suffering in the sun, and meanwhile, the rest of us are just like, yeah, this is all right. It's not too bad. Sunburn, sure, but we'll survive.
But the picnic was really fun because it was like, everybody. It was like at that point because again we had like so many people coming in from like different countries, different parts of the world, and one of the big thing was the snack exchange is people going around introducing themselves again, right? Be like, "Hi, I'm so and so. Would you like some food?" Everybody
Tell
had
you
like,
what.
it was like,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was like everybody had their own like special food going around.
Yeah,
It was a
many
great
people
ploy.
brought the stuff from their home country, which was really nice.
Yeah, and I got something to eat finally because I was working all the time. It was like my only break. Like, thank you, Sadar, a lot because like taking over this thing would have been I would have had no breaks at all the whole weekend. So
Yeah,
it was actually bliss.
It was really fun to do the merch exchange and raffling away the stuff. I think we have also some pictures showing all the stuff we had
Yeah,
on site.
Yeah, do we have a picture of the... I can show you one picture that you shared already that... from some of the group
One picture. This was the only award that was being given out.
It was free for everybody to see. As save this, right? Now, whose idea was this, and whose hand did I have to shake? Everybody in chat, please press 4.
Oh, the idea.
Oh, that one.
Yes, that one. Okay, so how did this thing happen? Like we gave it actually away to the guy who had it the most of the time there, which was really nice. But the idea came out from Zadar's mention of we need something to identify where the people are, which is because like how can you even see? Okay, this is like the people, and you know if you follow some people in the garden, it's really easy to miss. So we went with the flag and with everything else like over there, from the booth, and it was really easy because somebody was always swinging the flag. Oh, those are the KFP people. Okay, there's also like 8,000 orange sweaters and stuff, but even without it worked. So the idea was we needed one kind of flag, something like a tourist guide has, and I was like, okay, we need something on it, and it was very easy to find the right motive. And it did draw actually other HoloLive people's attention as well. So it worked flawlessly.
It was just so fun when we talked about it. So, yeah, do we want to have a flag? Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, what do we want? What about press 4? So can we really do that? And okay, let's do it. And yeah, and the flag is really there.
Yeah, that was a huge success. And I mean, I remember I showed it to Beats beforehand and was like, I got exactly the reaction I wanted.
Oh, yeah, I actually, because I was I would had hoped to go to the park meetup, but in the ever prescient things immediately go off the rails plans that I've grown to learn, I was preoccupied, so I could sadly not get to the park meetup, and that's my one regret of the weekend. So I actually I did not end up seeing the banner, sadly.
But I mean, there's always next time, and the thing is, like, this is not a copyrighted thing unless Kiara wants to bonk us. So making those again is possible, and in retrospect, we did a lot of events for the KFP meetup because we thought, okay, more events make it easier for people to like overcome and say hi to each other. The snack exchange worked flawlessly, like the merch thing. We need to talk about the merch donation event. Yeah. So I will give the word to you.
Trying to see if I can't find any pictures that were shared.
I can ping you some. Should be fine.
Thinking about it, we might want to get a 4 banner together for NYC.
Oh, I already have it ordered. Don't worry. This is like
fantastic. This is why we have Dom, folks. This is what he's for. We'd be in the Stone Age if we didn't have him.
So, Moondog, this picture here. There's the chart, and there's also like the one above it with the tent. You can see the tent open with all the stuff.
Yeah, we have the big group picture with lots of orange, and
I don't want to be making.
Like I think the one with the here left, I pinged you for.
Yeah, let me.
Should be fine.
gonna be a little blurry, but I will.
Yeah, but the good thing, like my realization is for the booth, this is hella a lot of effort. KFP should make more like picnics. KF Picnic is like the perfect hashtag.
Yeah.
We can definitely do events like that. And I also saw like Motion shared it too. The Philippine people are also like thinking about making interest and making events and just for the cave Philippine people. So yeah, we should definitely do more of those.
I know definitely at Connect the World there was a meetup, but with the it was kind of later in the day because there was a quick chaotic day of everyone at like Hollow Takeover, right? Where that's when like everyone was meeting under the bridge and whatnot, and Yago came by, and then everyone ran to the park for the meetup in the park. But with transit to the park, we got there, and and a lot of people got there, right? And then we were like, wait a minute, there's only like an hour and a half to the concert, and with traffic and Ubers and stuff, there's only like it's like a 45-minute trek to the concert. So, everyone, get together in like the atrium area. We'll do a quick like wotagai, like I said that in the weirdest way possible just now. Guide, and so you know how to fan chant, which was mostly a lot of like Jinro and whatnot. Pretty much took like it's the classic when you're in the crowd, just do whatever Jinro is doing, and that's usually the advice to give. And then everyone did that really quick for like half an hour, and then it was like, all right, everyone get to the concert, and it immediately broke into chaos of everyone trying to get there. So that we were only actually in the social meetup for like half an hour. So definitely, I'm hoping that New York, if we can get like that kind of thing together for a bit more than that, if timing, unless because I know there's like I believe a Central Park meetup planned for like noon-ish on Saturday, which that's why I'm waiting. Like I said, those dastardly folks at Anime NYC and Cover are gonna drop like 11:45 a.m. Kiara panel, at the Hollow booth. So we'll have to be like, oh my god, we got to go to that. We can't go to the picnic, like. So I'm waiting for that to happen. But if it doesn't, then I hope that nice meetup will be lengthy and a lovely time in Central Park. Because like I said, our previous American attempt at Connect the World had to be kind of rushed because we were in between Hollow Takeover and Connect the World.
Yeah, and with stuff like that, like planning it and think we will help. But from the experience from Dokumi, like you can also see on the picture now, we had the Harpy, we had the Chan, we was like KFP. That was great energy. It was like, and you can see all of the merch there, on like the blanket. That's like the merch that the people had their bought wear. But the tent, we have a better picture too, of the tent, because you can like kind of see what is in there, but not everything. And everything that you can see in the next picture from the tent, we gave away, which was a bit mind-boggling. That so many people donated things for others. It really made my day.
Yeah, that was really awesome. So basically, what we planned is a merch exchange for everyone. So everyone could bring some little stuff and trade with each other, just to do some nice stuff. And turned out many people didn't wanna get anything specific back. So what we ended up with is a tent. Oh yeah, now it's on screen. So basically all that stuff there in the tent was donated to us from all kinds of people attending. And then we raffled it away. So we pulled out our little lottery machine, and everyone got a handmade, very scuffed ticket. And then we gave all the stuff away to everyone who was there. And yeah, so many people were really happy to get something. Maybe someone discovered a new holo talent from it. We had some really awesome stuff from original plushies over signed cards. We had big mats. We had CDs. We had albums. We had everything. So overall, again, thank you for everyone who participated and who donated stuff for this.
Yeah. And I mean, there were so many winners as well. It was like, yeah, this, and seeing everybody smile for getting something is like, and some of them were like, you see like limited birthday merch. You cannot get the stuff anymore. It's like, it's basically your chances are over. And if you are happy and like you're lucky and get it, it's like amazing. And the others were also happy about like the general joy of everybody involved. So yeah. We didn't think like so many people would donate things, but yeah, the community was splendid.
This is definitely like a big highlight of like the whole weekend. And it was like, having it in the park. It was, very nice day. Like, yeah, it's like all this merch, and everybody was like everybody donated something, but it seems like everybody who wanted something did get something and was ecstatic about it.
Yeah. And it was also like the big issue we had in the beginning from planning perspective was we didn't want to have people randomly just like, oh, I have something, I have a KFP thing, does anybody want it? And everybody's like, yeah, 90% KFP, so of course I want it. That was way fairer how we kind of did it with a bit of random chance, and yeah. And it was a lot of work for Zadar to give it out. Like,
Yeah.
big ups to
Zadar-
you.
But I had a
would have
great
to-
helper.
Oh my god, you...
Jinro helped me, and Patsy helped me a lot, and all the other guys who were there. I want to really make sure we are a team, and this is not a 1 or 2 man show. It's everyone who was there and helped. So yeah, it's only possible because everyone gave their best.
Yeah, I mean, same for the booth. It's a lot of people. It's like over 30 people, with everybody included. It's like, but with that kind of team, we can do stuff like that, and it was a huge success in the end. There was actually, in hindsight, somebody was asking me from German television what this thing was about. They didn't interview me in the end, but they asked about that.
Just personal confusion, nothing for broadcast.
We were kind of curious. Let's say we were curious and they remembered the name. So in a positive light. I made sure that this was in a positive light. According to framework derivative work guidelines. We are not affiliated with Hololive Production or Cover Corporation. We made sure
not?
this, of course, no.
If you guys can help out supporting the fan booth, please support the fan booth. It was really fun.
I mean, if Yago's listening and wants to affiliate, I mean, who's to say, Yago,
Quick, it's
we're
time to
open.
DM management.
We got DMs,
Oh, no. Pudding, please don't. But I mean, I don't mind if we can feature like a certain Sherwin clipper. Officially, that would be nice. I don't care. Like we can make a pudding meet and greet. This is okay.
Yeah, nah, I'm not that famous, no.
Yet, I mean, I can work on that.
Fuck it, it's time to join Hololive as well, become one of the Holo Stars.
Let's go.
Got some chops.
Well, they were
I've seen
actually...
the pudding streams.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't just KFP. There were, there were a few novelites there. I think there was it some dead beats as well and whatnot.
Yes.
Literally a little bit of everything over there.
like aristocrats
Yeah,
were
with
there.
Mume fans.
Oh yes, yes.
We have had from everybody because we were inclusive. Like that's also a feedback I got from people. Like they didn't feel excluded.
One interesting thing.
Hmm?
I was gonna say when at one point waiting for Nina last name I don't know how to say the motions of their Oshi for her concert. There was like a German VTuber like a bit before her that I have never seen or heard from before. but she was like had like the place packed with like a bunch of people in her merch, and they were freaking out. And I was like, I have no idea who it is. I still don't know who it is. And it's like, oh wow, yeah, this is a complete other side to this that like in the English only speaking like VTuber world, I had no access or broadcast to. It's like when you see like a cartoon character or something, and you're like, what is this? And like a bunch of people from a different country are like, everyone knows who that is, and you're like, I have no idea, like I've never seen this in my life before, you know, like it's like, oh wow, yeah, this is clearly someone who's very popular in the German VTuber like scene, but not in the English one at all. So being able to like see that new world was very interesting, and be like, oh wow, you're like, yeah, this is a completely different perspective on things than what I'm used to.
Yeah, and that was really cool with the concert stage we had there, like the whole setup of the hall. And I actually have one tidbit, because the person who made like the hall this year was just a fan as well. And I mean, he got the opportunity to do it because he had connections, everything else. But last year he was actually helping at the HoloLive fan booth. So it's not like KFP and the good like atmosphere kind of motivated him to try to make this happen. And I mean, make it happen, he definitely did.
Well, who knows? Maybe next year Dom will be in charge of the whole of Dokumi.
No, please don't. No. No. Like
He may not
I'm
survive.
Yeah, no. It's like I'm fine with like this little thing.
Next
Everybody,
year,
please
Dom
donate
will-
to the cause of making sure that
rest-
Dom gets sleep.
Yeah, that should be number one goal for next year. Get Dom to rest, get him to sleep.
I don't mind
I can
sleep as much.
attest.
Like the financial part is, I'm thankful that Zada is doing that. Beats, you are helping out with many things too. Having a good team, that's my important part. But also I want to make this worldwide. And I have another stupidly huge idea, which I can need some funding sometime in the future. Which we will see if this works out. Yeah. One step after another. But yeah,
So-
sleep is something I eat. It's like
Yeah, so
Well,
Dokumi, I mean, yeah, like I said, Dokumi was like honestly, from an outside source looking in, huge success. Honestly, probably
100%.
one of the like, one of the probably largest largest meetup
definitely
of
was a large one.
yeah, very definitely large. So I mean, for a show, the actual meetup itself, it was, how many people do you think showed up to that picnic?
at least 50 or 60, I reckon.
60,
I
yeah.
would say
It-
even more.
It
Yeah,
was
I'm just trying to go
about
based off of the lucky draw
100.
numbers, yeah.
because
go.
the lucky draw numbers also were like a bit. We kind of had to remodel things, and not everybody participated. But yeah, this picture is like that kind of amount of people. The cosplayers you saw, they came later because there was a scheduling and organizational issue. So those are on top. So this actually is a big group. But I can also tell you, like the group at Japan Expo was, because it was an official event, that was
Yeah.
way bigger.
Like like I
at
was
the-
mentioning earlier, every day I saw a picture of like, you know, after each of their like events or booth panels, you know, they did like a group picture with some nice messages on it. Each time it was like, I don't even know if it was like the way the camera was angled, but it looked like rows and rows and rows of just people crowded around, like to the point where
Yeah.
people had to like be laying on the ground to make sure that people in the back could be seen.
Yes, and Staffson really had issues with like getting even the angle right to capture everybody. I had issues too taking pictures with Japan Expo.
Yeah, I mean that's the difference between an official one and the fan-made one.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like it's also the issue with I don't have that much reach, like social stuff. I like definitely not good with telling every fan, hey, we are doing something like this. Of course, official means have way bigger reach.
Yep.
But I would not fear of making like a Japan Expo style KFP pick, and like with 10 times the amount of people, we could actually do it in an orderly way without any issues. Like this one, I would guarantee. And also the amount of people here, we were also at Japan Expo, so not everybody was able to come to Japan Expo, but a lot of people there I also saw at Japan Expo. So, yeah.
And like
It
mentioned,
was an amazing feeling.
even in this picture, there's not everybody was even in this picture because it's just because Dokkaebi was just so large. It was just like couldn't, timetables just did not line up. And so it's just like this is only even a partial amount.
Yeah,
as well.
it definitely was a partial amount, and at the fan booth I saw this because over time basically everybody showed up over 3 days.
Yeah.
It was so many people this year because its own booth in the own VTuber hall made it possible for people who have never met before to even you're here. This is the booth thing. We're doing this for the 3rd year now, but they never saw it because it's never reached their ears. It's nice. So yeah, connecting KFP.
Yep. And like, I guess moving on even more into the year, like we mentioned, we're doing meetups and meetups. There was even a meetup even in the US that happened, only like a few weeks before Dokumi as well, which was the next big con that happened that Kiara and KFP were involved in. And this is, Beats and I can probably talk a lot about this, which was Offkai. Offkai was a huge, like, to give a background, Offkai is a very VTuber focused event. The shout out to the one of the co-owners of Offkai, I think it's Retsuki is how she goes by online, but you'll start hearing the nickname.
Rat or Retsukade.
Retsukade.
Yeah.
And you'll start hearing us mentioning her because she is also KFP. Co-owner of Offkai is also, has Kiara as Hiroshi. She is 100% KFP, and pretty much every time, as I explained, this was going to be start off as like a small idea, and then once she got wind of it, it became rapidly a much bigger than I anticipated event. And so when Kiara was announced, it was very much of a last minute ordeal to join, because at that point a lot of other VTubers that I'm well aware of were coming to Offkai, and then once Kiara was announced, it was very much of a, well, now it's time for me to look to see to go. And so I took the sacrifice on going to MomoCon this year and went to Offkai. It was the week after. And from there, it was much of a scramble to see who other KFP were going, and then see if it's like, hey, let's try getting a small little get together, see if we can't get a little picture type of thing going. And then from there, we got wind that the actual co-owner was a KFP, and so she really spearheaded. Once she heard about it, she really spearheaded getting this to be a much official meetup, to the point where this could have been an actual thing in their calendar and events within their broadcast.
Yeah, and sorry, go ahead, Moondog.
So, I was going to say, with the help of beats as well. Motion behind the scene was actually helped as well. Dakama, spirit snare. We got together and did a banner during off-kai.
Oh, that looks so nice.
At this meetup. And so if people aren't aware what happened, at the height of off-kai, there was a concert that happened very late at night, actually. Even for time was in San Francisco, so it was PST. It was super late at night, and there was an actual live choir that happened, and then many other talented VTubers with Kiara as the almost as like the headliner, finishing off the night. Just doing karaoke concerts, and it was incredible, and everybody there was just very supportive. And when Kiara went on stage, let me tell you, that whole room lit up orange, just glowing orange. So we made this banner, and this happened right before the concert, making sure, and we got paint pens, and everybody signed it. And yeah, one of the interesting parts of making sure that we did get this out there and known that we are doing a KFP off-kai meetup. And I'm going to go back. We used the ribbon idea as a way to promote this meetup. As we're going around, and there's so many different VTuber fans. I mean, even when there's VTuber fans around there, you could spot a KFP a mile away because, again, we are bright ass orange. And so when anybody saw a KFP or relatively close to a KFP, we divvied out. Me and Beats had these ribbons, and we gave them. It's like, are you going to the meetup? The meetup will happen at this time. Here, take this ribbon so you don't forget. And we're just passing them around to the point where once we start, even like after KFP, there were just there were even like just general Hololive fans in general who were like, yeah, who like watch and are DD to everybody, but also like Kiara, and they were showing up as well and asking for the tickets, or not tickets, the ribbons.
Mm.
And so once we got everybody together, we had a massive crowd of people show up to the point where we had even the fire marshal come in and tell us, like, make sure, like, asking us to please make sure to keep this a little bit organized, because it was a very last minute thing. And if people aren't aware of like the other Hololive kind of meetup type of group, which is Holo Takeover. Holo Takeover was another like big help, because they kind of gave us a space almost to make sure that we can work right next to them.
It was kind of interesting because we basically set up just to the right of their booth in kind of this somewhat open area at the atrium, and our meetup kind of also, to my understanding, made them realize as well, like, about space limitations, because I think they ended up hosting their meetup at a different spot.
They did. They were going to do it at the same exact spot we were going to do it at.
Yeah, that's actually a thing I can tell you from Dokumi too. You need to be careful with space requirements, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing is if you can... sorry, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Dom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so one thing I can actually recommend to most people who are doing stuff like that, because the Hololive community is huge. Not gonna lie. If you do something like this, before you do it, do an interest form or anything like to see how many people are actually interested in it. and then approach the people who are like running the place you're doing it beforehand. So like rules and regulations, like fire marshal stuff, and can be adjusted because this like KFP alone is a lot of people. It can definitely work if you have the right connections and have people who know what to ask for. Everything can be safe and fun and everything. So for Europe, if anybody has questions, feel free to ask me.
And so, after counting all the signatures, we had about like 60 people show up like right before the concert, sign the banner, including because one of the things, because it was a VTuber thing, we had Dakaba show up as well. Like her Studio Nakamata had a booth in the artist alley, and then we politely asked, can we take Dakama to the meetup, and then she was brought over, and as people are signing, she's just right there supporting. And
which is, to be honest, really good that you did that.
Having Rat there and kind of pushing and helping organize things, having like some level of partnership with the convention is really helpful, because as an example, see this KFP meetup, we had quite a bit of turnout, but the meetup timing was actually relatively close to the concert. And by relatively close, I mean like 3 hours.
An hour or two before.
I think it was like, because we were going to line up for a while. I think it was, 2 or 3 hours before. So the thing was, for a Kiara concert, we all wanted to line up, but we also all wanted to do the meetup. So you kind of have like some contrasting feelings, right? Because like we want to be grouped together up front, for Kiara's concert, but at the same time, like want to go and do a meetup. So Rat actually helped us out in that we lined up for the concert, right? Like basically first in line. Like, you had like Link Cat in general, like right at the front of the line, and a whole bunch of other orange together. And then she set things up so that let security know that basically what was going to happen is the whole group of us were going to go up to the meetup, but have our spots in line saved. So there were like basically 2 people who volunteered to stay behind and watch over things. I know Waban was one. And another person.
And I think there were people who were trading off as the last one. So as long as somebody in the last spot in line and then the first spot in line were there, people can fill up in between. So we got basically the interest group there first, and then after there, everybody flowed back in together.
Which really helped, make things a success, right? Because that way people didn't have to choose between being at the very, very front of the line and going to meet up with each other. You could have best of both worlds. And then the meetup itself was great. Coefficient showed up. Yeah, I did not know that was going to happen, but he had found out about it.
When he did his Kiara cosplay thing on stream, it was a few days after Kiara was announced for Off-Kai. And then he announced he was going to be at Off-Kai. And so I did my, I was like, okay, I'll be funny. I'll shoot my shot. And I added him saying, at Coefficient, we're doing, since you're now honorary KFP, do you want to come to the KFP meetup? And then I didn't hear anything beforehand. Next thing I know, I turn around as I'm just kind of like corralling people to make sure they all stay. I turn around and I just noticed him. He's like right next to me. I'm like, oh hey. I was not expecting you to actually show up, because he was an MC for the event, so I wasn't really expecting it, because I was going to expect him to do mic checks, making sure that everything's going to be okay at his whole panel, basically, since he's like the masters of ceremony during it. But he graciously and was very humble and came to the meetup and actually took photos with people. This was again right after the height of him cosplaying as Kiara, so it was a very It was a very fun experience, and he signed the banner, and then as well as everybody was there, I mentioned that the concert was pure orange. Everybody, one of the things that happened is, I know I brought a few. I know I brought a bag, but even Rat bought like a whole bunch of bags of uh, UOs. If you don't know what a UO is, it is an ultra orange pen light. Usually, you crack those open when your Oshi or your favorite song starts playing during a concert, in an idol concert. And we just told people, when Kiara comes out, crack open these UOs when she comes out, and so that basically turned a very dim lidded room into what seemed like an emergency, lit room with the amount of just like bright orange.
It is a very good coincidence that we just happen to have the same Oshi color as orange for that. Like, it's not like ultra blues are the thing to go to. Like the fact that it is orange, it's like, oh wow, that's a good, nice advantageous situation for us to be in.
It isn't advantageous, but it's also good if ahead of time you hear from the organizer that this is fine to do. Because, for instance, the technology we use for HoloFest, like everything augmented reality stuff, will not really work with those. So yeah, but it's still fine for most like conventions. It's screen, like great representation. I really love the idea. Yeah.
And then I will say one thing about Offkite, to put it in perspective, you can kind of see that we're like in a hotel area. That's like the atrium. All of this convention took place within a hotel. Then like the had like conference rooms and whatnot on
Very
like the first
small.
and second floor. But it's relatively small. Like a lot of times they had to have like the line for the artist alley, like had to go out of artist alley, out one of the doors, wrapped halfway around the building. So it's a relatively small place. Although, even though it's small, because it's VTuber focused, it's like you're like running into other VTuber fans all the time. Like our KFP group ran into a bunch of cronies, cronies fans, and then like out and took a picture with them because there were a bunch of them wearing happies, and then you were basically like very like with Dokumi, like sometimes it would take like a 10 to 15 minute walk, like to get from one point all the way out to the exit and out. Whereas Offkai, it's, you're only like a minute or two away from any other point. It being a hotel, though, did make for some like unique things in that they have like these hotel parties they do after convention events. So, for example, a group of us went to Spirit Snare was DJing a set for is it
It wasn't the
Anna,
it wasn't the
Clover?
Hollow Takeover, but it was a like its own
Annie Clover.
Annie Clover, that's what it was.
Yeah, that's the group he frequently DJs with, and they were doing a room party, like a speakeasy kind of room party was the thing, which a group of us went to, which was a lot of fun because he had like some Kiara and Callie in his set songs, so that was cool. Because Spirit Snare, besides doing graphic design for when he's not doing like graphic design for HoloLive VTubers, he also DJs, which is pretty cool.
And he in general does so many cool things. Like follow him. Like the NEC lovers or like the Nick lovers, they do stream on Twitch too. Like you can actually see what they are doing. It's really nice.
Oh yeah, Ari mentioning Crony was there IRL in secret. Yeah, I didn't realize till after, but Yeah, there's a chance she might have seen us too, which is funny. You know what really threw us was it was like kind of got spooked by it, but like Mint apparently like sneaking photos of some of us at some point. Like
Yeah.
she caught a
Yeah.
picture of us and the Wisps in line for the Wota panel.
She's like, she sees, you can like
'Cause,
see
like-
us like from above, and she's just like, so many,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
many orange here, and everybody's just like, like, the hi. Both Mint and Mataro.
I was like, that was funny. The Watergate panel was actually a lot of fun. It was actually I really loved it too because it was like you had like a bunch of KFP on one side and like all the Wisps on the other side. So it was like, you know, it's like standing up front doing the Wota. I love that panel. That was really fun. And so yeah, there was that going on. So like since it's all in a hotel, it's all relatively concentrated and a fairly small affair. I think they might be going to another room in the future, like another venue. I think they're looking at moving to. But yeah, like she did Mint had tweeted that picture out, which is how I'd found out about it. But overall, I think the event was a lot of fun. It's like for KFP, even though Kiara's presence was mainly two things, right? Like a meet and greet, and then that concert at the end. There was a lot of KFP getting to hang out. A bunch of us went out to eat at times. You get to see a bunch of other fans, and then the concert itself was awesome. Like Kiara performing live is always an amazing thing to witness, and the other people at the Off-Kai concert, the other performers, were equally fantastic. Like it was really cool. You know, we were all cheering hard for them as well. For Kiara's concert though, everyone was up. Like normally you don't really get to stand for concerts a lot of times. Like you're kind of seated just partly like for visuals and whatnot. But for Kiara's part of the concert, like we were all on our feet. And a whole bunch of like most of the audience, you felt like was on their feet too. It was such a hype atmosphere. I love that concert.
see,
Yeah, so from an outsider's perspective, I have a few questions, but it's like every year it seems like this is the same like the GDC, the Games Developer Conference, or like the same way that even like an E3 event from the beginning. This is like a convention for VTuber fans, by VTuber fans, and that's the amazing part. Like this is not like an anime convention and 50 other things. No, it's just like VTubing.
everybody there was
Yes.
there for one reason and one reason only. You're not sure. I mean, obviously, when you go there, there was some art, like some of the Artist Alley stuff was like, you know, there was some generic anime. But usually, when you go, like for example, for Artist Alley, you go in there and you probably have a mixed bag between like, you know, whatever the popular anime of the season is there, or whatever the big gotcha game is there. No, Artist Alley there was 100% VTubers, whether it was a very small indie that only had like, you know, a couple of fans to like exactly like Hololive, you know, VShojo, just huge names that were there, but everybody there was excited for everybody.
Yeah, that's also a reason why for me this is like the con I'm looking forward the most with. Besides, like V-Expo was trying to do a similar thing in the UK currently.
Yeah, V-Expo seems like to be the like, you know,
The
closest,
European Off-Kai.
yeah, it's like
Yeah,
the
I mean,
closest
the
thing.
European Off-Kai.
And so, yeah, I even have
It is interesting though, different approaches, right? Because like I like that Off-Kai is starting with a hotel. Like, oh, this looks nice.
oh,
I just
Oh,
need
it's
to
flipped.
stretch my neck a bit.
Yeah,
But
hold
I'm
on. We're gonna fix this. Properties. Fix this in.
Yeah, I don't know how to do rotation in OBS either, to be honest.
We'll fix this in a second because this is a video of the
I watched the volume on it.
yeah. So it's we're gonna
Oh, interesting. From Lex being like the VX product went to Offkai and had been talking to Offkai staff a lot. Yeah, I can imagine this. Like, it's also really important to connect with behind the scenes people. Like, the world is really small, and like people are really helpful if you are nice and just like try to listen to them. Yeah. So I hope for the best for the whole industry, because it looks like a fun thing. So much orange.
So this was taken in the heat of the moment. So I apologize for the vertical video. So this was the as you know, Kiara, every time she has an MC section, she has a tradition of the wave. So this is a video of the wave that happened. So I'm gonna try to turn this down. It might be very quiet. I don't know how loud this is going to be side of the stream. So we're gonna just turn this down a lot.
Ooh.
You can kind of see.
Have we reached the other side? Then let's go there again. Okay. Guess you'll get another song.
So
I love the setup. Thanks for sharing this.
yeah, that was a very, very fun moment. I mean, she went out of her way for being basically even the only talent that happened that night. Like I said, she was kind of the headliner for that whole night because she was the last one to perform, and she was in 3D to do it. So be able to do that really felt like its own little like, you know, it gave us a little taste of like, this is what we could have if we ever get a Kiara 3D live, like actual like concert experience, like where we all go to a stage together as KFP. So it excites me to see what we can do in the future for this. And
So
I'm hoping
Moondog, the easy thing is just we need to do like a KFP con and go until we can get Budokai. Right?
We'll do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves.
With
Easy.
orange and chimkins.
Yes.
I've long had a plan where we all just happen to meet up at one place, and then Kiara just happens to have a karaoke that day, and we just happen to be streaming a live feed of all of us together. And you know, we just bootleg it. You just go around the system, just do it ourselves. And you know, she does it. We don't. That's technically not. She's just doing a karaoke. You know, she does those all the time. The fact that she can see us, and you know, we're also all together in one place. You know, that's just complete coincidence, essentially.
Yeah. So technically, I was also thinking about like just making cave meetups. I need a good hashtag. I need your help with that because cave meetup doesn't have a P. Like that's the issue. But cave party maybe a cave party
KF party.
with people just like
KF party,
like
KF picnic. Those are always a good idea.
yeah. So basically just like gathering people, and then even all karaoke's can be fun to watch along if you are in a big group. I mean, you're not chatting anyway, so yeah. I think this can actually be a fun like reason to gather up outside of cons, because we should also meet up outside of cons if possible.
Oh, I'm seeing all these great suggestions. KF fantastic party, KF friends participation, KF people gathering together, KF peers.
I like that one.
KF people gathering together. I like that.
Yes.
Oh, but yeah, it was yeah, the Offkai was such a like whirlwind of a weekend too, so it was just everything. I got a small taste of what it would be like to be in your shoes for Dokami, and gave me a lot more appreciation to organizations. but like I said, the biggest shout outs goes towards like the con organizers as well. But Ratsuki helped, Spirit Snare majorly helped. Beats. I know I probably told you thank you so many times for helping. But yeah, like again, the whole theme, I guess, even going into the next year, is to just this togetherness, and like hopefully we can do more of these as like bigger events, and even like as Hololive also grows out into more, hollow meat areas, so too KFP will follow behind.
I mean, with Justice debut and 3 of them at least streaming in Europe times, it's possible that Cover finally recognizes our continent, and maybe we will see more of them in the future.
Yeah, it was like even
Yeah, I mean,
on our local side, like we got the world tour stuff happening, and I'm like, when AWA was announced, I literally had an audible gasp when I saw that. The whole like the whole Leo Point meme. I basically did the same as that, and now it's like it was just after Off-Kai, and now I'm like thinking, it's like I want to have another, and after doing Dokami as well, it's like I want to like bring people together more. Like I want people to enjoy themselves.
It's the same motivation for me too, Moondog. It's like this is just the thing that's it is like not easy, but I can see with more people and more help we can grow, and that's the important part. And with Hololive and EU, I think the meme is like a meme. It's they do acknowledge like overseas people in general, and they need to go one step after the other, which is fine. But I hope that the concert, the upcoming one, will also show them, okay, they can also like get bigger venue next time.
Yeah.
Or do whatever. I mean, they even have
Yes.
like, didn't they like open up an office in the US now? Which
Yeah.
is
So
And
Nice.
they have a small West
Yeah.
Coast office.
yeah.
I'm hoping that West Coast office, helps not only
Um,
cheapens the
is it-
price for America, but also makes it way easier for merch to get over to Europe as well. Because
Yeah.
Like so far with like I said, like the 4 ticketed Kiara performances of like Connect the World Tour, and Breaking Dimension, they've all like immediately sold out. Like I don't think any of them have lasted more than like 5 minutes. So like they can tell the demand is there in America for like American held things. And I'm sure once they establish that, and with the success that Japan Expo just had, and with Justice being a thing now, I wouldn't be like shocked, I guess, if in maybe next year or the year after they might be, they might do something with Europe, like more of seeing that or at least testing the demand in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, with Japan Expo, the staff already saw how many people were there.
Yeah.
And like at
Yeah.
least they can see, oh, it was more than 6 people.
Yeah, but
I mean,
if you look
Yeah.
at the chat, what the point that Mental Jedi says is a really important one, and I have to agree. I think Cover knows. They know they are high in demand. The stuff gets sold out in a few minutes, but
It's the
they
demand.
need to convince the venues.
Yep.
They need
Exactly.
to convince the venues that they actually will sell out, and yeah, they need a few conventions and concert under the belt to say, hey, we sold out the last 10, and you can give us a bigger one now.
Yeah. Yeah, they need to set a precedence of selling out like immediately every time, so that they can show people, look, we always sell out.
Like
Exactly, and also
Yeah,
but get better conditions, because that's also a thing where you can just contractually get better conditions. Also, we can help with making big meetups and other things and cons and showing there's a lot of people interested.
Every time
Like,
we do one of these events and we post and make hashtags and all that, that's just another piece of ammo for even cover to use to show to venues to say like the interest is there. Like when you guys this year, actually, was it this? No, last year you guys did the theater in Germany. Or
like we did rent like a theater privately, which we didn't announce on Reddit or anything. It was just like a private measure. And yeah, that definitely did not get bonked, thankfully. But this year they are doing, for instance, in Japan, now there's official like rewatches of like the Holofest in theaters.
Mm-hmm.
Like we saw in Indonesia, some people were doing the same, like us. But
Yeah.
got a few more people in there too. Cover Corp, if somebody is like watching this, don't go with the 100 people thing, go bigger.
Yeah.
In Europe, there's a lot of people. This cinema watch-along thing could work if some issues are worked around.
And that's been especially around Fest. Watch parties have been a very much more popular thing this year as well. Even for, I guess, Holofest, right? I mean, both Europe and even here in NA and even in Japan, because it was such a high demand event that even everybody went to Expo who didn't go to the fest but went to Expo even did watch parties of Holofest.
Yeah, and last year I was at one of those watch parties in Japan because I didn't get a ticket. I was just there during the time. But it is just amazing to have a watch along with other people of the same thing, even if it's just like technically 10 kilometers away from you. But the feeling was great.
Yeah, like with like Fest, I was sick the days before, but I had I was just getting past sickness to where I wasn't like I wasn't coughing or sneezing anymore, but my energy wasn't fully back. So for a lot of Fest, I was just laying there dead. But then the spirit of those around me would get me up to cheer for Kiara, and then I'd lay back down dead. So that at 3 a.m, essentially. But having that shared energy where it's like I probably would have just slept through it if I was at home because I was in that haze. I do wish though that if we could get some American like I don't know official rebroadcast,
Yeah.
at some theater or event or something. Well, you'd have to do maybe even 3, or possibly even 4. You'd have to do a Chicago, a Texas, an East Coast or West Coast, something like that, to really get it down. But yeah, it's it'd be a lot of. It would be a lot, but if it does ever come to fruition, it would be much appreciated.
I mean,
East
is this
Coast
something we
meetup
are supposed to? Yeah, sorry. The meetup.
I was just gonna say the East Coast meetup. I had so much fun with everyone. Like all of us just chilling in the Airbnb, hanging out during the day.
I adored the location.
Oh, it was great.
It was
And,
fantastic.
it was
yeah.
Beautiful spot. Had our own usual room in the basement. And
Photos.
I had so much fun with it. I was like, it's like I don't know if I'd like to think we had at least as much fun or nearly as much fun as people had gone to Japan too, just because of
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the usual room in the so we stayed in an Airbnb in New York, technically, I guess it was.
Upstate, mid-state, upstate New York, not New York City. So we're not on the island. We were more inland,
like an hour north of New Jersey.
Yeah, and so we're like exploring the Airbnb on the first day, and it's like, oh hey, there's a door to a basement here, and so like we go down into the basement, and like flick on the light, and in the basement there's like we discover it's like wait, there's like a mattress just like leaning against the wall down here, so it's like well, if someone needs another bed to sleep in, we could have them sleep down here in the usual room.
About to ask, so we do have.
Would not recommend though. It looked like there's some mold.
No. Let's see. Do we have pictures? Not in this. Not in this photo group, but let's see if we can't find like what our setup was. So we basically had a projector. We had a projector, and we're in like a very old style house. Which one?
I do remember seeing it from the outside, and also like we had a simultaneous connection with you guys via Discord.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It was really nice, and I think like people can definitely make more KFP houses doing stuff like that, like an Airbnb rentable. This is doable. Like we just need to be careful not to disturb anybody, especially in Europe at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
because those things
Yeah,
start at
it
3 to
was-
4 a.m. But it's doable.
It was lucky for us that it was relatively isolated, so that we could be going like hi,
Oh,
real
yeah.
loud and
Yeah.
not be bothering anyone because
And
there's enough space.
I mean, that's kind of like half the struggle-ish during like getting like a KFP house during Breaking Dimensions, because you're in New York City. Privacy of like a house freestanding isn't really available. You're mostly going to be in like an apartment style place.
Yeah, same for us. It's really tough, but I think doing stuff like that is kind of nice. And Düsseldorf, for instance, is like a region that has kind of been nice for KFP so far.
Oh, Dusseldorf was very
So yeah,
pretty.
Yeah.
it is also not too bad to get there, and it has a lot of ramen shops and other things and history for KFP. So yeah,
Yeah, yeah, and it has that is one thing about the Dusseldorf weekend that got me, is that it took until the last day for me to actually eat German food. Every time anyone would get to go somewhere, we were always getting something of Asian food, and then finally on the last day we were like, let's get German food. And I was like, oh, thank God. If I'm not going to come all the way to Germany and not eat any German food. So I went and got like schnitzel and whatnot, and it was fantastic. It was the best meal all weekend. I was like, I enjoyed the Japanese and Korean food, but by the end, I was like, wow, I wish I had more of the local fare and whatnot. So, in a shocking statement, if you go to Germany, I recommend the German food.
it is actually not bad. Yeah, not gonna lie, it's like we do have foof and bread, for instance. I know Moondog, you searched for German or French
So-
bread afterwards. It's not just a meme.
Yeah, I was fascinated by the baguette sizes. They're so much smaller than in America, but they're much crispier. It's a very different experience.
Yeah, it's like in Germany it needs to be crispy and high quality. It's different. It doesn't mean it
Yeah.
needs to be better, but it's
Yeah,
definitely
it
a different
is.
experience.
It's for a completely different vibe of the bread. It's
yeah.
like an American baguette would be like it's like a big piece of bread that like you're eating like some soup, and you dip the corner in some soup and you take a big bite of it and you're like, wow, a nice soft piece of bread that's now been soaked with soup. Where this, it's like, oh wow, a nice little crispy bread for my piece of sandwich for my sandwich that I'm eating it with, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's like in French too. Like if you visit French, like a sandwich with jambon, it's just like, yeah. I'm already getting hungry just imagining the European food, which is great. Like pizza in Italy, you kind of have to try it. We are tangenting. Moondog, you
Yeah.
got a new picture out, right?
Yes,
with
so
the
this is
setup.
when I was explaining earlier our setup. We had like a projector, and then we had our little. Actually, behind us is a merch table that we had our own little like merch shrine. As we all brought out our own like pieces of merch. And then there was a projector, and we even had like multiple TVs going on at the same time. It was honestly, it was such a fun experience. I was just kind of showing this was our EST meetup in like this old style house, and then we even
I was.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Moondog.
I was going to say
I was just.
I mean,
no, you finish.
During
and
the
then I'll go.
same time, we had one in Düsseldorf, like in just a friend group. It was not like something announced, big thing, because it's tough to be loud at 4 a.m. or when like a big. If anybody here has like a disco in the area of Düsseldorf or in Germany, and wants to have KFP over during such events, I can get the KFP. I can also get the Beamer. That's not the issue. Just the venue is the issue. But imagine if one day we could upgrade, even in the US, to a venue, like even like a little pub or something with space for 600 people. That would be kind of cool. Like, not gonna lie. And it's the only issue finding those places right now. I think managing the rest and even the money shouldn't be an issue.
Seeing the projector again reminds me of the trials and tribulations at first with the projector and the case of the missing remote.
Oh yeah.
Because this setup, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I see Uber there in the chat. He had brought a whole like setup and like sheet there to drape to project on, and brought a projector too. But we discovered on thankfully, like it was like the pre-day, like the day before on the Friday, that we were missing the remote, and for some, I whatever who designed this, right? It was basically trying to operate it without the remote. We were like trying to like look around, hack arounds, like could we use some alternate remote or like some phone app, or could we like directly, because there's like no buttons. The only button on the projector itself was a power button, and that was it.
We found out that this was such a knockoff projector that it was just running underneath on the lower level OS. It was an Android device basically, and so we found out that we could jank our way through it to use a mouse and keyboard to connect to it and then simulate buttons, and it worked. And like as Uber is saying, except for the focus. So we were able to navigate to the right HDMI and do everything like the right angles and all that. And so we had to do it the good old manual focus way by actually physically moving the projector.
The focus was locked at a distance. So it was like, well, I guess we'll just move it forward and backward until it looks clear. And we just got to find out what the distance the focus is set to.
I mean, it works, right? It's
that was such a fun weekend.
yeah. Moondog, I got a picture of the setup we had in Germany. It's not as large as your guys' setup, definitely not. But it was equally as scuffed and improvised. And connecting those little house parties basically. That's also a thing we did with like Discord. We just said, oh yeah, those people are like, and it's also really nice all the time to see, okay, you guys are cheering, we are cheering at the same time, we are connected. Oh, now it's Kiara, everybody is cheering. It's like, and also with the others, you had one big group basically.
That's one of my favorite parts of whenever we do this, is that we always have a video call going on of all of the meetups that are happening, so that we can all see each other when we're doing it. So it's all very connected. We usually have a Japan one, an EU one, and then the America one, usually together.
Sometimes Korea will pop up as well. And then, but yeah, it's like, because not only are we KFP, we're also Hololive fans, so like no matter who is performing, we like if
Yeah.
somebody's just like, yeah, I like Kiara, but I really also like some like I always think back to like the Koreans with like Toa and stuff like
Yeah.
that. When Toa will come
Yeah.
like, and you just hear from the video calls them screaming.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I was screaming. Yeah, it was fun. But doing stuff like that also really motivational. And my biggest dream would actually be, yeah, if we could do this in like a huge room, like with a lot of people, it would be more fun. And then we can all still like afterwards go dead into our own Airbnbs and just sleep.
Yeah.
That's definitely fine. But yeah, having like a rebroadcast would be nice, because doing it again, now I would be fine with doing a Holofest again. But doing Holofest this year was so many stages and performances. I was like, how are the people even surviving the night?
Yeah.
Like especially on site. So we had a call. Like I remember Koala was picking up at 4 a.m. Tokyo time. Like they didn't get much sleep either. You have to train for Holofest if you want to have the full experience, like some people did, like getting everything. Yeah, this is torture.
It is odd to me that HoloFest is at the time that it is, because it starts at what, like 1 p.m. in Japan, right? Like, because it was at what, like midnight for us, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
so
it's like
one
that-
of the stages started at midnight for us, and then
So,
Yeah.
it starts
Yeah.
in like the middle of the day Japan, which I always find so
But-
odd.
But the thing is, like, they used the halls for that, and I know from convention like Dokumi, the organizers of those halls, they usually put time restrictions on it, and there were 2 concerts on the thing. And if you now think about 2 concerts with people having to exit too, like you kind of have to do the backwards math, and then yeah, you arrive at 1 p.m. You need to start to get everything finished, because it was like 2 concerts too.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, it's like it's that kind of crazy level.
That's what I've done, like some like work at like casino stuff of like setting up for conventions here. Like, you know, like just being like the crew that goes in and sets up booths and everything, and being like, okay, you know, the convention's tomorrow. This is an empty room. We've got to make sure that everything is ready in the next like 8 hours, and then in 4 days we got to make sure everything is empty in the next 8 hours. And you know, you go in and everyone does everything up, and then everyone leaves, and then you come back 3 days later and do it all down, and you got to do it as fast as possible. So the chaos of getting that together, like, and that's what they showed I think on Twitter, right? They put the time scan of them doing that at Expo, of the crew doing that and being like, thanks, you know, like you did a good job, people.
that
Yeah,
was
and
such
that's
a
also
cool
the
video.
thing. It was great, and it's a lot of work. Like, I have seen it last year. This year was even larger. I have a lot of respect for the cover corp people and all of the people, like the corporation partners, even the food stall people. This is not an easy to manage like amount of people, let's say. And even with Japanese, like for instance, it's like a culture shock for me and the US people as well. If you go there, there are queues which are like 10 people in width, like one lane. It's a
Oh.
switchback queue, like you know from Disneyland, but not like 1,000 switchbacks, like 4. And you have 10 people space for that, and it's just a little like maybe 2, like 10 millimeter width, like just a cable that is like the tension line, which says, okay, don't go over this line. It's nothing basically, and there's like 1 or 2 staff people looking at all of the thousands and thousands of people, but it works in Japan. It's not an issue. And also the Hololive fans who are local, they are so helpful as well. So yeah, it is a culture shock a bit, but it is definitely an experience, I'd say. But yeah, I just wanted to tell you, like the HoloFest experience is a different one on site too. Like both people are really doing their best to make it a good experience for the fans.
Yeah, like it seems like there's just so much to do when you're doing HoloFest, especially when it's like such a short amount of time and it jam packed. Like I can't imagine the amount of like juggling people had to do scheduling wise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like knowing that it ends like pretty late in the day and that it starts like midday the next day, I would be like I don't think I'd even do anything else. Like I think I'd just like go back to my hotel and then the next morning just go wait outside again. Like I can't even comprehend the idea of being like, I'll get a quick little adventure in on the side like during the actual weekend, like because it just seems so like condensed.
Even with the stuff on site, like you said, don't plan too much, because you also need to remember it runs late, but the train stops sometime. And depending on where your hotel is, if it's in Tokyo, you need to get back, and like if you have a travel time of 2 hours each day too, like all those things is like you usually don't consider if you don't really go there. Where like min-maxing this thing is not fun in my opinion, and it's more interesting to enjoy the experience itself. Also, it's like some people I talked to were a bit like they expected more of a convention and less of an expo. But I mean, the thing is called Super Expo. It's an exposition. That's what the thing is. It's also a place together for people, like enjoy and celebrate the HoloLive things they have done. And also to see like what merchandise they did, because the amount of merch they produce is staggering. I'm glad I know of maybe a percent of it.
I'm sure the merch even like outside and around would like even skyrocketed as well, like in some of like the secondhand stores as well. They're like stocking up on like all the like like this like I said, the secondhand stores selling like older merch, and then you got the all the cafes as well doing all the cafe collabs and HoloLive City.
Yeah.
It's just it's the literally I always know it's coming around that season, like which is like around February, March, when you start seeing news after news after news of like all these different collabs and events and merch dropping up until Expo.
Yeah, and I mean it also works. It's like Akihabara is like just bought empty. Like yeah. But that's the thing, like we if you've seen this once, it's like okay, how to reproduce even a little bit of that overseas.
Mm-hmm.
It's not an easy task. Like yeah. So I'm looking forward to what they have planned, because Yago and already announced they have more things in store.
It's and then I mean in terms of just like events that's happened, there's just so many, and we're only like obviously we've been talking about the big ones that we've been all of us have experienced in person as well, but like we have so many other events. Like I see Nini in chat. I mean, Thailand has had their events recently with the Takamori event that happened. I've been living vicariously for Anime Expo that happened very recently as well. I mean, it's just as I was trying to prepare for this KFP year in review, so much has happened. Like it's almost like it's baffling to see the amount of things that people have either participated in or Kiara has had milestones in. Because like it's huge.
It is a lot. It is huge. But I actually need to react to one comment from Justin T2. Like lesser KFP for sure recognize all of you amazing KFP. I have to strongly disagree with the statement. There's no such thing as a lesser KFP or a more like whatever KFP. we are all just KFP. Some of us are just trying to connect people maybe or longer in the thing. But it doesn't mean any hierarchies here. Like
Yeah.
this is we're just
We're
doing
all-
this basically for fun. And some of us are a
Like-
bit crazier than others.
Like
but
I say,
that's just it.
I got kind of involved to the degree I did just by kind of just hanging out, and I kind of accidentally ended up where I did, like within the fandom of just like, just doing what I would have normally done anyway, but just talking a bit more, and doing that, I just kind of stumbled through things, and it basically ended up here, like
Basically.
to where it's like, yeah, just, as long as you just don't only lurk, you'll end up doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
and I mean
true.
it's fine to do what you want or not. Like it's the same with the holo booth. Most of the stuff is kind of impromptu, and we improvise, adapt, overcome. If like, hey, anybody has this idea, we just do things. And I like how it kind of works out in the end to nice events.
I mean, it's everyone coming together and helping each other, which makes these things only possible in the end. And as I said before, it's not a 1 or 2 man show, it's all of KFP together.
Mhm.
And yeah, as I said, Dom, there is no lesser KFP.
It's just everybody wants to have a good time together, and it's just like, why not just enjoy it together?
And that's actually a good segue to the Dodgers event that happened recently, which I did not expect. It was a freaking baseball stadium. Like I
Oh, yeah,
don't
the
think anybody
Dodgers
here
color.
was there, right? At the baseball event.
Yeah, that was. I'm still wondering how that came about.
I mean, in Japan, they did it before.
Yeah.
Right, and I mean, it's if you're Japan, like if you're Yago, like I mean, you already hold the door open for him. Just imagine you're Yago now. We do this like he loves the sport too. Like he told so. He does it in Japan, so why not do it in the US?
I mean, baseball is super huge in Japan. And on the Dodgers team, there is a Japanese player.
Yeah.
What is his name? Otani?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, stuff like
And-
that. Yeah.
And he's super popular in Japan. And it was his birthday when the collab
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
maybe he went to his boss and said, you know what? For my birthday, I wish Hololive.
Yeah, 'cause-
Bring it to
Yeah.
me."
Because what's
And I mean-
weird, like what was weird about it to me is that like this isn't like a normal thing in America. Like you don't see like, they don't bring out like Spider-Man to sing the national anthem. Like
Yeah, but I mean, you
this was
was
very
singing
new.
like, "Take me home to the ball game," right?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
this thing happened.
So
That's what I'm saying. It's a very Japanese style event that miraculously happened in an American baseball game, which is like the shocking thing about it to me. Is like we don't do that kind of stuff here. Like I wish we did. I would love to see Spider-Man sing the national anthem.
yeah,
but
this
yeah,
was
like
so new and so
Isn't this
different.
exactly the motto, right? Let's create culture beloved by all. It's a mixture of culture in the end.
Yeah.
So this
So-
and also like they are open for like collaborations like that, which is amazing.
I mean, yeah, we gave baseball to Japan. Now they give us, the in-between entertainment in between the innings of we stick anime girls in the baseball now, so we can, the blending, the chocolate and peanut butter situation.
As like a generic like talking about like this as a whole, because not only the Dodgers thing happened, but this was also during the weird time of like how Dokane was during the UEFA, the Euros as well. So there was like this, there was this like
Yeah.
Hololive in general, right? During that arc had its sports arc basically.
Yeah,
It's
there
like
was there was the sports week
yeah,
where
and so
everyone was talking about baseball and soccer.
as like I have like my own little like hobbies outside where it's like I followed sports beforehand in the past, and so I kind of kept up with it even to today. But it was like it came back in pride as like worlds collide, and I'm like, this is an incredible like experience to see of like people that I know who have no idea about what sports are or what like sports are talking about sports, and then no idea of people who have like what the heck is a VTuber coming in and seeing Gura sing at a baseball game.
You see, my dad loves the Dodgers because the Dodgers used to be in New York,
Yep.
and my grandparents were really big like fans of them when they were in New York. But then they moved to LA. So because of that, my dad like still loves the Dodgers. So he always watched all the Dodgers games. And he was like, there's something happening at the next Dodgers game, and I was like, yeah, that's like the thing. That's what I go. I was like, the orange girl on my wall. Like I was like, that's because of her. Like that's related to her and all that stuff. So the reason why the Dodgers are called the Dodgers, their original name was the Trolley Dodgers. Because back when we used to have infrastructure in America, we used to have trolleys in the street,
Cities had
like
trolleys,
the little trains, like in Dusseldorf and stuff. So the idea was, people who would like hang in the streets were called trolley dodgers because they had to get out of the way and not get hit by the trolleys. So they used to be called the New York Trolley Dodgers, and then they became the Los Angeles Dodgers when they moved.
And so the funniest thing, and I was talking to my brother who is very much of a sports nerd, but has no idea about anime, but he found out, is like, Hololive's the thing that you follow, right? I'm like, yeah, it is. He's like, oh, let's talk about this. And then as he noticed, because baseball is very superstitious, very much of a like there is a mythology to baseball that if something happens good, they want that to happen again so that team does good.
Baseball isn't really a game. Like watching the soccer like streams of Kiara, it's like none of that happens in baseball. Baseball is like a religious experience where like no one's really like freaking out in the stands. Like no one's like hit the ball. Like that's not like, it's like everyone's like in it in like their zen state.
As like Pen, as you mentioned, there's curses, there's good luck charms, there's all this thing. Everything happens, and you watch for the mythology and the religious experience of watching baseball. Yeah, which makes
you go there,
funny.
You go there, you do your ritual, you go in. Like it's not it's not at all like the soccer watch-alongs. Like it is very much like like you have to go, you do your superstitions. You wear the shirt that you wore the last time your team won the World Series because that's why they won, because you wore that shirt. And you got to do all of that stuff. Yeah, it's much more about the mythos and the Americana of it, than the actual kick the ball, kind of.
You're either there for the mythos or you're there for like the statistics of it all, which is like if you ever seen the movie Moneyball, it's kind of like that.
Or the ASMR. Baseball ASMR is one.
I mean, the thing is, I have a few part of my family comes from India, and their baseball is cricket are so huge, like baseball especially. Mm-hmm. It's like this stuff is like really interesting, but in Europe it's super small, so nobody was like taking notice.
Yeah, well, that's the most shocking thing I saw possibly in Europe is when my plane was landing, when I was coming over the. Just like Germany, plane is like 100 meters off the ground or whatever. So like 5 minutes before I landed or whatever, I looked and we went over like a castle, like a small like castle kind of setup. It was like a Gothic looking place, and in the backyard of it there was just like a baseball field, and I was like, what is going on here? Mm-hmm. Like that's perplexed me to no degree. And I still have no idea. I'm like very confused about that.
But I get you.
The funny
I actually got breaking news in, which is also topical because it happened. The Chimera release was this year as well, right? Remember?
Yeah.
So I will just pin something. Please have it on the site.
Everyone
close to 1 million.
Yeah, it's only 100 or something to 1 million. I don't know if like YouTube. Did YouTube just bonk my message?
No, I still see it.
To 2 million. To 2 million.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 2 million.
Oh, yes. Obviously, I'm. That was the issue why I did the app. So. On the side.
Maybe we can get it to 2 million during this podcast.
Obviously, we can. I mean, aren't we KFP? So have the Vivo. And let's just let's stream it on the site. I mean, If you stream it for a few hours, should be enough, right? For this one topic change, though, Zadar, have you heard about a legendary KFP playlist of listening to Kiara music?
The legendary playlist. You have to enlighten me.
Can somebody else? I don't have it ready.
There's the Heck playlist.
Yeah, exactly
The
that one.
classic. Yeah, let me see if I have that because that's a hidden playlist by Kiara.
Yeah, that's an
Let me
issue.
see if I can grab it. I think I have it. I
Yeah,
think.
just
let
put it
me-
into the chat.
Yeah.
Because
does
it
she
is
even-
an unlisted playlist, like
Yeah,
to not
but-
make it obvious.
Yeah, but she has actually not updated it. Pineapple. So
Oh no.
so the most recent thing is Pineapple. I do have a playlist, which is
Heck.
where is it? I have this playlist. I'll send to chat now, which is every official song Kiara has been featured in to some degree. So it is all of Kiara's originals and covers and all collab covers and everything she's been in, basically. That is
Yeah.
like a legit song.
So back in the days, the issue was also like if you just stream the one song over and over, it won't recognize it.
Yeah.
But if you have like a playlist and you just play it
So you
along,
loop
right?
the playlist.
No, we would never like rig and go against YouTube terms of services. No,
Yeah,
never.
Of course, you
It's-
listen to it every time.
Exactly. And
Because
also a
it's
big
for the
important
music.
thing, if you have it muted, you will also flag the view a bit, so yeah, have it on and in case of just don't connect the speaker, but always connect the speaker for Chimera because obviously we need to listen to it.
And you
Um,
obviously need to blast it at full power.
Yes.
Ball rigging.
Totally like I mean it's hashtag pole rigging. It's also the more funny thing is Hinotori I got to play in. Oh no, it wasn't Hinotori. Which one was it? From the Kiara ones. I think. No, I think Do You I got to play on German radio once. Because you could wish
Really?
everybody everything you want, yeah, on SWF.
Yeah, I know they're sometimes doing a song wished, but nice.
Yeah. So yeah, this is like stuff like this is possible. So now that we have Bring Your Own BGM Day figured out, what was the
Same.
topic again?
So at this point, we're just going through.
At
So
Chimera.
yeah, Chimera. So like yeah, Chimera was basically a huge hit. Honestly, it's probably. I know it's like one of those things. Like every new song is, oh, that's my new favorite song. But honestly, Chimera, like, is such a bop. to me. It's such a.
Especially because we were talking about Holofest and the way she premiered it. I do remember that people were already like minutes afterwards DMing me. Does anybody have like a recording or anything? Even if obviously nobody had a recording because also we've been against terms of services, right? But this was definitely a hit song.
Yeah, it's like there's just some energy to it that like it's good for like performances, listening to it like on your own, because like there are songs that are great that are like you listen in a concert scenario and it's like that sounds great in a concert, and then you listen to it like on a CD and it doesn't hit the same, and then vice versa. Like there are songs that sound great like in studio, but like just don't really. It's really difficult to like to get that magic in a live scenario. But to me,
Do You is one that's kind of got that issue. The Do You verses sound perfectly fine when you're listening to it like at home on headphones. But anytime Do You is live, the instrumental during the verses just sounds like empty. So like you're just kind of like, oh, like what's going on here? Like I'm just kind of listening to Kiara just kind of talk the verses. Like when so while Do You is really good in like not in a non-concert environment.
in a studio. Well,
like
Chimera
when
does great in
Yeah,
both.
yeah.
Like it brings that energy to a crowd, but it also brings that
Yeah.
like hype. Like it has that level of depth that you can notice within a studio.
Yeah, Chimera
Yeah,
doesn't
it
have
really
like
is.
low points in it like Do You's Versus does from a hype level.
Like
Yeah,
there's
like if you remember the Holofest before this year's, Do You was also like just like a bit of a relaxing song
Yeah,
in that
like
way, because it has this kind of effect in a concert song list.
it's very danceable. It's very great. Like listening to the studio, it's like it's like if it was in a club, it like an anime club or like even a club in general, it'd do great. Like it's great to dance to.
but when
I do
everyone
agree
when
with Justin too, like with his statement of the backup voice vocals.
yeah, she
kinda
she
hinder
really
it if-
likes she really likes layered like harmonized backup vocals.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
Yeah.
good in my opinion, but it is also always a trade-off. But with
Yeah.
Chimera, it really was like it also is because she premiered it during the Holofest. All of the hype and all of the memories I have with Holofest are connected to the song, and every
Yeah.
time I listen to the song, I remember them. Meanwhile, with other like Hard Challenger was nice. It is a good song. I remember the MV and all of the struggle this 2-day period had with us because it was a member stream and other things. I remember Kiara was pretty exhausted afterwards too.
Mm-hmm.
It was a long time for KFP as well. But if you weren't there at the time and didn't experience it like this, it's just a cute song basically.
Yeah.
So yeah, connecting this premiere with the Holofest was a genius move.
It's
Really
That's
great.
what I-
and there was the hype around it too because this was supposed to be the song that she submitted for Eurovision.
Yeah.
So
And
there's
it
like
was
there's like history to the song as well, and it's just like people knew something was coming, and it was like like we were so hyped for this, and then once it dropped, it's like people were like, I want to hear this song. I want to hear this. When's the actual release? And it's just like there was that gap period between that people were just watching the VOD for the concert just to listen to that one part.
Yeah, it definitely was the most listened part from all of us.
Yeah.
Like, really, really great things.
Oh yeah, Dark
Um,
Master's right. Like the VOD wasn't there for a while, so people were like, yeah, there was such like a like, where is it? We need it. We want to listen to this again. And then I also saw you were talking about Asteroid. If you don't know who Asteroid Music Team is, it is bunch of music producers, mixers who have also worked with Kiara previously a bunch of times. So Moni, Johnny, Kiara. Somebody help me with one more as well on the team as well on Asteroid. But they did an amazing job with not only Chimera, but they have helped out with Point of View as well a lot. So,
Yeah,
which is another.
and I think that they shoot her style pretty well. Like, Asteroid Music Team definitely. And also, like, to be fair, the MV from Kanao, you saw the flag. I mean, press 4. It's a meme. It's an official. It came into an official collab quiz.
Yeah.
It's a thing by now. Like, it's 10 out of 10 in this regard. And there is an Oshi bias if I'm saying this, but I got feedback from a lot of people who are not KFP, and they also like think it's a great song.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that's kind of
Yeah,
the real life.
There have been some people who've joined KFP because they found the song. Like there's like a few people that have joined the Discord that have been like, that have like mentioned like, oh yeah, like they did not know who Kiara was 6 months ago, and then they saw Chimera on YouTube from the algorithm, clicked it, listened to it, liked it, and then checked out her stream, and then just started watching now. So it's like, yeah, like that's like they found her through music, which is something I haven't heard anyone else say yet before, like with finding Kiara.
Yeah, it really is like her dipping into the music side and Camero really being the successful one for that. And also like the soccer vertical videos were surprisingly
Yeah.
at least new people came into it. I don't know if it will stick with VTubing, but they at least came into the bunch.
The dance
I
shorts
mean, there
have
were a
hit.
lot of new people in those streams.
Yeah, the dance shorts
I
have
remember
really
a lot
hit.
of yeah.
So I mean, like in terms of music, she's popped off. Like I mentioned, Chimera's one, but also like POV. We can also talk about like how POV it was like, first album. It, much earlier within the last year, but like did such a great job because that like everybody there's a song that everybody now loves that I've heard. Like
Yeah.
there's the people who are like, I want more like emo, more heartful,
Yeah.
with like retrospective, and then there are people who are like, I want that like trance feeling of like of the Great Wanderer. People who are like, I want the magic of like the idol music again, and Love Rush is there, K-pop style. You have
Yes.
pineapple and sleep talking, of two different spectrums.
Yeah,
We
it's
still need
amazing.
to see retrospective performed live somewhere. It's the only Kiara original that hasn't performed, and to some degree in like a 3D situation. She hasn't done it at a 3D live or like in like a concert venue. That's the one
Yeah,
we're still waiting for.
she sang it, I think, at Anime Frontier, but that was still
She
2D.
sang it at
she-
Anime NYC as
sang it
well.
at NYC, yeah, but also 2D. Like, so yeah, she does it at cons, but she hasn't done it like because I think it doesn't have a choreo. So there's no like official.
It's just gonna be like
she-
Paramore, Avril Lavigne
Oh.
style, where she's on stage just
Yeah, like
rocking out.
like some of the stuff Callie does, but she just hasn't had the chance to do that yet. But hopefully one day she will, because it would be weird to only have one song never performed in an official capacity like that.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, it's like, but it's also another thing that it's a group effort and like choreographies and stuff. It's this whole thing is a lot of work.
Especially a concert
I can-
retrospective needs that like crowd energy.
Yeah, and yeah, retrospective would be very good at a. Well, that's the thing. It would be very good at like fest from a crowd perspective, but because it doesn't have a choreo, she can't really show off her choreo stuff. Yager just let her have two. Just let her have two songs. You let her have a little choreo song, and then let her do a little retrospective afterwards. She could do a medley. Chloe did that.
I would love a medley. A medley
yeah.
would be really fun.
And who knows what we'll see? Who knows what we'll see at Breaking Dimensions?
I know.
Yeah.
We're manifesting here. Everybody join the
Yeah.
manifestation circle.
Well, that's kind of think of it, yeah, because I assume she'll try to premiere like a new song at Breaking Dimensions or whatever. But I wonder, World Tour also. I wonder what's going on with that.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we'll have to see,
interesting.
because that's there. We know that she's gonna be there every night of the 3 weekends. I assume she's not gonna get a solo song on both Breaking Dimension days. That'd be weird if she did, but I mean, who's to say? So I assume she'll have
Yeah.
like a group song or something on day 2 or day 1, because we don't know what day is the more Kiara focused day. But yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see if she, maybe we'll get one song during like a solo during World Tour, and then a solo during Break Dimensions. I assume Break Dimensions will be the first, like the post Chimera single. So I'm hoping that maybe give us retrospective for World Tour so we can just check all the boxes.
I mean, it would be really nice if she would do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of just like big events, I mean, we've kind of gotten through the cons, we've gotten through the music premieres, a lot of good music. other big things that happened for like KFP and Kiara in general. In the last year, we've had looking through the notes I got. I mean, last 2 outfits as well. We got you know, with a lot of additions to like accessories as well. So I mean,
Yeah.
the first one being the night outfit that happened pretty soon. Actually, it was also around the same time as Summer Splash as well. That was a major a major thing that
I mean,
happened with
Summer Splash
Holotori
Party
Dance.
was really unexpected for me. It was a nice
Yeah.
thing. I like the 3D animation. I think I now even got like the Blu-ray somewhere in my stash.
Yes,
So but yes, like I have to make a watch along with that thing because the summer vacation and hotel stuff, especially on an island, that kind of interests me.
yeah, I really like
Yeah.
the theme, and I really like the
Yeah, like-
energy of like, dare I say
It had a
that
nice
the
narrative to it.
yeah, there was a narrative, and there was the whole like, you know, you got to see groups that in at Fest and Expo you get to see groups that you don't normally see together, but in Summer Splash you got to see the groups that you want to see together. Like
They were
Holotori together and Usakin together was just something like the fans want
Yeah.
to see them together. Just it was definitely for the fans. It felt noticed. You know, there was a sense of like even
Yeah.
as like a fan, like some sort of like, I don't know, sense of like pride and happiness that you just
Well,
don't-
there was a lot like they put like Ame with like Miko. It's like, you know, like, you want to see you guys want to see this, right? Like that was a lot of it felt like that with a lot of the like pairings and groupings and whatnot in the summer.
But yeah, there's Summer Splash. I really enjoyed. Holotori is also like a very fun song as well. I saw somebody didn't know who the names were, so I'm just adjusting, see if we can't get like.
That's another thing. I'm constantly on my where is my, you know, insert this song at Yago. You know, where's my Holotori 2? Where's my Kiara CC German song? Where's my Kiara Narissa song? I'm waiting for it, and it's not, I don't see any of it on the horizon.
I mean, there's a good chance that we get maybe the German song now.
I'm hoping for it.
I mean, we have to
I'm hoping for
revive
it.
the German channel, right?
No, kill the German channel. Get that out of here. Just give me more main content on the give me German content on the main channel. That's what I want. I want that beautiful. Or actually, no, never mind. Run back. Do like a couple more streams on the German channel until we get to 100K, so she can get that silver play button, and then we can abandon it.
I've been saying the very fun idea would be using the German channel to bring out the like as I like to call it, the Tower of Babel, and just bring on people like Kiara speaks German, and then all, you know, with the Justice now available and a whole bunch of other people who speaks other languages, just get a stream where everybody speaks a different language. And it's bring in the fun type of chaos type of game.
My
That
God,
goes
a
along with
collab
that.
with like 5 different languages and no one understands what the other person says.
Yeah, do it like with a stream like Plate Up or something like that, where people are you have to communication.
Yeah, you have to communicate.
Or like don't explode the bomb, or like the bomb game or something like that.
Like she did when Ame spoke Spanish and Kiara spoke German during the bomb thing. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, there's the spelling bee stream coming up. Maybe Maybe
That's
they
true.
can make entries of other languages, not just English, and try to figure out how the fuck to spell the word in like German or Spanish or Italian or whatever.
I think I brought in like scientific words in. Like one of them was a pterodactyl. No wait,
Yeah.
it's always the classic one.
Mm.
I mean,
I mean, pterodactyl is a bit of a
It's a tricky one.
classic, but there are a few other ones too. I mean, in German you could also get the Beherbergungsstättenverordnung, which is the rule for like the occupancies for hotels
My
and stuff.
personal favorite is das Streichholzschächtelchen.
Oh my goodness, that's even a bit of dialect. That's nice. Yeah, I like it.
that would be very fun.
Uh,
A lot of
Oh, Falk has a good one. Das Rindfleisch-Etikettierungsmaschinenüberwachungsgesetz.
oh, this is actually one like desoxyribonucleic, which is kind of known because it's like it's the meme one.
And something similar actually exists. So, yeah.
Oh no, this thing actually exists. Rindfleischetikettierungsmaschinen. I think it's the Rindfleischetikettierungsüberwachungsgesetz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without the machine part.
But there's also the Rindfleischetikettierungsüberwachungsaufgabenübertragungsgesetz.
Oh yeah, that one
Which,
also.
which is actually this one I kind of need to copy paste because I'm not like that's one word in German, because in Germany you can actually like combine words to mean different things, which makes it the language of poets and like people who write stuff.
You take one word from the left and one word from the right, and you slap them together, and you have a new word.
Yeah, that's the classic. Like, oh, that word you just said in German, we have a specific word for that. It's that word you just said is the
It's
classic
just-
word. Yeah.
Like in English, you usually like do it with
Yeah, like the apostrophe,
that?
but we do it for like.
apostrophe.
Yeah.
No, but not even with the apostrophe. You can also do it like electronic mail, email. Like you can
Yeah.
the dash basically. It's not a dash, but it looks like a dash symbol. I mean, on a keyboard it's the dash symbol, and you can
Yeah.
also like.
Well, I would just also call it dash. Yeah.
Yeah, you can join those together, but it looks really foreign and weird if you do it for 5 words. With,
Yeah.
this kind of stuff in German, it's
Just-
fine to do it 5 words, but that's a good thing. Don't be afraid of learning German because of that, because it's nothing normal German people use. And nowadays, even if you live in Germany, there's a thing called Simple German, where they have to explain things like you are a 5-year-old to you, like police rules and stuff. Like, this is a police car. People in this car are policemen. Like, they are doing this and that. Like, really simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also
basically
really
called
long.
Simple language.
Yeah, it's like we are learning from English.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
well,
English
that's the-
also had like that kind of development.
Yeah.
well, that's the big thing, because like I remember a while ago, Kiara had said like, "Don't learn German. Everyone here just speaks English anyway." And I was like, I'm gonna test that. So like during my entire Dusseldorf trip, I was like, I'm not gonna say a single German word to any German people. Just see what happens. And I didn't, and I was perfectly fine. I made it throughout the entire week, basically with no trouble at all. Just speaking only English the entire time.
I mean, that's what I tell other people too. Like, especially in the area of Düsseldorf, it is a bit region dependent. It's like in the US as well. Not every region is the same, right?
Yeah.
Some regions are a bit more progressive. Some are not as like. So in Germany, there are some parts where English is tough because people have not been forced out of their villages for over 100
Yeah, I was
years.
gonna say. I assume if I went into a rural area, I would have much more difficulty.
Most rural areas are actually pretty fine. It's English because even in Germany, if you go like It's really funny in German. There are a lot of English words which English people will not understand. Like we have coffee to go, which is just coffee to
The
get.
first
No.
the first thing that happened when I got there was I went to get like a drink, and they were like, the lady was like away, and I was like, what? And she was like here or takeaway, and I was like, for a moment, like, pause, because we don't call it takeaway in America, we call it take out, but in other
Exactly.
countries they call it take away, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a thing. Non-Americans say take away, they don't say take out, so like, yeah, even though it was English, it's not the English phrase I'm used to.
Yeah, exactly. It's like especially to all the foreign people. Did you have contact with the German train system, Deutsche Bahn, and how was it? Just
I
a
did
general
not,
question.
thankfully. Yeah, I just had like the trolleys in the city. I know. Yeah, Misfits went on like a crazy adventure through multiple cities to try to get to Dusseldorf through the train, and like his train like went to Dusseldorf and then like kept going, and then he ended up in like Cologne, and he had to get picked up in Cologne to get to Dusseldorf. It was like a whole like multi-stage like journey for him. And yeah, I know some people had like I know some people like left the con Sunday, and then like, you know, like a couple hours later, like I was in bed already, and they were like still at the train station waiting for the train to pick me up after the con. I've been here for 4 hours. Like, yeah, like it's always funny to me because I hear like, you know, like the, oh, well, you know, we don't really have public transit in America, and I always feel like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's great in Germany, and then I get there and everyone's like the trains are horrible, you never want to use them ever. Like, and I'm like, oh my
I
god,
mean,
yeah, like,
I actually have to disagree with not using them ever. It's good that we have them.
yeah,
People's like expectations are usually like the Japanese or South Korean train system. Like I had a friend from South Korea come over, and he was like, "Oh, why is it running late with 30 seconds of delay?" And I'm like, "Okay, this is not the kind of you are happy if it comes in an hour." But it's all structural, and you can work around it. And if you know the websites like Bahn.expert, you can actually navigate around the chaos. But the power is in your hands, basically.
yeah,
But
like,
you have it, and it's not bad, especially with the Germany ticket. 49 euros is kind of doable.
that's the other thing that I was shocked for, because you know we had the Dusseldorf, like the Dokumi like ticket. If you had the weekend ticket, you had the train for each day free, like the city stuff. And no one like ever checked it. Where like in America, like it's either you know, you get on and then a conductor comes and checks your ticket, or you have to scan your ticket to get on. Like, you know, like you go to a gate and then you scan the ticket, the gate opens, you get on the train, and then it closes, and then the next person has to do that again. So it's like, yeah, I had a train ticket the whole weekend, but I guess I took the train like 6 times, I guess, you know, to and from like Dokumi, and all 6 times, yeah, I never had my ticket checked ever.
Yeah, so these inner city trains basically never get checked, only between different cities. Like as
Yeah.
a rule of thumb.
Exactly, like Spürtzner also was in the chat just now saying that the journey from locally within Cologne, it was fine, but from Cologne to Amsterdam took twice as long. That's exactly the thing. If you know, for instance, an ICE has a bit of priority because it's more expensive. They also have delays and stuff happen, but intercity is kind of there where the delays happen a lot, especially if you cross borders, because other countries are having like a actually pretty good train system. They don't have 83 million people to transport either. Germany is kind of a highly populated place, so it's not as easy.
You see,
And
that's
yeah,
the one thing with like the New Jersey, is like New Jersey Philadelphia, New York area kind of has okay trains. Not perfect from their layout. Like, I wish there isn't a train from Atlantic City to New York, but there's a train from Philly to Atlantic City, and there's a train from Philly to New York. So you have to go to Philly and then to New York if you're in Atlantic City, even though they could just extend the one line like another 20 miles, and you would have a New York to Atlantic City train. But because most people have cars, no one really uses the trains that reliably. They're not that dependent on them. So they're normally not filled. There'll be a couple people on the train or whatever. And they always run really well on time. I believe Chimera has hit 2 million. Let's check.
Ooh.
Let's check, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see.
Let's go.
Not quite yet.
It's
Not quite yet on my end.
It's
On my end,
mean-
on my end, it's at 1,99993.
It's saying
Just everybody click on it and
Yeah.
look
Everybody
it
go
once
stream
more.
it.
And
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's just 7 away from me now. And I think we have more than 7 people in chat.
Yeah.
I mean, we have about 60, which is amazing.
Oh, I'm gonna click this, and
That's
you
gonna
guys are gonna hear Chimera, but it's okay. Listen.
I mean, it's great as BGM. It's bring your own BGM day.
Yeah. But yeah, that's
It's missing 7 for me.
that's I think where the last update was.
So,
But how
yeah.
did we get on the transportation? How did we get onto that tangent for that?
Well, to kind of go back to more, like I mentioned earlier, some more events that happened throughout the year was like I mentioned, some of the outfits, right? And we can kind of hard transition into something like that.
But yeah, we had the night. We didn't talk about the Fever Night outfit.
Fever
Oh,
Night,
yes,
there's
yes.
Fever Night outfit. We have the Frog edition, the Frog hood for Kiara, which Frog Rake also happened. Like, dang, it's like the more you talk about this, the more you look back, you're like, oh my goodness gracious, so much has happened.
Yeah, that's. I've been saying that. I was like, I think 2024 has so far been her best year.
It's the year
Uh,
of the Wawa.
Yeah, I think the amount of everything she has kind of tried to do so far this year has really been successful. The past ever since she got back from her break, pretty much, it's been a constant every single thing she's been doing has really exceeded expectations.
We did it. 2 million.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go!
2 billion. Yeah.
And that's that's even with not only is Breaking Dimensions happening, but she's also one of the only EN members to be in the world tour. That's huge.
Ina's in the world tour.
Yeah, one of the only. So I think it's just Ina and Kiara, right?
And
That's they're the two. And Bale.
Bay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. But just going from she had one of her best performing songs, a bunch of just well received stuff in between. She had Offkai. The Froggy Armor sold really well.
Just part of.
She's got probably. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say even going. I mean, I know November was a stressful time for her, but all the stuff that she was working towards in that stressful times really seems to be coming to fruition.
Yeah.
It definitely comes to fruition. And also, one big thing, she took a vacation. I'm
Yes.
really proud of her, and I will say it publicly. Also, Lunchbox, you got a ping.
I did. Let me see.
Yeah,
Where?
just look for the one ping out of 1,000.
Oh yeah.
Now I have him occupied. But yeah, like her taking a break is like a huge thing, and I hope most of KFP, if not all, like I'm still waiting for petitions. Is really proud of her for taking time off. And it was the longest time she ever took off in quotation marks took off because she still had content for her channel, which I like. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm still a fan. I like her having content. But yeah, it's like this was like I felt this was really needed. She like, and we also needed the vacation. Kinda.
Yeah, like, and I was thinking, like, yeah, it really is the thing of everything. Like, even just like the back to back of like new outfit soccer watch alongs Minecraft, like that in just such a short amount of time was like the new out. Like, I don't think she's ever gotten so much like fan art in such a quick, like in such like a density, you know, of
Yeah, the
since
amount was
the new outfit came out.
insane.
And
Yeah.
it was like
Uh,
one thing to another from like you
Yeah.
know,
I mean,
the-
and it's still ongoing. It didn't
Yeah,
even end
it's
yet.
still it's slowed down when Justice came out because a lot of artists just moved, because of Justice.
Yeah.
But it's still like half the art in her tag is still the Fever Night outfit.
you got Fever Night,
which
you have Fever
I-
Night.
Which
I've been wanting that outfit for years, like even before Fever, like back in like 2021. There was like a really really old Dakuma stream that I was in that I was like, what would be a great outfit for Kiara? And then I just described what this new outfit was, and I would be like, I want that. And this was like 3 years ago, and it finally came true. I'm so happy about that. But the like, yeah, like that the outfit coming out, and then the soccer things being really big, and then the Minecraft streams all happening. Like that was like 3 like kind of gamble ideas that she had, and all 3 of them exceeded expectations of how she wanted them to be received.
yeah,
Like, and like I said, that's just from like the beginning of what was that, like a month and a half ago. Like every single project she's done in the past 6 months has basically gone better than she hoped for.
Yeah, like I truly believe like that break was very very good for her, and then came out the gate running after with like Hollowfest, and then Frog Week, and then all all the convention runs to Minecraft one block brought like a lot of good myth art back. Fever Night
Yeah.
obviously did wonders. And then it was like it really feels like one fun thing to the next.
Yeah.
Where-
For me
where-
personally, it was also like with the Myth one block, that kind of brought Myth back to me.
Yeah.
It was
Oh my
like
god. It felt
because there was not a lot of
Oh.
collabs, right?
Yeah, and it's also to the degree to where they're closer than they've ever been at this point. Like they only get like closer and closer as time goes on. So it's like even with this, like it's nostalgic for the old times, but at the same time it's better because there's a little less of the kind of awkward getting to know each other. Like
there was
so
nothing
it's
that
like,
felt
yeah.
forced. Every
Yeah.
conversation felt like we were a fly on the wall, and they were literally genuinely having fun together.
Yeah. So we both get nostalgia, but then it's also better than we remember it because it's it feels like Myth and especially Kiara are kind of in like a new golden age. I always thought it was like the golden age of Kiara was like like that Ryza 1 to Yakuza like 7. Like to where it was Ryza 1 and Nier, Ryza 2,
I think this is-
Yakuza. Like that early 2021. But it's like, but now, the first half of 2024, this was even better. Like this is the best it's ever been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's really good and important that it happened after the break, because she saw
Yeah.
she can take a break, even 3 weeks, and all the stuff she planned before still can work out. And yeah, it was
Like-
a really good run, and hopefully it happens again.
Yeah,
Uh,
especially that one thing, if it happens again, I personally would like her to taking breaks is an option. Like, I don't think she really considers this a viable option usually, but it's like it didn't collapse and it went fine. And if I look at the others, like, they have to take breaks as well, and I know they are workaholics. But yeah, it like that goes wider was saying too. Like, they have a lot of homework as well. Like, being in this company is a lot of work, even without streaming. With the new Earth Defense Force collab, I don't know how many lines we've spoken. It's so many
Yeah.
collabs, so much work. It's like, I just hope they just don't burn out, basically. So taking a break is totally
That's what-
fine.
every time she tweets a new schedule, and she's like, I'm sorry, I only had, I had to take off 2 days this week. I'm always like, you're supposed to take off 2 days every week. Take off 3 next week. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
like you slow down a bit. We'll be fine.
Yeah, it is kind of like, and to be fair, it kind of seems to me like this weekend too, there's no Kiara stream. It's a nice opportunity
Yeah.
for us to just talk and come together
Yeah.
with respect. Maybe make more community games or stuff.
Yeah,
I mean,
we're doing this. Some people have been watching. Justice is handling things fine. Yeah, everything's okay. She'll be back in a couple days, and it'll all go smooth.
yeah,
know?
exactly. It's like it's fine for us to try and kind of like just connect. It's also a thing we try to do a few community things before, but we don't want to do it during a Kiara stream, obviously, as KFP.
Yeah,
It's
well,
right.
that's what I always say. It's like, Kiara, you gotta give more days off. We need time to stream Twin Peaks in Colombo. We need to catch up.
We got it's like we
Yeah.
we need to hang out as KFP. We need, but it's like, but really,
Yeah,
it-
like how much does I want to play Age of Empires again.
Yeah.
Like, would be nice.
Kiara, you
Can we
come watch
get the
Colombo with
contract
us.
for her to take a day off a week?
Well, that's
Like,
what I'm always saying. I'm always saying we need to get a union, not for our time off, but for her time off. We have to write our union demands, which is Kiara takes more
Be
days
careful.
off.
I feel like a portal to the usual room opening up behind you. It's
Yeah.
like but yeah, it's I
In your
do
wall.
agree with the motion. Motion mention.
motion mention. But
Motion
really,
mention.
really, knowing that the break was so nice because honestly, like it's one of those things that's like out of a not concern, but just like it's like you don't want to see people like get burnt out, and having these breaks of just it feels you don't really know how much you appreciate something until you take a little step away from it, and then you come back and you're like, you know what, this feels great. This is you could tell that she's found like a different rhythm, healthier mindset. Honestly, it's just everything pushing forward. Like I just honestly, it's just I
Compared
hope,
to like latter half of 2023 was very
stress.
like she's so busy. She has, but if she stops streaming, everyone in the audience will die. Where it's like this is like right now it's like, oh yeah, she knows that she can, not stream for a couple days, and then she'll come back and everything will be fine. Because everything she has been trying to do has been like she's definitely she has like there's a lot going on, especially with the summer, but it's a lot less of it feels a lot less like it seems a lot smoother.
It's eventful.
Uh,
It's eventful right now with a lot of stuff happening, but it's like, I guess proactive is what it really is, and it's
Yeah.
like knowing what's here. If she focuses on that, we know that good things are coming. I mean, it's
Yeah.
exciting things are cooking. So at the end of the day, let her cook.
Yeah, basically. Like that. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, but not too much. If she's trying to cook too much, take a couple days off, man. You'll be fine. We'll be
exactly.
fine.
I mean, especially when every stream she does is like 5 hours minimum. It's not like it's just 1 hour and we are starving, but no.
From
Yeah.
May 22nd to June 22nd, she streamed almost every day, and of all of those streams, only 4 of them were under 5 hours. 2 of them were collabs,
Absolutely crazy.
and 2 of them were reveal streams.
Yeah.
Every solo stream she had for 1 month, all were over 5 hours, including every member stream in that month.
Yeah, it was really crazy, but she, like, if we don't hammer those like relationships into her, I feel like she will not like feel that this is much.
That's
this is just what she's
the
doing.
one thing. If you check any of those, like there's like the Twitter accounts that like check like like how many hours they've streamed or whatnot and update. They don't count member streams. So if you look at public streams, it looks like Kiara. It looks like Kiara is streaming less this year than usual, but she's not because she does a 6-hour member stream every week. So you have to add that into it, and when you do add that into it, she's been streaming more on average than she used to. I think if you average out the streams of each year, she has been doing her streams this year on average are longer than ever before because
and she's doing more members content.
Yeah. So there's a lot more like a big
Weekly.
chunk of her. Yeah, a big chunk of her time has been like her public time has been removed because
Weekly
it's going to
Monogatari.
member streams. Yeah, but
Exactly.
she is at her computer streaming more often than she was last year. It's just a lot of it is now member stuff.
Yeah, and it's also like time she could use for homework or other things. Like there's a lot of stuff they have to do. So it's also really important to compare yourself to yourself because there are some monsters in Hololive who just I think they even sleep on streamer. Who knows? I don't watch most of them, but there are some people who like I can understand where she's coming from if she compares themselves to those people. But I feel like this is like not a fair comparison, especially because she has talents in other ways that she cannot easily use, and she is frustrated by it. I know the 3D dancing thing. Yes, we all know it. I mean, the press 4, the butt is pretty like it got unnerved now. So yeah. But still, like we know what she's going through a bit. So I'm really proud that she got to take those 3 weeks off because we know how hard it is for her to take them off.
Yeah.
Because we kind of have seen how she thinks. So I think, like I just hope in the future that she will, like more readily, even if it's not like, even if something happens and she needs to take another one this year. I wouldn't fear. Like I would be even like proud of her to take care of herself.
Well, that's
But
like
also she's an adult. She knows what to do. Like I don't need to backseat her with vacation, right?
Yeah,
Vacation backseating.
we're just there to support.
Like
Yeah,
we're just there to
people have
support.
done this before.
like Germany and like the current like Italy trip are like it's like just do that. She's just like I'll be gone for like 4 days, and it's like that's fine. Like she doesn't have to. We don't need like, and she was like I'm not going to do Twitter Spaces or anything, and it's like perfectly acceptable. We'll be fine.
Yeah,
We
and I
just
think,
need to kind of tell her that we are fine with it as well, because I know the same. Sorry to cut you off first, but there's also the internet effect of people having a different opinion. If people are writing something else and you read it, it does sting.
Yeah.
And I know other talents have been struggling with that stuff too. And this is a real thing, and it's a psychological effect which is hard. So that's also why I'm publicly like saying, hey, I like her approach. Like she's doing pretty good. I hope she continues on this way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
and,
because
especially
like
these multiple short breaks, I think are super good because it doesn't need to be a 3 or 4 week break every time. But if she wants to do something over the weekend, like now, and says, okay, I'm gone for like 3 days or so, and everyone is saying, okay, yeah, nice, have fun, and she comes back and everything is like before, and that's the best thing that could happen.
yeah, like yeah, the like I said, like yeah, what she's like, I feel like the past like month and a half is like yeah, this is well, except for the 5-hour streams every day. This is all kind of pretty smooth and perfect. Like she's kind of got everything, she knows what to do, and has been doing it really well. Like I said, maybe do maybe when we hit 4 hours in a stream, don't start reading super chats for another 2.5 hours. Who knows? So yeah, we'll figure out with that. She seems to be pretty clear with it all. But yeah, I guess that's like I think we have like a mostly normal week coming up. Like she said, probably Tuesday is when she'll be back, and then at the end of the week, I think she's flying out again. So we'll have, I assume, a mostly normal kind of like weekdays this week, and then then we'll have like a month or so of Japan time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but I mean,
which all
KFP
seems
is
to work.
used to it. It's like we're doing it like it is, and one thing I kind of want to shout out the thing I pinged earlier, like I pinned earlier, the comment by Light. Can I say how happy I am that Narissa joined, since when Kiara was also much happier.
Yes.
Yeah, I do
Yeah,
think
agree.
like having. So,
I
yeah, you want to-
I do with Advent being in Japan for like 6 months. Like we know that they haven't had as much chance to talk to each other since that, because Advent's so busy and their time zones and stuff. So I do hope that after like come fall, I hope that Narissa's back in America and Kiara gets back to Europe, and then we can have all the good classic Kiara and Narissa content that we've been missing the past couple of months.
I think just in general, it feels even between gens and stuff like that, Narissa really kind of helped like bridge a like having somebody who is just generally like wants to listen. It's just now understand, and just having that understanding just really helps. And
Well, she's a true.
You can see the true KFP come out.
Yeah,
for
the true
her.
KFP. Yeah, Where it's like,
yeah,
it's
but,
like,
others have also said that beginning with the upcoming 3D debut, the quiet time kinda is over, and I can definitely see this. Like HoloLive is a full-time job for them, and it's like, yeah, I mean, takes time, just how it is. But it's still nice to see, hey, somebody's there. And with the other talents, I think she has more collab opportunities, also more people to talk to. Just because obviously the others are streaming in different times, they need to sleep too. It's probably hard to just coordinate and do things.
That's she's only really spoken to Stacey. I keep saying Cece once, but it was amazing. Like her and Cece immediately had the banter with like the pronouncing things, like the English words incorrectly and stuff. And Kiara's the way she says, like, she's like, "Get out of here, Cecilia!" Like she hits her full name so hard. I was like, "Oh, that's it." I was like, there was scorn in that banter, and it was great. I need to see more of it.
Yeah, like, and I think they also really compliment Kiara as well. Like, it's not like I feel like there's any issue with that coming up, and it's like, yeah. So this will be interesting. But it's
a lot
relatively
of-
busy. I
A
thought.
lot of good interactions lately. I mean, let's not forget the collab with Raden and
Yeah.
how they instantly went along with each other,
Yeah.
and it was super super fun.
That's
And after the stream, she was like, "Okay, when when can I come visit you?" And
that's the thing with like what's great about Radin and Kiara is that like it was Kiara always kind of has a thing where she learns like a kind of like a meme or so about one of the girls and will just kind of assign that as what she thinks about the girl. Like it's hard to think off the top of my head, but like Radin, for example, was like, oh, Radin smokes and drinks. So to Kiara for a while, Radin was the one that smokes and drinks. So because of that, she was always like, I don't know if we'll like each other actually that much. Like, will we have any chemistry? I mean, Radin's the one that smokes drinks, and I don't do that. But then they actually got to talk, and it was like, oh, there's more to her than that. And what is more to her is that she's like super ganky, which Kiara. Kiara is also the victim of that thinking from a lot of people. But she'll like I don't know, like Bae. She'll be like, like, oh yeah, like Bae is Zoomer, right? She doesn't know anything. Like that'll be her like go-to for that. Like she has like a go-to like kind of like, oh, did you know that Ina can draw kind of like thing for most people. But once she got past that with Radin, it was very much like, oh, they're both ganky and they both like to talk a lot, but they also like to listen to each other talk. So it really quickly became like not even like yapping, but what I hear people call a conversation.
yeah,
And it stuck to that, and you're like, oh, this is it. They're not even streaming anymore. They're just talking to each other, and a camera happens to be on.
yeah. And what Light says, like, yeah, Raden is really
Yeah.
the golden retriever of Hololive.
Well, that's the thing is
Yeah,
that
it is so, yeah.
Radin's very funny. Radin's like a bell curve. So you look at Radin, and you're like, oh, I bet this is like an emo like artsy girl. And then you watch her, and you're like, oh no, she's really like high energy. And then you hear what she's talking about, and you're like, oh, she is an emo artsy girl. She's just a high energy one. Like her
she's-
model gets you one way, and then you hear her voice, and then you're like, oh wait, no, it's how I originally
Yeah.
assumed she'd
And-
be,
And
which is
if you
much
can listen
more
to
high
her,
energy.
like she knows so many things. Like her Japanese is on a really good level to improve your own understanding. And like she's a museum curating person. Like she knows
Yeah.
so many things. And it's also like to expand to all of Recloss, like the Holo device like label. It's not Hololive production even. Like she feels like the golden retriever of Hololive without being a part of Hololive technically, because it's Recloss.
Yeah,
This is kind of its own thing, because it's like in the idol world where she wouldn't have like an alcohol drinking or like smoking person there, but with them it's like it's where I like what direction this is. It's something
yeah.
different.
It's more creative freedom for everyone. So,
Yeah, exactly.
we can have other characters here, and we have someone who is actually, like, how do I say it, like cultured. So when Kiara talked with Raden about museums and stuff, like you could actually hear how important that was for Raden, and how
like
much
she was
knowledge
excited.
she has there. It's not just an interest here and there. That was
Yeah.
the real deal.
And it's the usual, like a lot of the times, like it'll be like, so what anime are you watching this season? And it's like that's like, oh, like a go-to talking point. And Kiara doesn't really do that kind of stuff, but like Rad's like, oh, so you're from Europe, so you have all these beautiful museums and artistic history I can come see. And you might notice Kiara is very prideful about being Austrian. You may have noticed recently. So Kiara hears that, and she's like, someone happy about being able to come to Austria and learn about Austria, and I am the way that they are learning about Austria? Fantastic. So she latches on.
Like it definitely stroke her ego a bit, but it is
Yeah.
deserved, because a lot of history, world history was like shaped by European, and like the museums are actually pretty interesting. I've in the past looked at a lot of museums to get my own inspiration for a fan project before I noticed how huge the HoloLive fan artist sphere is, and how this will be a discussion for the future. I'm just teasing a little bit of things. But yeah, if somebody knows like a museum curator who knows how to handle about 1 million different artworks, my DMs are open.
I'm still saying Kiara sponsored by Glock. Gotta happen one of these days. And as far as I'm concerned, Austria's biggest export. So if we can get that tied in with Kiara, that'll be perfect.
I definitely agree, yeah. But it's also like, I think Regloss debuted last September, right? It's not even a year yet.
Oh yeah, it was. They were a little bit after. Yeah, because I remember there was a bat in my house in September, and I had to go get rabies shots. When I was watching the Regloss debuts were happening when I was in the hospital getting rabies shots because the bat in my house. Yeah.
That's like, I mean, that was also like a time where Kiara was like, still, I don't.
It was just so busy. It was just.
She was super, super busy, yeah.
Yeah. That was like, during her, because setting things up for like the chaos around her birthday live that turned into an end of the year live and all that stuff. And Point of View had just come out and everything like that.
I mean, there was the Myth anniversary too and stuff like this. There was so many things, yeah.
But like I said, this year seems, I wouldn't say not as busy. Like, it seems pretty busy, but it seems a lot more well handled this year. Like, it is very busy, but not all. Less of the weight seems to be on her.
Yeah. I do feel this, and it's also like a nice thing in my opinion as a fan. Like, yeah, it's good that not everything is kind of like coming from her and just centered around this. But she's still like integrated in a lot of projects, so she definitely is more visible to me than other talents currently.
Yeah,
I mean, the World
like,
Tour, for instance. You see her
Yeah,
on the front right of the World Tour.
yeah, like that's what I was saying. That's what I was like. This is the kind of the new golden age, like the Kiara Renaissance. You know.
It's been like the good year for Kiara, I think. This going through this second half.
Yeah, like
People always have to consider that there are a lot of people in HoloLive. I think the recently announced like Holo Arc collab has over 40 people in it, which is like it sounds like a lot, but if you count like how many people are in HoloLive and HoloStars and all of the adjacent projects, it's so many.
There's so many.
We should actually do a quiz night. We should do a quiz night where we have like trivia about everybody. Takes probably 8 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, just do you say that the big one is the last name, right? I remember like there was a thing where we had a couple of months ago. We had Koyori's like chat in the other VTuber chat in the Discord, and it was just sending every message that was like important in Koyori's chat to that, and I had to turn it off. And to turn it off, you have to type in the talent's last name. So I was going to turn it off, and I'm like, wait a minute, what's Koyori's last name? And I was like, I don't know what it is. Like half the talents, I don't know their like. There's like Usada, and like Hosho, but it's like that, like that's it, like I don't know what Lammy's last name is. It's just Lammy, like like stuff like that.
Yeah, I
like
mean, to be fair, if you have never watched Yukihana Lamy, it's like, yeah, of course, why would you? But for instance, for us with KFP, Nene, like Momosuzu Nene is like really easy to remember.
Well, that's for the classic for a while. I didn't know that was her name because I just saw her Twitter. And I thought her name was Momo Susanene. Like I thought her first name was Momo and her last name was Susunene because
Yeah,
that's how it's
of course.
written on Twitter. But then when you're like
Yeah.
when you don't know where the break is in her name, that's how you read it. So then I was like, oh wait, no, it's Momo Susunene. I was like, oh okay. And for a while, I thought because Kiara always calls her Nenachi, I thought her first name was Nenachi, which
Yeah.
most people shortened to Nene. But I was like, oh no, Kiara extended it to add that.
Yeah, but just something like to learn about Japanese honorifics and other things too. Is like it is a lot of you can learn, but it's the same with Hachama. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just a nickname, right?
Yeah.
I do really like though that you have a few stars like Suisei, for instance. Like definitely, like in my opinion, like someone you can put on a poster and you will know it's Hololive. Like most people will know. Or like Pekawa or something like that. But still the other people are also like known. It's not like there's
Yeah.
somebody who is like super unknown. And I hope that the Weeklos people can find their audience too. And they have like some milestones connected to the subscribe accounts. So I really hope they can get them pretty fast.
Yeah, because it's
About
still
3D, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
like 3D was like 3D's tied to like 500K, and it was like the thing of like for so long that was like, oh yeah, you get 500K the first week, but it's slowed down to the point where it's like, oh yeah, Regloss is still trying to get the 3D, you know, like they're still trying to get their 500K to get 3D, like
But I
it
mean,
was a weird thing of like, yeah, they're the first gen in a very long time to where it was like, oh yeah, they actually like it's not a given.
Exactly, yeah. But it's also like a different thing, kind of. So it's like, I don't know how the Japanese people, still mainly Japanese content. So yeah, how they react,
Yeah.
and it's still like even with Kiara, you see a slow and subscriber count itself, but the people are watching her. So it's like, I mean,
Yeah.
the count is a number for me, but if you see how
If anything, I
sometimes
think
6,000-7,000 people are watching her,
yeah,
feels like a
I think
huge
Kiara's
group.
like views as general. Like I normally don't pay attention, but like sometimes like I'll notice if like I think because of how well she's been doing her streams, I'm pretty sure her numbers are actually up right now, like a decent amount. From just like how like just making like good choices to do like good streams and stuff of like stuff like people are interested in. So it's like like I said, the Kiara Renaissance, the Wawa-sans.
Year of the Wall Sans. Like it's been
Yeah.
such a good year, honestly.
I do need that hashtag. That's a great hashtag.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I don't know how to write it. Wawas.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know how to spell Renaissance, so when you figure out how to spell Renaissance, and then you take off the first two syllables.
Sans. Okay, Wawas Sans. Wawas. It's technically Renaissance.
Or you can do
Renaissance. It's
you
a
can
nice
do-
circulation all the time.
Yeah, you could do like like that. Might not be a bad.
Wawa
That might not be a bad thing as we get closer to our maybe like KFP anniversary.
Yeah.
Sounds like a pretty good like
We're-
anniversary hashtag.
Because
I like
like
it.
because the like I was saying, like I really feel like that that early the early 2020 was a little rough, and then like late 2023 was a little rough, but I always felt like the classic era of KFP was that early 2021, like right when she kind of got back to Austria, the RMT era. But right when she but I think we've even surpassed that. in 2024 with just like success and all that stuff. So yeah, like I said, like really, if that was the golden age, then yeah, this is the new golden age Renaissance era we've been in for ever since she got back from her break. Like things have been going wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Very agreed. Yeah. It really does feel like it, and also like as fans, it does feel like there's still room to go, and like even the people who already are fans are slowly like seeing, hey, it's fun to go to cons, and it's like
Yeah.
or other things, and also I want them to connect online more as well. I am kind of curious about the whole Hollow Earth thingy, but I'm still, yeah, I don't know. But it'll definitely be a thing once it happens. So yeah, I
It's
think
just nice to see that fans get more involved with each other. It's not just like it's not single people lurking together in a chat, but no, they are interacting with each other as well.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Well, that's like the thing of like where I say I kind of like fall like upwards with things. And part of why I'm always hesitant to like check out other VTubers and chat in their streams is because like yeah, like with like KFP, like I kind of just was like I talked in chat a few times. I was like, oh, check the Discord or whatever, and then I just kind of fell into the position I'm in now. Or like with Umi, I was like, oh, let me check this out, and I just kind of fell into being a mod. So it's like as if you just kind of hang out and like are open to doing whatever, yeah, you just kind of end up doing stuff.
And you've grown a lot, Lunch. Like it took you
Yeah.
4 hours to drop the first Umi mention. I am proud of you.
Earlier, there was a chance earlier. But it was
I
set the whole
know.
back.
With Dokumi, for instance, I
Yeah,
was like,
yeah.
meet and greet,
I
right?
mean, we had the gun tangent very early.
Yeah,
That's true. Yeah. Ah.
But yeah, that's like the like really just like it's just yeah, like I mean Kiara always says like just like don't lurk, just like say stuff. And yeah, that's really all it like I don't try to do anything really. Like I said, I'm very just like see what happens. So I just kind of hang out and see what happens and where it takes me. And I've just kind of gotten to this point and I'm like, oh okay. Yeah, like this is just mostly just been me like vibing and hanging out. And yeah, so I recommend other people do that too if you haven't.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we just came up with the idea of just talking about things because I mean there's an empty spot here, so we can share a bit of our perspective. It's not just like the people who have been here for like 4 years. I mean, Zadar has been in KFP for 1 year, has been active in Hololive before. It's not like and I mean pudding is kind of more clipping nowadays, but it's still like it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun to see each other.
There was
And for me, so I only joined KFP because of the offline conventions, because it was last year at Dokumi when you guys also had the fan booths and stuff. So I was part of the Hololive fan base before, but mostly watching Hachima. And yeah, it's really hard as a European fan to watch Japanese. But now at Dokumi, there were you guys and promoting KFP and being nice to new people and talked with new people and I joined and I was like, hey, I like it here. I like the community. I like Kiara's stuff. And yeah, 1 year later, here I am. And yeah, participating in projects as well.
Yeah, that's it. Like I said, it's very much just kind of like hop in, like if KFP will just kind of continue. Like if you see like KFP talking like on like in like Discord or like in free chat or whatever, if you just all like also talk as if you've been there the whole time, the conversation will just continue on as if you were.
We
Like,
welcome all
that's
new eggs.
Like that's when I joined the Discord the first time. Like I didn't be like, "Hello, I'm here in the Discord." Like people were talking, And then like someone like was saying something, and I was like, yeah, that's right. The thing about that thing is, and I just talked as if I was already there, and yeah, that's fine. You get like you just kind of meld in, yeah, it just kind of goes very smooth. With it's better like I've noticed with KFP, like KFP like is very like they're like, oh boy, someone new, come on, let's go have fun kind of thing, you know. That's kind of the way that we go about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's a lot of places to meet up and have fun. Like somebody in chat was also like asking for the KFP code. Yeah, I only like there's a fan wiki, fan Discord site which has like all of the Discords.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I am active in the KFP Discord, but it's not like it's kind of we kind of don't want to. I don't know. It's like I don't know. Can we even promote it? Can we not? I don't know.
I don't see why
I'd
not.
rather not get bonked.
Mocked by who? Most of us are mods there. It'll be fine. I'm a
you
red
an
admin. Go ahead.
Lunch.
Yeah.
You technically.
I say I give it the go ahead.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
we go. Lunchbox seal of
He outranks-
approval.
He outranks
Okay.
us.
Week before he
Yeah.
changes
Yeah.
his mind.
Yeah.
Yes. Quick. Need to score so much. Dang.
Oh yeah, that's the one thing. I guess I'll change it back now. It may be hard sometimes to find it because we constantly are changing the name.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a big issue. I know it's slash KFP. I just want to copy it because I'm
Yeah,
really
yeah.
bad at,
Oh yeah, because I was seeing people like
Weekly name
crap
change.
about it. Yeah. We
I
constantly.
thought
Just changed it again.
Yeah, I just changed
I
it
thought
back
the
to
funniest
back to
thing,
normal.
when
So yeah,
when we did
this one. Yeah, sorry.
for April Fools, when we did become a Kung Fu Panda
Well,
server,
because the thing
Yeah,
is,
we
is
actually-
no
we
matter
actually
what we
did
change
get-
the title to, it's
did-
always a KFP acronym.
yeah,
So
we
being
did get
so
we
it was
actually
perfect to be Kung Fu Panda.
Every so
and we
often.
actually got at least one person came in thinking
Yes.
we were an actual
The
Kung Fu
official
Panda
Kung Fu
server.
Panda Discord, yeah, because it's slash KFP. It's like we
Yeah.
got people confused, which was
Where are
very
the
easy to.
pandas?
Yeah, they're fans. So
Yeah, it was like a little bit before the trailer for Kung Fu Panda 4 came out. A guy did come in and being like, "Anyone got any leaks? Anyone got any leaks about Kung Fu Panda 4?" And we were like, "Sir, this isn't a Kung Fu Panda server." And he was like, "Oh,
It was a
like,
fast food restaurant.
yeah, yeah." Yeah, so it's something that happens every once in a while.
And to be fair, with if you look on Google for fan Discords Hololive, you get a fan wiki which has all the
Yeah.
Hololive servers in it. Because that's the other thing. If there was a fan made, so even for the new talents, if somebody is like a big fan of them, they can do it and try. But it's still community management, where are rules to follow, to do,
Yeah.
and so it is work. It's not like it's a bit of we are doing stuff. But it's also a lot of fun. Like, I can recommend.
Yeah, there's usually some behind the scenes chaos, but most of it again is like, yeah, this will probably be fine. We just go together, fix some things up, and then it all ends up okay enough. One day I'll finally get around to deleting the other VTuber stream chat, because that might be just too much hassle for what it's worth. So this is your warning, folks, of other VTuber streams chat. Your time may be limited.
No more Umi talk, right?
No, yeah, well, I'm too focused on Umi's stream to talk there. So, but if we delete it, then we don't have to moderate it. So-
Okay.
Yeah. So as you already saw, like Lunchbox is a bit of a chaotic one, but it's a great chaotic energy. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, this is the other thing. Like a lot of stuff is fan one and like also creator one, like the whole fan the artwork community. At Documate, it really was mind blowing to me, and even at Japan Expo, how many fan artists were upping the game again. this stuff is like you cannot do it. Say it's a fan artist anymore. It's like this is like amazing culture that's getting created.
Agreed.
Which reminds me actually of my let's do the KFP impromptu quiz show.
Oh boy.
Lunch, Moondog, Beats, Zada, you guys are ready?
Let's go.
Okay, you seem ready. Do you actually know where the name Cover comes from? From Cover Corporation.
I do not know. I know they were like
Oh.
I know they started like making like ping pong tables virtually or something.
Yeah, exactly. Where we have like a virtual, like a ping pong table game on Steam. You can still download it, as far as I know. It's
Yeah,
not
you
bad.
can still download it, and he was, I think he was like doing equipment stuff before.
Yeah.
It's like I know they
Well,
were
and that's
they did
why-
tech stuff before.
Like didn't like Sora go to them and be like, "Hi, can we use your tech to be VTubers?" Like,
Yeah,
isn't
so
that
one
like the
HN
story
were
of
like-
it?
Yeah, so and HN were basically doing that, and I mean HN is now I don't want to say graduating because but in this case graduating feels right. She's stopping working there, but like doing something else, which is actually kind of the what the word graduation kind of means. Stop
Just
one part,
moving-
but do something
Moving on
else.
to
Yeah.
the next to
Yeah.
another thing.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, but also a celebration. That's kind of the thing. And with cover, it's like I only recently learned this. On the official site, it says, okay, does anybody have like a guess? There are two words, like it comes from two words, and I can give you a tip for the second word if you want.
Isn't it like one? Isn't ver from virtual?
Yeah, I was
Yes.
gonna say, is it
Verba
like
is-
Isn't it virtual?
Virtual.
I the first word,
Yes.
like I
Bob
remember seeing this
Virtual.
because it's like, without saying too much about myself, but my company is the same way where it's like a combo name, and I remember first hearing it, I'm like, oh, that's like it's like my job, and then haven't thought about it since until now. But I remember virtual was with ver.
It is actually because for Japanese people, they would write it in katakana, and it has the same like virtual. You say ver, right? So it's like version of ver. Like it makes sense from a like perspective.
I
If
want
you
to say
write
it's
like
either
this.
company or communication.
It is communication actually. Yeah,
Okay,
communication plus virtual, which
Right.
we are doing. Like we definitely are doing communication in a virtual world.
Not
Like-
comedy virtual.
But yeah, it's like this is something I only recently learned. This is really interesting though too. Yeah. Thanks for coming to the impromptu KFP quiz.
Fun facts are fun.
The more you know.
But-
But yeah, now you can impress your friends to say, hey, it's
Yeah.
obviously ver stands for virtual.
I'm gonna ask my normie friends tomorrow at work. Hey, did you know? And then they're like, "What the heck is cover?"
What the heck is it? They actually have I think for some time now redesigned the English website. It is pretty good. Not gonna lie. If anybody is like thinking about like learning a bit more about their mission statements, makes a lot of sense. Also, if anybody is like working with any commercial entity and they want to approach Cover Corp, there's a lot of business like video messages and other like things on the website to give reasons why people should collaborate with Cover Corp.
I'm telling
They
you,
make money.
I'll send it down to Glock. I'll see if Glock has a contact information. I'll send it down there or what.
I mean, I don't know if the values will work together, but it's like
Who's to say? We don't know. You know, there's a flip of a coin. With
And,
they got an Austrian talent. Who knows?
Time to work my NASCAR contacts.
Yeah.
oh, NASCAR could definitely work.
I could.
Like I could see that. Co-owner, just imagine. I mean, co-owner already is Honda, right? Like, it definitely would work. Co-owner is already Mercedes, BMW, and like official Honda ambassador. So
I'm trying to think what's in
Yeah.
my city. What's in my city that could work? We have so many companies here.
I mean, to be fair,
Coca-Cola. Have a braided Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola is a bit big, but like even just like a company that does cinema stuff, like Cinemax or whatever, is like, I mean, we talked about it earlier. It's very important
Yeah.
for collaboration because cinema has a struggling side too, because less people are going to the cinema.
That's what
I
we've talked about. AMC theaters used to do like things called Fathom events, which are like usually be like Lord of the Rings, all three of them at the same time, back in theaters one weekend, or they'll be like, we got a new Miyazaki movie and it's subbed and we're gonna play it in theaters at the Fathom event, like that kind of thing. But they'll also do like, they're gonna host a special event and then you can watch it in the theater or whatever. So yeah, we've talked before about it, like the idea of like, oh, if we could connect that to HoloFest, so that in one theater or two theaters in every state are also showing a HoloFest performance while like live. So while all of Japan is together in the thing, in America, every state is all getting together and like you watch the movie at the Fathom event. It's like that would be fantastic.
Yeah, it's like, and also they could definitely with something like this. One thing not everybody knows, there's like nowadays, in the beginning when Kiara like debuted, it was really tough to get into contact with Cover Corp for like collaborations with meetups and stuff. But nowadays it's really easy, but it's just a bit hidden for meet and greets and like just general appearances, like con stuff, let's say. And there's HoloLive Meets. Like it has the whole schedule. It has like the contact form. It has like a lot of information for like sponsors. It even has OmoCat features, like as a merch partner.
Yeah. And you think about like something like the Thailand con thing. Not even a con. Like the Thailand Takamori thing was not at anything. They just did that. They were like, just hey, come see Takamori here. Like, it's not at a convention. We're just doing it. Like.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean, if you get to enough KFP together, we can do the same like worldwide.
Yeah.
I don't mind inviting Takamori. I'm pretty sure LC the Plan doesn't mind either.
Yeah.
So
I really want to see that Takamori event, something similar done over here in the US. Keep thinking about it.
It feels like it's very lightweight.
And the thing about it was very deep into the culture of like Thailand and like the art and stuff. So I say 50 state tour, Takamori going to each state, specific acrylic stands of them in outfits of that state.
And
get them in like lumberjacks up in Maine, Hawaiian
like an
shirts.
RV tour, basically, like cross country. Learn about the world.
Imagine trying to like us like pitching to cover. Yeah, just pack the staff and the RV. We'll take you across the 50 states.
Yeah, we'll go to we get the New Jersey one. Callie's in a tracksuit, like an Adidas tracksuit. Kiara's wearing like an oversized Eagles jersey, and she's got a Wawa bag. Like the classic outfits of each state. The Texas one, they're Cowboys. Like.
Oh,
it's perfect.
Like the equivalent of the state coins here in the U.S., like the state quarters, but like for
learn about Georgia.
Oh man,
learn about Savannah, the beauty of Savannah, and then like all the different city life of Atlanta.
Whatever happens in North Dakota, I'm sure something happens there. Whatever clothes they wear.
Is that Mount Rushmore?
That's South Dakota's Mount Rushmore.
That's south, yeah.
Yeah.
But don't worry, North Dakota has a nice flag. That's
would be rough. But I bet you could pitch like a Takamori coast to coast sort of thing and do like
a regional tour.
Yeah.
Regional could be probably better, easier to pitch.
Yeah. Even just like pitching one like mostly fan organized thing with the white people, because to be fair, Off-Kai and stuff is no longer a fan made it's fan made, but it has the status of any other con.
It's sponsored.
It's got the seal of approval.
Yeah, exactly. It's like if those organizers would help you do something like this, I'm definitely I'm pretty sure it is not impossible to do that. And there are also a lot of event organizers. I saw the thing too. The only issue is I haven't yet met the fan organizer in Europe or NA who knows the stuff, because I like buying consultation fees from an event organizer is a bit expensive, obviously. And also like events for those kind of things, like we can't be unrealistic. She's not yet Taylor Swift, but to be fair, for Taylor Swift, half of the capital city of Swiss was evacuated.
Yeah.
So I hope she never will become that, right?
Super crazy.
It has the economy of small countries.
Yeah. The fan crowd created a small, measurable earthquake.
It's like
We'll get there. Once we are able to install easy public transport within the United States, then there will be no stopping us from all.
Or the other thing I'm thinking of is like we could also do it if we can just make local events, because you guys connect already locally, and we can just do it at the same time in multiple places.
Yeah, that's like the kind of like the backdrop. Like if we can't, implement a region to region public transport system, then I guess we'll have to go to Plan B of local, regional meetups.
Yeah, and to be fair, regional meetup, something like that. If you have help from the right people, doable in my
I
opinion.
mean, give it 3 years, a good place, some funding, and we do a WawaCon.
No, not joking. I've been thinking about this before. It's just a monetary thing at this point.
Money always the hardest part.
Yeah.
Well, if you start like small, like anime cons, like they came from communal like places, just renting a little like youth space. Like in Germany, we have those, like just a space for the youth basically to go together and do events. But you need somebody from the area basically, so they just give it to youth, like young people in the area basically. But yeah, as long as you have something like this, the stuff like that I could actually pay out of my pocket, personally.
We will talk about that.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
You get a slap on your wrist again. No.
Fine, yeah, fine. Okay, yeah, we'll do it.
Well,
But yeah, like look for those options too, like stuff like that exists, like the hotel, right? A hotel would be fine. GameStar Quick is still one out of a hotel, right? And they make it for millions.
That's especially like that's not, I'm so used to like here in Atlantic City, like the whole place is like hotel casinos. So that's like all the comms on the classic hotel like convention room. I'm so used to going to, and it's like, yeah, you could probably do something here.
I'm gonna do.
Okay, so when is fundraising?
Yeah, that's when after we all have money again, because we've spent I think KFP has been drained this summer.
Yes,
Oh
That's true.
man.
so much.
Remind me.
And speaking
Yeah.
of drained, those people whose pockets are not drained yet, there is a birthday merch complete set here on the screen. Get your rubber chicken, get your #1 fan, and of course the official happy.
Yeah, I'm so happy about the chicken. I think even literally I've wanted this for a while, but I think 2 or
Many
3
of-
days.
Many of us
Like,
were talking
2 or-
about it.
Yeah, like a couple days before the birthday, I was like, I wish it was easy to get like a custom rubber duck, because I was like, I would love a KFP rubber duck. And like 2 days later, Kiara announced the merch, and it was
It's a one brain cell event, right? We are doing
Yeah.
a coordinated happy fan-made thing.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure she had that thing ready way beforehand and needed to not tell anybody. And she didn't. And this is the amazing part. She did not like blabber, which is amazing.
She did
I'm
say
really
at
proud
one
of her.
It's the other way around, because I remember in one tweet she said like, how am I, something along the line of how am I supposed to one up the amazing design from Akira? So she knew already what the design
Yeah,
was.
she had
And
said
then-
that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and she was like, at one point, she was like, oh, wow, like, she said that she thought the merch would be one of the things would be something KFP's wanted for a decent amount of time.
As
and,
soon
like,
as she hinted that, I had
Yeah.
a feeling.
I was like, oh,
soon
we're
as she
getting
did
two
that,
hobbies,
yeah.
folks.
Yeah. To be fair, we kind of all have one brain cell, so it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, with concerts and conventions going multiple days now, you can easy, if you can afford it, you can get both and just swap them. So
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
what I
It's
will
like-
be doing.
Like, it's a good, but yeah, the only thing is like it's again time limited merch. It's yeah. So
Yeah, that's the I originally because my my history with merch like the Time Limit Kiara merch is I bought the first one for birthday 2023, but then and I was like I don't need more than one. But then for the anniversary 2023, she did it as a Polaroid, and I was like, well, I've got to have it. It was a Polaroid. So I got that. So I now have two, but my original one I'm going to send to Mythen because he couldn't get one. But then I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll get, the 2024 birthday if that's limited. I'll just let someone else get it. And then it was a Polaroid again. So I was like, well, if it's a Polaroid, I can't not get it. So
yeah.
I've ended up buying all three, but I will be giving at least one away. So as long as it's a Polaroid, I'm gonna stick with it. But if it's not Polaroid, I'll let other people take it.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, Moondog, you still have mine ordered, which is really,
Yes.
I'm really glad about it because definitely. I was a bit dead after Dokumi, so that was nice
Just
for
a
you.
bit.
Like,
I mean, that's another amazing part of KFP, like the KFP delivery service. Like you can get
Yeah.
merch from another freaking continent. I got merch from US or from Thailand and whatever.
Once I get
Or
back
you
from
can get limited merch.
once I get back from Anime NYC, I've got a few packages going throughout Latin America to a few people. But breaking news, apparently like Evo like fighting stuff is going on right now, and I believe from what I'm seeing is in the crowd currently someone in the front row is wearing the Omocat KFP hoodie.
Obviously,
So,
KFP is also
yeah.
an evil.
yeah,
I
represented.
mean, right?
We've got KFP on the scene.
Yes. And that's also important that we have enough KFP merch and just also wear it at conventions like that. Just represent a little bit, even if like a button or pin or whatever you call it. People actually see this, and like I've met a lot of VTuber friends outside of the normal VTuber sphere. It's amazing. But we need the merch. Like a little bit of merch is good.
I still haven't. Like I wear, I wear like the hoodie and like stuff when I go out, and I've still yet to have met a person in public that knows what a VTuber is. But I'm sure one day I'll come across someone. But yeah, that'll be interesting. The kind of like the first meeting of being like, oh wow, finally, like and being like, well, who's your Oshi and all like that kind of stuff.
I mean, yeah, it really depends on the. I mean, it isn't like a normal occurrence for me either. Like at the grocery shop,
Yeah,
I only had like one person realize it so far, and I've been like wearing the stuff for like ages. So yeah.
Yeah, that's. I figure it's like it's not a daily. You're meeting new people.
I mean, what's
Yeah.
cool about most of Wawa's merch is that it's looking good and it's usable. Like we have the bag, the backpack, we have the big beach bag, we have the what else? We have the towel stuff and the notebook. and so on, like stuff you can really use.
Yeah,
that's it.
like a lot of stuff actually, like the
Like-
drinking bottle thingy, like the blanket, like yeah, it's all usable stuff.
Like 2 days ago, I played Tunic for the first time, and I was like playing Tunic. I was like, I need to write down, like the Golden Path stuff and like the hidden
Mhm.
I saw
secrets.
your post.
And I was like, you know what? I have to write things down with right next to me on my desk, my Kiara notepad and pen. So I just started doing the Tunic stuff in that, and I was like, no better way to like. I was like, this is exactly what this is for,
I mean, I use the backpack so much. I use
Yeah, uh-huh.
the beach bag actually a lot. I mean, the water bottle is actually useful. Like literally, it's like there's always something in the merch pack
Yeah.
that she has done that I actually use on a daily basis.
The one that'll always get me is the slippers, because they're just a bit too small for like everyone.
I get you. Yeah.
I
For
can,
me,
I
they
can,
were
I
perfect,
can
but I
wear
gave them
them.
away.
know
to
at least one person who could
Yeah,
wear them.
The
Yeah.
outfits
I
have
can
been
actually wear them
perfectly.
too. Like I can
Yeah.
wear them. I gave mine away to somebody else, but still like very.
Ah.
But very usable. I mean, and she did say it's Japanese size.
Yeah, like my feet are way too big for them. Like my heels hang off the back. Like when I put them on, like my heels are full on the ground when I have them on, and it's like, oh yeah, I wish if these were, maybe I'll recreate them one day from I'll reforge custom exact replicas but scaled up 25%.
I mean, that's actually another idea if you have like contacts to any manufacturing like
Yeah.
like person, like a company. You can definitely apply for like a collaboration. I mean, maybe make KFP slippers.
Yeah,
I know how to sell those. Don't worry.
Official Kiara shoes. That is Kiara shoes from her default, and possibly also her 80s outfit as official shoes you can buy.
I mean, you saw the fashion collection recently. I mean, that was a
Yeah.
bit too expensive for me personally, but
Yeah.
it was nice. Like,
Mhm. Oh, I forgot
didn't
about the
expect
acrylic
it.
from that. I guess
Oh,
that'll come in
nice.
sometime. Yeah.
KFP
Yeah, I'm
Pro.
always like calculating in geek check time, which means I still have like 5 things on my way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the super groupie stuff is always very expensive, but
Yep.
Yeah, like
it's the
and
brand
the
you're
other
paying
thing,
for.
the other thing is delivery. Like geek check for like time limit stuff like that. I'm using proxy shipping. If anybody in chat hasn't used proxy shipping yet, it is a different experience. Like
Yeah.
definitely, and I mean I will count as a Japanese person due to that, unfortunately, because Germany isn't yet in the big holo shop area. But
I
the
mean,
moment that
they
this is
had the revamp lately and added Indonesia, so maybe
Yes.
Europe
Yeah,
next time.
I mean,
and I hope
the moment
with-
one European or even UK, we could kind of redistribute, maybe. I don't know.
so like
Yeah, we just
Like I'm
have
saying-
Rice flying every half year to Europe and bring all the merch.
Yeah, just ask Pudding. Like he can probably drive a truck, right?
I'm like I said, hopefully with Justice and with Japan Expo doing good, it's like hopefully they'll push it in. They'll give that extra push, and then then we'll
Yeah.
have EU will be able to buy merch normally. Because I remember
Yeah.
it took like the first year or so. America also had to use proxy stuff.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
we had to use Geek Check, so that's why when I have like when you go in the HoloLive shop, when you buy your voice packs, they're just like available to listen in the HoloLive shop, except for the really early Kiara ones because they were not HoloLive shop. So if you want to listen to them, you got to go find them in your email or whatever. Like, so it's not exactly perfectly organized, and that bothers me.
Yeah, but honestly, I think they already have the plan ready because I don't think Kava would have greenlighted 3 European stream slots and 2 European residents if they don't have a plan for Europe.
Yeah,
Because they haven't done it the past years, and the question is why now? Why suddenly
yeah.
now? And I think
And-
there is a plan, a long-term
So-
plan, and yeah, we will see how it goes.
Yeah, that's. I'm assuming it's not just like I don't think they're just going to move on from Europe at this point. I would say Kiara's relation to the. I picture. I don't picture Yago. I picture like an old like a movie producer from the '40s for some reason, like smoking a cigar, and he's like, this Hololive EN thing's not going to be too big. Sure, we'll only have the one girl in Japan for 6 months, but maybe it lasts a year. Who cares if she goes back to Europe? She'll be done by the end of the year, and then it exploded, and now Kiara's been in Europe for like 3 years, and now we're finally getting European stuff. It's because I don't think they hired her as a European talent. I think they hired her as a talent that was in Japan who happened to be European.
Yeah,
So-
I agree
Yeah,
with
for
that.
sure.
Yeah. And I mean, her talents are like undisputable, to be honest. Like, even if
Yeah.
she can dispute them at times, but yeah, she has talent and she has more than 6 fans. I can count them
Yeah,
by my
so-
hand.
I always think I imagine them being like, yeah, she's gonna go back to Europe eventually, like when her visa runs out. But we can squeeze enough content out of her in the 6 months to be able to make it worth it. And then this fad will have passed by then, or whatever. So I don't think they expected to be like to have a talent streaming regularly in Europe. But then they did as a solo talent for years until now they're finally making the full European push.
Or at least like the first push for the time zone too, because
Yeah.
the interesting thing now is you kind of have Holo EN TV. because-
Yeah. You can 24 hours raids with
Yeah.
raids. You can loop it 24 hours.
And I'm always saying like it's not about the geographical region, it's still about the geographical region. Like that's one point, but the other is just time. When do the people stream? Because I mean, I know enough artists that are night active only and are sleeping during the day. I mean, to each their own, but it's like nowadays with especially streaming and work from home, you are kind of like free of those things. A
Yeah.
little bit at least. But yeah, it's like it's nice that that the support for the EU time zone now is also pretty big, and I saw a lot of EU people were also support chatting. Like EU is going strong, at least in my
Yeah.
opinion. I'm not
And,
an
like-
investor in the cover cop.
Like when I see like other like KFP and people I follow like being like when Kiara's not streaming, they're actually watching like the other streams, and it's like, oh wow, yeah, look, they're doing like a Raura to Kiara to like Herb to like CC, like Gauntlet of like, wow, the whole day is filled with streams now instead of just the night now.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good thing in my opinion. I'm really glad they did it. So I'm looking forward to how this shakes out. But I'm also looking forward to other events like you guys maybe went to. I don't know if you have anything in the list still.
I'm looking at it, and I think we talked about all the important
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, we are at it like 4.5 hours already.
I mean, that's barely a stream.
Yeah, we're almost at a normal stream length.
Yeah.
I mean, a
mean,
normal stream length is like 8 hours for her.
Yeah.
Don't- Be careful, okay? Like so, yeah, it is like I think one thing we haven't talked about yet is the winter period last year. It was directly before her like time to take a break, which was really
Yeah.
hella packed. I remember this time. I remember some people in chat also saying they didn't even realize she took a break.
Yeah,
Because,
Yeah,
like,
it went by faster than it feels.
Yeah, and it's like it also was like okay, if you aren't like seeing all the time, it's like it's easy to.
that
Forgot
like
it.
first era, that era was very chaotic. Because it was, she had a lot of stress and chaos in the December, like November, December, and then January was both her break, but then is also
Everything else within the community.
like all of the VTuber chaos was happening around then. The graduations left and right. Ophi graduated. like all this stuff happened, and then Kiara came back and was like, like what I missed, and then ever since then it's been smooth sailing. Yeah, so the winter was very rough for VTuber fans, especially if KFP and KFP adjacent. But then once latter half of winter, once spring started, pretty much, we've been going gold ever since.
Yeah, and I think though even before the break, I think you mentioned there was a whole bunch of events that happened. Like that's when we finally got the next birthday concert, or in this case, it was the end of the year concert. But also at the same time, wrapped around that was the whole advent calendar throughout the whole year. That she basically kind of it happened last year, but it happened again this year too. And I don't know if she considered to be a project manager on that, but she definitely is like the brainchild.
She's the one who's kicking down doors, being like, "I need a video in 4 hours." Like, like come on.
Yeah. So with this thing, I as I am like part of the staff, I cannot tell you things I have not yet got the green light to tell you guys, obviously. But I can definitely tell you, like, it's great that she did it again. That's the important thing. Like, she did it again, and like last year, it all started with her and Kento in chat thinking about the idea a few days before December started, right?
Yeah.
This was an idea she had, and she was like, "Okay, this is nice. Like, let's think about this. Let's do it."
It was basically,
she
can
got the
this be
green light.
done? It was like, can this be done?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
It was
Exactly,
on
like
stream, basically. She came up with the idea and was like, "Can we do this in 3
also
days?"
on stream too. Like a lot of things already. She kind of like with Kento in a stream in chat. Like most of the stuff already got like kind of like figured out. But the green light she got from like her management, and that's the big thing. Like she needed to do it on her own because like 3 days, obviously, or 3 or 4 days is not a long time to prepare, right? Like not many people would be okay with doing a project like this, but it's like it turned out pretty well, and she had the connections and the right competence and the experts to pull it off. And like the year before was okay, and like last year was pretty good. And I think people were pretty happy with it. Like at least from what I've seen, and I've seen a lot.
I've already seen like, wow, like I can't wait to see what Justice does when they get into the Christmas advent. Like I've already seen people like excited for it.
It was also like, I mean, this was she started the year that Advent was like announced, and it was like, why are they even called Advent? I still at times cannot remember why the generation is called Advent, but it was nice that Kiara was making an Advent calendar. So last year was it was Advent featuring Advent. Yeah, exactly.
And now we have what?
That was really
20.
Nice.
We have 20 now. People in EN, so like if the advent calendar is done again, there was
I
believe there will be a day for everyone.
Yes.
I can tell you
there. One interesting thing, because the advent calendar is still there if you haven't seen it.
You go.
But not many people read everything.
Well, it's always interesting. Like I always think about the people who don't know. Who have I wonder like how many like chum buds don't know about this. Like I always think, like, because they're like a lot of chum buds are always they feel a little like disconnected if like they only watch Gura, and like I think about like there's in the Gura drought, in the middle of one of the Gura droughts, there was that Gura was on stream for like an hour and a half in the middle of a random Kiara a Fire Emblem stream where Gurr just walked into the room, and then it was basically almost a full Mytholf collab, and the views only went up by like 300. So I was like, do they still not know that happened? Like I think about that. Like, are there lost episodes to non KFP? And I question, like, I think KFP is pretty, like hit the alarm. Kiara is somewhere enough, but it's like for like I don't know.
We have a lot of DDs, basically.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
there
and
some stream out there that Kiara
there-
was in for like 3 hours that we don't know about?
like for us, it's for KFP. It's really we are well connected, and somebody presses the Vivo alarm, and
Yeah.
there's a ping in KFP code or something, or at least like a mention. Like you can probably much go for the Kiara chat thing, and like you will see where she was. But it is really funny to me because like it's the greatest example with Chumbots. Yeah, they aren't as well connected at times because they don't have the infrastructure.
Yeah, so like
like-
I think about them and I'm like, yeah, did you know that Gura makes like Christmas videos like in like an advent calendar with the other girls, and they'll be like, there are other girls, like like
I
Like-
mean, it's not that bad, but yeah.
Sometimes
I
it is.
get. It feels like it because there's so many and there's so many casual people too.
yeah.
But also Chumbots, I learned a lot of Chumbots who are really nice and great people
Yeah,
and
that's
highly intellectual even. Like don't worry. it's
Anime
like-
NYC 2023 was fantastic because it was the Kiara Gura panel, and there was a bunch of chumbuds around. But Gura apparently dropped. It was hit in the head by a phone, so she could not sing. So because of that, Kiara sang Gura songs for her, and all of the chumbuds were like very hyped about that. Like Kiara singing Reflect, all of them around us were like really hyped and like chanting and singing for Kiara and really excited for Kiara singing it. And I was like, yeah, that was great. Like they were very supportive of like wow, Kiara singing Gura's song. Like and it was very they were very big in the crowd with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean it's like Darkmaster 155 said, is like KFP has to be ready at a moment's notice.
Yeah.
It really is. We got trimmed to be ready at a moment's notice because
Always have to be ready.
yeah, what are plans for, right? I mean, yeah, but it works somehow. It's amazing. And with the other fandoms too, like KFP is kind of a glue because due to the change in like time zones that KFP is all around the world. A lot of other talents only stream during NA
Yeah.
times, so they are geographically just limited to some regions. But KFP is truly international. And I do highly appreciate it, but it makes it a bit tougher to make like a big gathering.
Yeah, a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the good point for that is every convention, every meetup, you see the orange. Like, doesn't matter where you are, there's orange.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
that's true. Like even if you aren't at a KFP meeting, you will see at the Evo
You will
stream. You will
suddenly
see orange.
realize you had a KFP
Yes.
meeting.
There's always,
Yes.
if you're
Yeah.
probably even at a local con, like there might be at least one other KFP out there. Maybe not as like wearing orange, but there's always some sort of fan. So like if you are wearing orange and somebody recognizes you, I mean, it's we're out there.
Yeah, and it really is like we are out there, and some of them aren't like as visible, yes, but there's a lot of KFP, and even amongst VTuber, indie VTubers, I have experienced a lot of people who appreciate what Kiara has done, and know what she went through, and are inspired by her, and that's like definitely an achievement in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like she's definitely a pillar. Like, and yeah, well, that's like I keep saying, is back at its peak, like never before seen. So it's really great. Like, kind of everything that's going on right now.
I was talking to someone else about how I think us and her, like KFP as a community and her, we have like a positive feedback kind of loop in a way with each other where we start like stuff like in doing community events and hanging out, which is partly enabled because because like you say, she's the pillar, she is the thing we're kind of built around. We wouldn't have really necessarily met without her first, but also the stuff we do in the community kind of brings people together and makes us all kind of a little more active in things. and checking out streams and stuff, and it all kind of feeds back into each other.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
always say of like even like in the lore, right? I've said this for like a while. Like in the lore, Kiara, like like Callie isn't like a deadbeat. Like or like like Gura isn't a chumbud like by lore, you know. But Kiara is part of KFP, like she's part of the company KFP, like in lore, but also in practice, she's very much part of her own fan base, like in how connected she is to it.
That is a good point. And we also feel connected to her it is an interesting perspective because I don't know how other fan bases see it, but it's like I've talked with a lot of them, but they do recognize even from outside that KFP is a bit of a special bunch with the relationship that Kiara has to her fan base as well.
Mhm.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Which-
like at cons, I'm always told like, well, like you guys are so organized and wow, and Kiara loves KFP so much, like
He's like, we're just doing what we want to do.
yeah. So
And that
it
is
always
true,
feels
but we also need to be careful about being respectful and being like
Yeah.
like organized enough so no chaos ensures that could
That's
be
what-
thrown back up
when-
on the company or her.
when I watch like other like if I check out another VTuber or something, for like a stream, it'll be like, huh, like I'm not in a community right now. I'm just watching it, like as if it was a television show. You know, it's like I'm not participating in it, and it's like, oh yeah, this is what most people do when they watch VTubers. They just kind of put it on and then keep going.
Yeah,
And it's
everyone
like,
watching
yeah.
for their own.
Yeah, and it's like oh, you guys aren't also in a Discord chat on the side while you're also in the YouTube chat and doing all that stuff. Like it's like yeah, it's like it's the difference between like I always say when Kiara does like a live thing, she might not like sing the best, dance the best, but I always think she's always one of the best performers. Like she knows what to do on the stage, and it's like yeah, like this isn't just like consuming the stream, it's like participating with the stream, like that kind of difference.
Yeah, it's like, but to be fair, I also like I don't feel it's an obligation. I've been
Yeah.
like just lurking streams as well, but I also enjoy if I have time to be in pre-chat and just talk with everybody. But really did change like the experience of meeting a lot of the people like you and the others. It feels nice to know the person behind the chat name.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
remember the
agree.
first super chat reading after Dokumi, and I mean, I had many super chat readings before, but it was just names. And after Dokumi and meeting a lot of you guys and the others, I was like, hey, I know that one, and I met that one, and I know him and her, and yeah, that was really, really awesome.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah.
you told me like you gave Afji like a like exclusive gift, and other people like and it's like the joy they have in your eyes you will never forget. It's
I think that's what the community essentially is about. Like not just consuming the content on your own, but interacting with each other. And some do it more, some do it less. But that's what it's all about, in my opinion.
yeah, and it's fine to have your anvil like RPWNKT. That's like says that's a challenge for me. I want to engage with the streamer, but if I don't have time, I just leave it as a background for what I'm doing, and that's totally fine. Like, don't that's the other thing. Don't feel obligated. I've seen people like feel obligated or stressed out or even burned out from. No, this is like we are still a fandom. It's like we are not going
Yeah.
to work here.
Well,
Even
that's
if
kind of the thing I was saying about like I don't like try to like get into everything, I just kind of hang out. Like if I feel like doing something, I'll do it, and you just kind of if you do that, like if you just do what you feel like doing, you'll just kind of stumble into more things if you want to, you know. And if you don't,
Yeah.
you just don't. You just kind of hang out on the side, or you know.
I have.
You can engage as much as you want to.
I would say
And-
like, I don't know, maybe this is like more on like the initiation side, like, but it's like sometimes I feel it's like, man, I'm having a good time. I wish I'm having a good time with more people. And so it's just like I'll be like, do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? And then next thing I know, it's like
Yeah.
I just asked like 10 people. They asked 4 people. It's like, oh, well, I guess this is a thing now. Let's try to make sure that this thing happens, I guess. You know, it's just, and then it's just like, all right, guess this is happening. I mean, this is basically, you basically mentioned, it's kind of like how how this podcast really happened too, because we talk about these things so many times. It's like,
Yeah.
we should talk about this in like
Yeah.
a chat, and then all of a sudden it happened.
I've been in this for like 4 hours. I didn't even know what was happening until I woke up this morning. Like, you know, like I just
Yeah,
kind
I
of
mean-
was like, hey, can I come in? And it was like, oh, yeah, sure. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
of
like,
course. It's like
Yeah.
it's just nice that we have like something to show, and also it's like archived better than Twitter, which may burn every second. I mean, that's kind of why this is maybe not the worst idea. It's also nice for those people who kind of came late. Like Sadat has joined the fandom since a year ago, but like the old things are still archived. You can even see where they are. It's also like we can do other things if people have ideas for games or other things. Like the Discord is there. I mean, I like Age of Empires too a bit.
Yeah.
So if I have time, I like to play a bit. So yeah, but also other things like it's like people can do what they want. Like I remember like lunch, you've done a lot of watch-alongs of cool Western.
Oh yeah, I'm
movies.
always showing movies and shows and stuff. That's the real reason I'm in KFP is so that I finally have an audience I can force to watch old movies to it.
I see that's the reason. I mean, with Wesley, Wesley was here earlier in this chat too.
Yeah.
The whole Formula One thing and stuff like, oh hi, it's Juno. Yeah. It's just nice to be in the community and just can know each other. By the way, speaking about Pat, because Pat got mentioned, I saw the picture from Wine Luna and I recognized you
Yeah.
without entering before
I was like-
seeing
I was
the
like, oh.
merch thing. It was
I
just
was like, I wonder who
the
that
moment.
is.
I
Yeah,
know that back.
Yeah.
yeah. Even
Yeah,
more
as soon
back,
as I saw her
just knew.
tweet it out.
Yeah. So yeah. Sorry for doxing.
No, you got his back, dogs.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. It's like yeah.
Well, yeah, it was
that's-
more for me. I was like, I know that eat a bag. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, so that was the
What?
real. Yeah, that was the real giveaway for me.
Yeah, actually, like Pat, you were word Smash, right? How was Smash? We had no opinion on Smash.
That just happened this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, it's also part of your perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
If
the
it
newest.
guided
That's
or
the newest
join,
event.
it's like. Because Smash, I think. Oh,
Yeah,
hi.
dude. There he is.
Hi.
Bear with me. It's nearly 5:30 a.m. I just like I saw you guys talking and I was curious what was going on. I'm a few hours late, so whatever you spoke about in the first 4 hours, I have no idea. Seeing as I just jumped on to talk about Smash. Yeah, Smash was great. It's by comparison to a lot of other conventions that I've been to, Holo related or otherwise. It's smaller, but it's not tiny. It's still like its own nice convention. I think right now it's currently sitting at around 30-odd thousand attendees over 2 days. I definitely feel like the HoloLive presence has grown a lot I didn't attend Smash last year because I was over at Connect the World, but this year compared to 2022 was like felt good. It felt really good. Is everyone just being silent, just listening to me?
Yeah, just
Oh
listen.
yeah,
Yeah.
we're
Okay,
just
okay,
listening.
okay.
This is-
Okay,
Giving you the
I didn't know if I was like just
No, this
talking
is-
and like
Yeah.
muted or
No,
anything
like
like
chat
that.
can
Okay.
also hear you. It's perfectly fine.
Okay, yeah. So it's really funny because there's not a lot of conventions in Australia. Um, there's maybe like 2 or 3 that are worth going to that might get Hololive representation. And Smash is definitely one of them because Smash stands for Sydney Manga SMA and SH. Sorry, Sydney Manga and Anime Show. And basically that means that it's mostly about anime, manga, and I guess like that side of Japanese culture, which thankfully VTubers falls under. So for the last couple of years, we've had VTuber representation in the form of 2022 when we had Bay and Sana before she graduated.
Mhm.
And last year I wasn't there, but there was Rene and Zeta, if I'm not mistaken. And this year we had Fuomoko, Bao Bao. It was really good. It was really good. Um, Fuomoko had a 1.5 hour panel at the end of the day
Oh,
on
wow.
Sunday. So it was literally the last panel of the convention, and it was packed. It was full up, and it was fantastic. I loved it. Any questions? Because I can just
No,
keep
the-
rambling.
An hour and a half. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's good. It was
That
good.
is really good. Yeah, and
That's
I actually have
really
one
good.
question for you
Yeah,
because
go
you,
for
you
it.
I mean you met Weiner there, you met a lot of other like the Australian or like the gang in that direction. I mean, for me it's hard to meet them. I'm just glad I met you multiple times now. But it's like I feel like yeah, it's such a well knit group. But I feel like it's really hard for you guys to meet up as well locally, right? Like Sydney would kind of be the only option, no?
Yeah, so I was saying that there's a few conventions that happen. So there's Smash, which is the big one in Sydney here, which I'm local to. Last year there was the revival of a smaller convention, which is kind of growing up, let's just say. That's called Animaga. So anime, manga, I think that's basically it. Animaga. Yeah.
And there was also DreamHack, right?
And there was DreamHack, but DreamHack is a special case here because DreamHack is a gaming convention.
Mhm.
It just turns out that one of the people that are like one of the organizers is a really, really, really big Hololive fan, and allegedly, this is from what I've been told and heard, being spoken about, is that they worked for years trying to make this a thing. Like perhaps maybe 2 years in the making to have the DreamHack concert happen, which happened earlier this year, which was fantastic. I love that as well. The turnout for that was honestly surprising and really like I felt proud with how many people turned up to there when I compare it to like to Connect the World. Essentially, I'm like, damn, we have such a small population in comparison, but damn, we still had similar energy to what I have experienced over in LA and in Japan.
Yeah, and that's the important part, right? Like the fan energy is like the thing that I want everybody to kind of experience. But it's hard because we are all over the world.
Yeah, exactly. So the fun thing is that like the Australian Hololive community, from what I can tell, is still very fresh. we don't have the opportunities as much to connect with people compared to a lot of the NA and Canadian or SEA. Sorry, is it SEA? Yeah, Southeast Asia, and
Yep.
perhaps even European conventions, because there's conventions basically all the time around these areas, right? And people can travel fairly easily to go amongst what they're interested in.
Yes.
Whereas unless you're like a really big diehard fan in Australia, the chances are is you're probably not going to be making a 10-hour flight to go internationally to attend a convention or a concert or something. So for the people that for the more newer people, or the less able or the less financially able or what have you, a lot of those people are stuck with the local conventions. And again, like, we only have 2/3 conventions which we've got HoloLive representation, and as a result, the fandom, the community is still very much growing. It's very much like in a infancy, going into a little bit of a maturity, maturing, not maturity, because comparing it to the NA scene, it's like night and day. Because let me just say, like, the amount of people within each community, within each talents community, is quite small. It is quite small. And then you split that across so many different capital cities across Australia, and it just stretches it out quite fine.
Most of Australia lives on the coast, right? Like,
Exactly.
not like no one really, like, there's no one just like in the center. Like, there's no huge city in the center of the country.
Well,
Yeah.
even over in the
I
west,
know
the
it.
big city over in the west really is Perth, right? And that's kind of it.
Yeah. So what I found is, like, the Australian community doesn't focus so much on one talent. We've been forced to be to coordinate ourselves as an Australian whole HoloLive community, if that makes sense.
Like everybody's
Yeah, I get
everybody's
you.
kind of like
Yeah.
DDing for the whole
Exactly.
experience.
Because for the people who have gone to the fest, like the fifth fest this year, typically on Discord, there is a server that's made specifically for the fest in order to help international Kaigai Nikki to coordinate themselves, to get tickets, information gathering and stuff like that. Basically to just help people who are overseas who are looking to go to Japan to get tickets, right? So there's that, and what we found in the current 2024 Kaigai Nikki server was a small group. I don't even know how much it started with, of Australian Kaigai Nikki who are going to Japan for Fifth Fest, and by happenstance, in a thread, there was an Australian meetups thread.
Oh,
and
that's nice.
and that thread ended up with like 20,000 comments on it. Because
Wow.
it became the impromptu thread that got extended after the end of Fifth Fest into the lead up for DreamHack, because DreamHack happened a couple of weeks, maybe like a month after Fifth Fest. So, because we had a place where people not from one fandom, but from people who are already seeking out other HoloLive fans, were kind of in a space. And what ended up happening is, because other people from other Discords were like, how do I meet up with people, this, and a small thread of conversation got spread amongst like different talents Discords, and basically directed them to that, so that the Australian fandom could kind of coordinate themselves. So on that note, I kind of myself, and perhaps a few others, pushed for the fact for that Discord to actually create a split to
Mhm.
say that they've got so on that particular Discord, there's a global split now where people can coordinate between the US, Canada, Europe, Oceania, SEA, Japan, East Asia, Latam, so that if there are people within that Kaigai Nikki sphere, they can still, whilst being in this overall Discord, talk within a smaller subsection and then coordinate themselves. Because the thing is that in Australia we're so split that we didn't have a big enough umbrella to have the conversation with enough people. So there was a really good connecting point, and actually with a lot of these little threads on this Discord, people were able to coordinate and like make off-kai meetings and do this and that. For example, one guy, BBC, that's what he goes by on Discord and Twitter. He set up a off-kai after DreamHack, which originally it was only, I don't know, 30, 40 people that was putting their hands up for this off-kai after the DreamHack convention. And just through word of mouth, because not enough people in Australia use Twitter, just through word of mouth, this little off-kai, which was like open invite, bloomed out and blossomed and became like over 100 people in like the space of the weekend for DreamHack that happened.
That's so amazing. It's like, but that's the story I saw with Dokumi in Germany too, and also the reason why it's a HoloLive fan-made booth and not just KFP, because I thought at first it was just like a small group, but even just German fans, there are some. It's like but the how to connect and stay in contact part, that's
Exactly.
the thing.
I personally found like I wouldn't know where to go to ask to seek out more Australians within the HoloLive community as a whole. But it kind of just happened that way. And the more we're able to have these little like these conventions and the more people are able to make connections, that we're able to really grow. Because I wasn't able to attend last year's Smash. I didn't really see the progression from there, but it was really nice to see, say for this year, like the amount of people, the amount of cosplayers, the amount of attention that HoloLive had gotten. Like for example, for myself, for the Fuomoko panel, people were lining up like an hour and a half around there, an hour and a half before their panel. And the only reason why I didn't line up earlier is because I thought they would just tell me to go away, because we would have been lining up for the panel before that. Regardless, I would be hard pressed to be told wrong if the Fuomoko panel was not the most full. The
I
theater
can
that they
totally
had,
see it.
the theater that they had for the Fuomoko panel, allegedly I've been told holds about 1,000 people. And it was packed. It was full. It was full. No empty seats. Like we lined up an hour and a half beforehand. Everyone was ready. Literally, the staff told us, go up to the front, fill up all the seats, don't leave anything empty. Whole place was packed. And the reason why the thing went for an hour and a half was because there was like quick introduction, Q&As. So there was like pre-submitted questions and answering, and then on the spots Q&A. And then after that, Fuomoko did a performance, like karaoke basically. They did 10 songs.
Damn.
They sung 10 songs, and it was so good.
Yep.
So good.
It's like a
My
little
like
concert. Like, dang.
Yeah, as a
Yeah,
mini
but very
concert.
great
So
performance. It's like
that's why my throat I'm talking deeper right now than I usually would, but yeah, 10 songs. Yeah, no, it was great. I really really loved it, and not to say anything, but I think because of my experience from going overseas to other conventions, I kind of took a bit of a role and I don't know, maybe responsibility to like help coordinate and kind of push and help the Hololive fandom, because there was a bit of a Renban, which in this case I don't know the actual translation, but basically it's like a meetup. So personally for myself, for the 2 days that I attended Smash, I was carrying 5 Ita bags.
mm,
I was carrying 5 Ita bags and I was doing the jewel happy get up. So I was the bright orange KFP in the convention. So yeah, like there was the Renban at the end, and basically because of the spacing and whatnot, we helped guide people to an appropriate space at the convention center in order to take like a nice photo. There's some photos floating around on Twitter. All you have to do is search Smash 2024. Yeah, SmashCon 2024. If you search that, you'll be able to find some nice photos, I would imagine. So yeah. And then after that there was like, because we've been able to coordinate on these Discord servers, we're able to do off-kais after that, which I really enjoyed, and I was out so late that I basically got home at 3 a.m. So that's why I'm awake still. Fantastic.
yeah, and I mean, you basically came right from the Hololive festival. It's like, but you're also one of the few who can compare like how this feeling was with NA stuff, also with like
Yeah,
the European and also the Holofest. Which
Exactly,
Holofest, in my opinion, like what I heard from you and like Koala and a few others who were there at this year's Holofest, this was a gigantic like concert
Oh
feeling
yes,
because so
yes.
many fans.
Mhm.
Almost too many.
Yes, and I attended every single day and every single stage. So it was an insane weekend, is all I have to say. So on that note, because I've had that past experience, I basically tried to channel that knowledge and experience to help push forward the convention experience for my local SmashCon. Is like, I know what I have experienced. I have the capacity, so I'm just trying to push that to get some of that energy, to get some of that feeling, to get some of that passion, and translate it to the local convention that I am here, and hopefully that it grows year on year out, so that it can continue to blossom and we can get more exposure and more fun, basically.
Yeah,
That's what I
I've-
want.
I feel so too, and it's like knowing how it worked with basically other like places, it does help you to kind of try to recreate it and adapt it to the local like community as well.
Yeah.
And I saw it at Japan Expo. Like the French community really did a great job
Oh.
at like welcoming the official Hololive booth.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
I remember that Staffson
They've
was actually
been-
like apologizing for not being able to sell any merch and stuff. And we were like, even like for me, it's like, no, it's like this is enough. You are here. That means we can come here and connect.
Yeah, the French community, they've been waiting. They've been having this built up for years.
The
Yeah.
European community, the French
Yeah.
community. Like, I
Yeah.
was under the impression that Japan Expo would just not be Hololive, like would not be
Yeah.
YouTuber friendly in the slightest. But there you go. Like, Cover just dropped a bombshell on us and like debuted a new generation. And then immediately, what does that generation do? Not only are they heavily focused on Europe, but they immediately show themselves
Yeah.
in a massive convention like Japan Expo. It's absolutely insane.
This was
So
the
they
perfect
must have been
Massive.
cooking for so long.
And
They must have been.
Cecilia was speaking French all the time. Like I was sitting next to a person from the UK. I mean, it's like you said, a European con. It was not just French people there. We understood nothing of it. We still had the best time ever, because it especially she after debut speaking French, and the others also doing like a little word guest thing in the panel and stuff like that. Really fun, really nice, welcome, and you can like I had the experience like, okay, this is like a real concert thing, like I saw from HoloFest last year, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the like impressive thing. If they can even just make a booth, or even just a reason for fans to gather, I have the feeling that fans will gather. And I think after this podcast episode, especially, like we want to make spaces together as well. Like if we can do it ourselves, we will try to do it. But if the official like booth or anything official comes, or if even like a few fan groups like Holo Takeover get officially supported, that will just grow immensely.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
like with I think New York is like the next big thing. It's like, yeah, so if you're going to that, be on the lookout. You know,
There's many different
Oh.
events
Yeah.
happening. It's just like I know KFP is. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
we do our thing sometimes, but like every con I've gone to, it's just like everybody does their thing, and it's just like at the end of the day, it's just
Yeah.
people hanging out, and like some people just try
Yeah.
to make it like it's like let's try to make this hangout easier and better so people can find each other
Yeah.
easier.
And remember the golden rule of the plan immediately fails, everything goes off the rails the second everything starts. So you just go with the flow of whatever you come across. You don't stress yourself out by trying to follow the schedule. Just kind of have fun with whatever comes your way.
Usually,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the most important part. Yeah.
Easier just to be
Oh,
it's like,
yeah.
hey, do you guys want to do this tonight or do this on this day, and then it's just like, yep, and then you just figure it out on that when it happens.
Well, like quick example, like last Anime NYC, I was like, I think I'll go to Artist Alley and stuff, like when I was going up there, because I only went up there for one day for the Kiara
Yep.
like stuff.
Yep.
But when I was there, I was like, I could go to Artist Alley, but Haka is about to do his concert, so I guess I'll just stay here and watch Haka. And then Haka did his concert, and it was fantastic.
It was great.
Yeah, and it was like, oh yeah, instead of doing with what I had planned, I changed it up at the last minute and really enjoyed it. So yeah, just little things like that, being like, oh hey, I see what's happening here. Let me, even though it's not exactly what I wanted, it might be better for the overall experience if I just do this real quick.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the way to go. And I mean, you can see it on the top left. If you see a flag with rubber, and the press 4 meme, maybe it's fine to just follow it and like improvise, adapt, and overcome, and meet fellow people.
It's the flag that
That's what
unites
I
us
say.
all.
Kiara for merch, she has to release a flare gun, so that at cons, whenever we need to meet up, we just send one up.
Like the equivalent of
I'll-
light the beacons but shoot the
yeah.
flares.
Of
Yeah.
course, it needs to be an indoor flare gun. I see it. Yes.
That
Like talking about Kiara flare guns and like being super bright and stuff like that. I was talking with a few artists in the artist alley at Smash over the weekend. And for the I was obviously mostly speaking to HoloLive artists because I saw the HoloLive art and I was just curious what was going on. A lot of international artists are starting to come to Smash, which is fantastic. I love that. But the fun thing is that surprisingly, quite a few were like saying that they are KFP, and was like one of them was even wearing the KFP hoodie, and I was like, hell yeah,
Yeah.
yes, let's go.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
I was also told because usually artists, I don't know how it is for other conventions, but there's like a setup day before the official convention starts, and the guy who was wearing the KFP hoodie, he was like, oh, I could wear this during setup because it's her color is so bright, the orange is so bright that it actually counts as like high vis.
Yeah. I always joke that I'm like, oh,
joke
you
about
can go
this.
deer hunting in this. You know, you
Yeah,
get like it's like in New Jersey, you need to wear if you want to go hunting, you need to wear like at least 200 square inches of like bright orange that is viewable from 360 degrees. And I'm like, yeah, the KFP hoodie, you know, the Omocat hoodie, that's perfect. Like,
100%.
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
We've gone through like these cons and stuff like that to the point where if you see like you're wearing a KFP hoodie or KFP merch like bright orange or the apron, people think you're staff.
Yeah,
Yes, that's
I was
true. Yeah.
asked, I was asked
Yeah.
like for directions and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm
We have had-
here.
yeah. We have had staff think we were staff before.
Yeah, at Anime Boston.
At Anime Boston, the staff was wearing orange. So when we were waiting in line outside Kiara's panel, a staff came over and they were like, "Is something like going on?" And they were like, "Wait, you're not staff." And, like, you know, like they felt like a bunch of staff were conglomerating for some reason.
Mhm. So in Atlanta, we have the headquarters of the Home Depot, which, to give a little background, is just a hardware store that's a major chain in like all of America and probably a little bit in Canada as well. I go in with a KFP apron to like these cons sometimes, and you know, random people have no idea. Like the people who just don't understand VTubers as well, they'll come in and they'll say, "Hey, nice Home Depot cosplay," because when you're an employee at Home Depot, they give you orange aprons.
You wear orange aprons that are like exactly the same as the Kiara ones.
Oh,
So
You know,
don't tell her that.
I mean, they had the employee part.
I-
Don't tell her.
I've mentioned this to a few people before, but it's kind of coincidental lore. I used to work at a Home Depot for a time,
Yeah.
so I owned both a KFP apron and a Home Depot apron here at home.
You could easily come in
Oh,
with
nice.
with the apron, the Home Depot apron. Put just a whole bunch of like do like how I do with like making yourself like a human Ida bag. Just put a bunch of Kiara pins on it.
Imagine show up to a KFP meetup sometime, just like Home Depot apron on instead.
See if
Yeah.
anybody notices.
Yeah.
Among
I mean,
us.
I will notice.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, I like the color. It's like
Oh, it's
I like orange. It is really good. And to be fair, I've seen us go from a bunch of like people who look like groupies to people who look like at times groupies when Kiara is on stage, but otherwise are like kind of managing the whole thing wherever we are. And I think this is a good direction to go. To also be mindful of other people and like also our impact, because like we do shape we do shape a bit of like direction that Cover Cop can take, and also that reflects upon Kiara as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and again, like I said, most of it, I think for a lot of us, is really just from hanging out. Like I said, like we don't go in being like, all right, you know, let's change the game up, you know, like we're just like, oh, how do we have a nice little time? And it's like, oh, you know, this turned out more
picnic.
successful than expected.
Yeah, it'd be like we'll just like what would be fun? A picnic would be fun. Hey, let's do karaoke, or we'll do like random stuff, and then all of a sudden it'd be like, hey, or like I guess the most planning would be like the like watch along meetups that we do. You know, it's just like they're having fun over there. It's easy for us to get together. Why don't we just do that? And
Yeah,
then-
and I still remember like Beats after the first document we met. It's like, oh, that the you people are always meeting up, so you guys wanted to meet up, and then you had like a great Holofest watch along. So we like it's always like a thing. There's can do this and that, and with especially the picnic idea. The next idea I have is like if we can get a picnic space. I mean, we can also make impromptu karaoke, because for karaoke we're already like preparing all the files. It's not like we couldn't do the whole karaoke ourselves, right?
Yeah, it's like you can just like DIY it basically, you know, like just figuring things out, being like I said, more aiming at just hanging out than trying to create like too many things in like instead of having an itinerary. It's actually kind of based on the Maldives story of earlier this year, of where Kiara was like, okay, Narissa, here's our plan. At 11 a.m. we go jet skiing, and then at like 12:30 we have massages, and then at 3, we go for snorkeling. And Narissa was like, "I'm just trying to, sit in a chair, maybe put my feet in the water a little bit." And it's like, and Kiara was like, "It was a disaster. It rained, so we couldn't do snorkeling at the exact time we wanted to." Narissa probably hates me. She probably hates me. And then Narissa was like, "I had the best time ever. I got to sleep for like 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
It was maybe the best time of my life." So it's
And
like,
it's also good, nice environment still. Like
Yeah.
it's like vacation with somebody you
saw
want to
the
enjoy a
ocean.
vacation with. Right?
yeah, to where it's like, yeah.
At the end of the day, it's just like, it's like after
Well, like-
all these
like-
cons, I was like, what all panels did you go to? What did you guys do after? It'd be like, look,
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I just hung out. I hung out with KFP and friends and all that.
Yeah.
It was the best.
At Dokumi, there were they were saying there were what, like 7 halls or whatever, and it's like, there was stuff in other halls that I wanted to check out, but like I was like, I could stress myself out trying to go from A to B to C, but it's not worth the pushing myself to the edge. So I'll just hang out. So yeah, I really only went to like 2 of them over the entire weekend.
Yeah,
And I hear like, oh yeah, there's some stuff and some other ones that I probably would have liked, but I had a great time anyway, so it's fun.
Yeah, that's the right how to approach the whole thing, and it's especially for such a. I mean, you had a huge trip going from the US to this convention, so yeah, and it's also really nice. Obviously, I do remember, Pat. I think it was you back then in the chat, when last year you were saying, "Hey, you're going to Dokumi to meet friends." And that was like for me like the biggest moment, like yeah. It's
But
worth it.
yeah, like that's why I went like to Dokumi because I was like I wanted to go in 2022 because I was like, oh wow, not 2023 because I was like, everyone's always had so much fun, and then they announced Connect the World, so I was like, I guess I'll go in 2024, and then 2024 comes around, I was like, I finally was able to make it.
Yeah,
And it was like, I just wanted to go just because it was like, that's where everyone's hanging out.
When you feel comfortable to meet new people, like you'll realize that people within this community, within the HoloLive community, are so incredibly open and kind and well receiving and non-judgmental that like you are there and you have fun and everyone has fun. And that becomes like just as big a draw card, if not more, to wanting to attend a convention.
Yeah.
Especially if said convention has HoloLive representation, but it doesn't have your Oshi. It's like you're there to meet people and enjoy and revel in that community.
Think about what Kiara would say. Like when she would talk about going to conventions, she would say like 90% of the time she wouldn't even get a ticket because she didn't go inside. She just hung out with people
exactly.
outside the
Exactly.
convention.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah.
Like, people do that all the time, especially like if you don't have the money, the disposable income. Half of like the experience is literally the human aspect, really.
Well, yeah,
Like,
that's
you can
at-
them much and whatnot, but
At Connect, because Connect the World was at the same time as like AX, but like I didn't have a ticket for AX, but like when we didn't have anything to do during the day, I just went to AX and just hung out outside of AX with people.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
just like
the HoloLive takeover with the meetup thing,
yeah,
the stairs with where Yago turned up, that wasn't a ticketed thing at all. That was
yeah,
just
it
like
was just
that
like,
was
hey, come check this out.
handmade. Yeah, exactly. So like the community
I mean,
helps itself.
Yeah, it has such, and also it's important. Like for the picnic we did at Dokumi, for me it was important too that this was not in an area that was ticketed. So, and even with the Holo takeover people were really really nice, and they even made now a EU thread, like and channels and stuff, because they saw, and some of them even like went to Dokumi too. I was like, so it's that's how the community kind of connects among each other.
And it's funny for me to think that there are people in this community, there are people that I would like, I definitely consider my friends that I have never met in my home country.
Yeah.
that I've exclusively met on like across the world, over in the States, over in Japan, and in Europe now. So that's just really funny to me.
Yeah, it's time for me to gather more money so I can spend now, but to save up to visit you once in Australia. Like, yeah.
Take your time. Take your time. I'll be here.
Yes. And so that will take care for me not to spend everything
I
again.
will take a look that you don't spend money on rent.
Thanks.
It's all right. If you visit, I'll have a room in my place for you. It's all good. Make it easier.
Ah, that would be actually easier, yeah. But no joke, for me, like visiting you and a few other people in that area and stuff like that, is more important for me than having like a HoloFest ticket. And like, yeah, it's still like a super great thing, but it's like having friendships in this community nowadays is way more important and like precious to me. And yeah, it definitely is a life-changing event in some things, but I may be a Dom, and Dom does things maybe differently than others.
Is just too tete.
It's definitely
Maybe,
given me
I don't know.
a lot more. It made me realize I'm not. I'm gonna bring up like being an extrovert versus introvert, but like I don't know if I am either or. But like being around KFP and being a part of the community really does give me a weird sense of energy.
I'm totally introverted in the way to where it's like I'm like even like going like to places I'm like I'll be like at like at events and stuff with KFP, and then I'll get like a thing where I'm like, wow, my bed would be great right now, but then I'm like, but now I'm having a good time anyway. So like,
yeah. Like I've gotten a lot more like inspiration, a lot more energy, a lot more like open. Yeah, open would be the right word. I've just been like I've a lot more comfortable than any other community I've been a part of, and honestly, it's been it's such a very loving experience.
I'm in the kind of Kiara like group of like very like introverted, but can like yap, so use that power to be able to talk. Yeah,
I've give you a topic and you'll go forever.
Yeah,
I have been DM'd the word ambivert just now.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So apparently that is what the official name is called, being both at the same time. Fun fact.
So I'm an Ambidom. That's good. I like Ambilight, so Ambidom sounds like good.
I don't know.
We might want to workshop that a bit more.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I mean, it's a 6 a.m. in Australia joke.
Yeah.
But yeah, this voice calls us like it's 10 p.m. in Europe right now.
I mean, we have been going for 6 hours almost.
6, yeah. Normal stream length.
Yeah.
I mean, and now it's time to read super chats, right?
Yeah.
Right for the super chats, everybody.
Yeah.
Guys, okay, where is the money?
Dankeschön.
Time to start thanking all the coffee donations on stream.
I was actually thinking about like thanking everybody who like donated for not just like my project but everybody else's too. Like this community is like it's amazing.
Speaking of that, reminds me. If you check the Discord, I think we just pinged recently. Discussion of a potential Philippines meetup.
Yes,
later.
So the Philippines are gaining interest as well right now. Please go support that.
Can if you guys know, can you please give a little bit of a explanation about like what this merch thingy that they've included in that tweet is about? Are they doing some like fan-made merch that they're like thinking of perhaps shipping overseas to people that are interested?
I don't know yet, but I can link to Twitter.
That's which reminds me. There was recently that little like Fragiara meetup at the same time as AX.
So
they have merch, and there was some merch with that, and I got the Fragiara acrylic stand, and that came in yesterday. That's lovely. I have to post a photo of it. Yeah, and I got that and the Fragiara button. It's very nice.
Nice.
But yeah, so little things are always happening in KFP. There's always a meetup somewhere, and usually it's somewhere close to where other people live. We've yet to have like a sub-Saharan Africa meetup, as far as I'm aware, or like
yet.
I mean,
every continent.
I know a place farther than the universe, and that's Antarctica.
Oh yeah, of course. We'll have to. I believe a few, at least one Kiara fan has recently gone to Antarctica.
It's true.
Mint-colored one, yeah, maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
But with that stuff, it was really nice to see it as all over the world, right? And KFP Holiday would be amazing. Yeah, that's actually teasing a project I'm considering.
We get holidays?
Like
A
no
what?
joke, FG. This is like a KFP holiday is kind of the thing I was thinking about. Yeah, if we want our attention to take breaks as well, it's important for us to be so too. So yeah.
Collective KFP day off.
Yeah.
Oh, Misfits has like an interesting. I didn't know that the Wisps are already planning an Antarctica trip.
Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
You were
god.
explaining that to me.
No way.
I remember you talking about that. I think it was during Offkai or
No way.
I mean, you know them, right? It's like
That'll be
the
their
thing is
Dokumi.
with Mistfist, or other fans, like the chance running into her is not zero. I can this brain cell thing is too, like with the Happy project. It's yeah. So it's best.
Well, that's actually that's part of why I started to watch VTubers is because I was like, so back in the day when you watched television, everyone was watching the same broadcast at the same time, and I was like, I was like, it's probably not true. But what if there was a collective unconscious between the viewers that was going on at a global scale or a national scale of the viewers of that program? But now, if you just go on Netflix or whatever and watch everything on your own time, you don't have that unconscious community amongst you of everyone focused on the same medium. But then, so with VTubers, I was like, let me see if I can feel that. And I don't know if I did in that quite level, maybe, but I'm definitely, the idea of everyone is at the same time at their screen, focusing their energy to a single person who is focusing that energy back. There's something there going on, and it definitely added up. Whether it's down to the psychic level, who knows? But
I need Kiara's emotes to like spam the
tinfoil hat
one.
Yeah.
I want her.
There's so many times when I've been like even like in like work chats or texting with somebody, I'm like, there's something in an emotion that I could like emotionally tell with a Kiara emote right now.
Every single day of my life, I wish I could send the Kiara shock emote in different situations.
The Kiara shocked one and the Kiara wah
and also,
one.
I have
the
chicken dad one. I want as a t-shirt, and I also want to, the AAA_chicken one, which is just like the chicken with "This is fine" and fire. It's like some of them are really too good.
It's like I've been thinking about putting them into my work Slack, but I feel like nobody would understand and would be very confused.
It would be kind of confusing, but also cute, and people kind of get the drift. I tried it out at work; it's fine. But to be fair, the KFP ones are definitely top tier, but the Amelia ones are S tier. Not gonna lie.
The
Wolfie Amelia ones, like those kinds are just those emojis on Discord are just saying.
Fauna's also got some good ones going. Then I'm like, I wish we had some of that energy. Sometimes
YouTube just needs to increase the amount of emotes they can put in.
Yeah.
Or make what's it? Is it now like 7TV or whatever, where it's like you can put in like external emotes.
Yeah.
We start.
Imagine
start
how
adding
chaotic
those.
YouTube chat would be if it was like Twitch.
Yeah. If it had like
Imagine
what you can
crazy
use
it would
whatever
be.
emotes.
Yeah, like
Anim-
across other
I
channels.
still
Yeah.
think animated,
I mean,
animated
if
emotes
we
would
have
still be great.
Twitch viewers, Dakuma has a few chicken emotes in her.
That's
Yeah.
If you ever see me on Twitch anywhere, I'm always using the Dakuma emotes because it's the only ones I have.
Yep.
Just saying, it's KFP represents on Twitch. It's like it works.
Very nice.
I would love YouTube
Yeah.
to have like animated emotes,
Yeah, me too. That would be kind of.
but
fun.
I think the
That's-
first
it-
thing,
it-
I think the
kinda
first thing
hard on
YouTube needs to
Steam.
fix is his actual chat. Shout out.
You
actually-
this stream's not sponsored by them, but go
Yeah.
go get HyperChat. It makes YouTube chat much more bearable.
Yeah. That's
HyperChat
the-
is great. The only issue is it doesn't yet support admin or moderation actions. I
Yeah.
tried it when
So
it
if you are when I am watching Umi, I have to turn off HyperChat. Sadly.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not like the maker of HyperChat is a KFP who also did the
Yeah.
advent calendar thing, and it's like it's open source. We can.
I
we can
think
help.
the thing is that like to be able to add the mod stuff, he needs to be a mod somewhere to be able to access. Wait, we can make him a mod here.
Yeah,
Kenta, where are
exactly.
you?
Like this stuff
Get in
is.
chat.
Should I ping him?
Get him in here.
Get him in here.
Work on it. We
I'll
need-
add him.
Yeah, no,
we
but
need
then
to-
he is busy. Like, but yeah,
Yeah.
like this stuff we can actually coordinate and probably do a good service to all of mankind and YouTube people.
Yeah. You can just
Would
go to
be
YouTube
funny if
headquarters, hand it to him. Be like, here, have this.
we kind of need to write into it. If you're a moderator, you need to make like a little acknowledgement stream, and I can already see like PewDiePie making. Okay, this is thanks to Takanashi Kiara's
Yeah.
fan base. This would be too stupid. But if it works, it would be kind of nice for her subscriber time.
That's
So,
how you
like,
spread that's how you spread the brand. Just the sponsored by Kiara. If you install HyperChat, you automatically get subscribed to Kiara. That should be a fee. Actually, someone message that to Kento. That should be a part of it.
If that wouldn't be against terms of service,
I mean,
I
who is to say it is? I
it is.
haven't read them.
Don't worry, I have read the thing.
Oh, don't say that. Cut that from the
Yeah,
VOD.
Tom.
Yeah, but
There's evidence. There's
sorry,
evidence
I am
now.
just well read in those things. But yeah, if it wouldn't be, this would be a genius move. But yeah, sorry. But still, like you can put a link in there when the person clicks it, they subscribe, and you could put it
Yeah.
under the mouse cursor, right?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
not
God.
technically against terms of services.
No.
But
All
it's
right,
just
let's
like
do that.
It's just poor.
Yeah.
You've already
Poor
thought
Poor
about
design,
this
but it's not
clearly.
against terms of service.
Yeah, like I said, Kento, we'll clip this part and send it to him.
Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of amazing what KFP has been doing, and like the Holo fandom in general, even
Yeah,
Holo Indie and the
I was
other
gonna
things.
say, like, the Holo fandom as a whole has done so much, like, I don't know, like improvements,
We may
like.
be we may be in one corner, but it's also you can notice there's that all the other communities are working hard in their own rights, and you know every so often I'll see a separate project that happened, and I'd be like, that's really cool.
Yeah. And speaking of projects, Pong has like already announced he wants to retire, like for 2 years now, I think. But I think
Retire
he
from,
really needs
project
from
management
being a project
specifically.
manager. And I mean, he's the one who also did the Unica Vision ads.
Yeah,
and, like a lot of
every time there's some insane billboard thing, I'm like, oh, Pong's been at it again.
yeah, and yeah,
Just
he
tell him to
like
stop
Tino
having
said,
ideas that he
he's
really wants to
there
do.
now.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm also every time after the documentary, I'm thinking I'm dead now. I'm getting too old for this. And then 2 weeks later, I'm like, oh yeah, next documentary. So yeah, but I get you. And I understand him as well. But yeah, but still, like if people are like project manager in real life or just want to help out, like yeah. We don't want to burn any one Pong out. If we have like other people in here who rhyme with Pong or don't rhyme with Pong, as long as they can communicate with him, it's help is
Yeah.
really appreciated. Because yeah, we have like we have connections to do like stupid things like Unica Vision ads, which is if you ever have the time to go to Tokyo and see the Unica Vision billboard, you will get why I'm so flabbergasted.
Yeah, it's
It's like a big deal.
Yeah, it's probably the like it's a Times Square level thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's saying like that. Times Square is probably more known to more people, but yeah.
But for
Yeah.
like idol equivalents in Japan for Tokyo, it is one of the places to have yourself broadcasted or like have a message sent out about like a fandom or like a group or what have you. So to
Yeah,
have
and-
that representing Hololive, not even Hololive, but Holo EN, yeah, big.
Yeah, like Spiritsna was saying too, like even a year and a half later, I cannot believe we did that. And I mean, we did both. We also did Times Square. Like as a fandom as a whole, like yeah. So
It's really
if you
impressive
have
what we can do.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
always impressed. It's insane. I can't believe it half the time.
Yeah, so never think that an idea you have is totally unrealistic. Connect with others like me and a few other who did projects before to make basically reality check, and with enough funding and enough connections and like a well thought out plan. Planning is more than half of the thing. Planning is like 90% of the thing. It can be done in many cases because we are so many people, and also we kind of have funding.
Yeah, like
And we have a lot of passion.
like I said, like yeah, we could probably do most things. One way or another, we'll get it done in some weird way. Because we basically usually do, again, in some weird way. So like that's the big thing is if you ever have a weird idea for whatever, just kind of like suggest it and like don't be afraid to be like, oh no, that's too much. Because as you can see, we've done strange things like as you like, yeah, the Unica Vision thing's like huge. And that was just like, oh yeah, look, we go and we do it, and then there you go, you did it. Like, and we'll have a bunch of stuff with even like down to getting meetups. Like you see the Philippines meetup, like I was talking about. That's not like related to a con or a Kiara appearance or anything. That's just like, hey, the gang's getting together, having a good time for Kiara, who's not even there.
And it doesn't even have to be big, honestly. Like it can be small and just working your way up. Like
Yeah.
I know Nini, like with the Thai KFP and like fans and whatnot, are always doing like little things, get-togethers and stuff like that. I remember like the Thai like blood donation drive, or like when they had the tuk-tuks like kind of driving around with Kiara
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
yeah plastered over them to just to advertise her for whatever special occasion. I can't remember what it was, but like small things become big things. Small ideas become bigger things, and it sparks that inspiration for big ideas to happen anyway. And the
Yeah.
more you get comfortable doing things, the more you're able to kind of expand on that. So like we don't need another Pong. We need another person who has ideas that they would like to see make happen, basically.
Yeah, exactly. And in my opinion, we need all. Like we also need Pongs and like for the big
Yeah,
projects because
everyone. We need
exactly.
you.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
specifically. Whoever's
we
listening
need
to this
you.
right now, we need you.
I'm pointing
Yes.
at the
Points.
screen.
Points.
I'm pointing like at the
Pointing.
screen at like the webcam, like giving you the we need you.
Why are we all pointing? But yeah, we are pointing. It's like, but
Like
yeah,
an
we
Uncle
actually do
Sam
need you.
KFP
basically.
chicken.
And like that's also why chat is so important to me. And like Pessan was asking, are KFP meetups you're common out of events? So only Dokumi has like a planned booth thing, and we try to do stuff like planned there. The other events, like I'm at a lot of anime conventions, and I do actually at times meet people. But it's all impromptu, and like you can nowadays see the HoloLive fans. Also, because I try to get out the merch for the booth, for instance, the badges and the pins and stuff like that, not too expensively, so people can actually like have something to. And it's always nice to see. Oh yeah, I know where you got this merch from. It's like from the booth we made, which is a nice icebreaker for many conversations.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
Yeah, it kind of is, and it is a growth. Like I've been to many anime conventions, and it really has been growing over the years, slowly but surely. But
Like-
there's nobody else who's doing like, hey, we want to make a meetup. Because those meetups, for instance, for the cosplayers weren't organized by our group. We just coordinated with them. So everybody's free to make meetups everywhere. And if you need
Sure.
like advice for how to do that stuff, feel free to ask me and others who've done so before. Because yeah, if you write on Twitter and Kiara would retweet it, believe me, you need some preparation. And yeah, there will be more than 6 people coming. Maybe
Oh, what are the
600.
chances that she would do that? The chances of that is not 0, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
but to be fair, it would actually be like a big like driving force to connect people. Not gonna lie.
or like when
Yeah.
Kiara has said join the Discord and then like
That's
Yeah.
a little fire under the butt.
Yeah, we got like a one time when she did it, we all got like a bot spam notification that was like your server's being raided. Like we think it might be bots, and it was like it's not bots. Kiara just mentioned it on stream.
Yeah.
We had like 50
was
new
like-
people join that day.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
which
nice.
was also nice that she kind of mentioned it, because we also like kind of careful not to step on anybody's toes, basically, because it's just fan made. It's like, but also the others are all also just fan made. So yeah. And the thing that maybe Zadar hasn't known yet, I think I told him, but not everybody in chat knows probably. Kiara was as crazy as to join after her first Dokumi entry Twitter space we made back
Oh
Yeah.
then.
yes, I remember that.
And that's
the
also a
infamous
reason why
horny
it's,
bonk, the horny bonk
it,
little
it-
snippet.
That was funny.
it was funny, definitely, but that's why we are now in a Discord. She needs to hack our Discord and join the voice
Yeah.
chat. This is more like we have precautions, right? It's like I just hope nobody is. Yeah, no, we seem fine right
To
now.
be fair,
Um,
she would have had to have been given access to that Twitter space. She would have applied and said, "Hey, I want to chat." Someone,
Yes.
Oh
someone
yeah,
let
yeah,
her
well,
in.
she did. Yeah.
Someone
yes,
let
we
her in.
improvised.
She kept asking to
never
speak.
came.
Yeah.
Yes, she requested to
sent
speak,
in,
and we gave her
a
permission.
voice request. That
Yeah,
was
like-
I was shook when the speak request came in. I was like, "What? What is this?"
Oh no.
I was not too surprised, but I told Beats in the backside behind the scenes, yeah, it's fine. I will hover over her mute button all the time.
Yeah.
So if like we would have like yeah, everyone would have been able to pretty easily, yeah. But it was nerve wracking. It was definitely nerve wracking because we got like 90 speaker requests after that. I don't know why. And
Yeah.
Twitter actually bugged out. Sorry for those people who were back then. Like it definitely did bug out. We tried to cycle through everybody, but yeah, sorry, it wasn't built for that. Yeah. But she's free to join chat and do the same thing with. It's not like we can hinder her, right?
I mean, we could block her or ban her, you know. So.
No, this won't.
Nah, that's too
You
much.
just
Yeah.
lose.
Uh,
You just lose in the end anyway.
it's funnier if we don't. If we let her, you know, clown around and get into mischief.
And also, she could just make a stream reservation and right. So
Yeah.
She has a few more subscribers on this channel, so a few 1.5 million more. So feel free to hit that subscribe button with Gravy and be notified when we do this in 1.5 years again.
No,
could be-
surely
you
you
could probably do
you
more.
will be probably another one like after like NYC and
Yeah,
big
probably.
convention and stuff.
Yeah.
Probably.
Try doing it again. Maybe I know I like doing the
talking.
game nights too, and then people have ideas for doing like more of the game show type of streams. So hopefully that once busyness, yes, of KFP settles in, we can do that. Do more
Honestly,
stuff
it just-
together.
It just feels like everything's getting busier and more packed. Like HoloLive has really come into their own and just like ramped things up and just turned it up to 15, basically.
Yeah.
We're cruising along for like 2 years, just like event here, event there, just get together, do our Holo Fests and whatnot. And now it's event, meet. It's like pick your poison, go where you want to go, like do what you
Yeah.
want to do. You have so much opportunity everywhere.
Exactly.
General mentioned for anyone going to ANYC, they just mentioned in chat they're going to try and do a merch shrine meetup for ANYC. There's something
Mm-hmm.
I'm also trying to plan, but I'll talk more of that once it gets further along. But yeah,
Same.
that'd be cool, Jinro.
So I guess I'm helping out with some stuff. So
Yeah, all you East Coast guys better be prepared.
Yeah, we'll figure out things.
I'm going to manifest my lunchbox mind style. Just go with the flow.
Yeah, well, just see what happens. You know,
Just see what
it'll
happens. I'll
probably
help out.
be interesting anyway.
I'll help out where I can. But we'll see what happens.
That's it. Let's go with the flow.
Yeah, just go with the flow. I mean, it's like as Le Pen says too. I mean, a Clipper nowadays it's like I remember when we started as Deadbeats. It's like we came away, I guess, and like the flow has kind of carried us.
Flow concert. No, my flow concert was 2 days ago. Go away. Go away. Anyway, yeah. Continue.
But yeah, that's the kind of interactions we need. Like the kind of close up, hey, we know each other. Is like this is nice here there. By the way, big ups to all the Clippers while mentioning LC Le Pen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Clippers are also
was-
really important.
LC Le Pen has given us Wawa content in these trying times, thanks to the most recent short on the channel.
Yeah. That is appreciated, but also like all the Kelly stuff is appreciated for me too.
Yeah.
Like this is definitely fine. I'm just still like, if Pudding would have come back on, I would have asked him how the heck he stumbled upon like this whole Tyrion thing, because this is a match made in heaven.
Yeah.
It's perfect.
It's perfectly cursed, yeah.
I think we cursed. If it's a little bit crowded in here now, I think it is extremely early for me, so I'm gonna duck off. Thank you all for having me. Talk lots, yap lots, enjoy. Keep talking about Kiara. I know if she does come across this, she'll love to hear all of us gushing about how great she is. So yeah, I'll be heading off. Cheers, guys.
So
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Of course,
This-
anytime. Thank you for having me. Bye.
Yeah.
and I think after 6 hours, I think I assume we'll probably want to wrap up soon. Go read some
Okay.
super chats.
Sounds
Either
good to
that
me.
Yeah, sounds
See
good.
what
or
Guys, the super
someone
chat
needs
reading
to.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the next time we can probably announce either my bankruptcy or like the next events I'm trying to do, which I've teased them a bit internally. Even describing them needs like a proof of concept, because this thing is so out of like everything that yeah. So even stuttering about it, I'm already fearful and anxious, but also like looking forward to connecting more people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the hope and the plan.
Like it's been kind of sum up like the whole theme of this talk. People coming together has just been honestly has filled my heart so much. To the point where it's like I mentioned further, like y'all give me energy and the most positive energy. Kiara gives me energy in the most positive way possible to do things I've never done before in my life.
Yeah.
So I just I can't say anything else, but honestly, I hope to continue as well, and move forward. Yeah, but we need the more we do these things, the more presence the cover can see how much care we put into all of this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
because like
we
it's definitely
also-
like it's definitely making an impact to some degree, whether like we intend to or not. You know, like I said, we're just here to hang out. We're just here vibing, but people take notice.
Yeah, and like as Le Pen was saying, I mean, we give basically Kiara power, and Kiara can give us the power to have Coefficient dress up as her and join your meetup. So, hey, it works out, right? Shout out to Coefficient. Thanks very much.
Oh my god! If he runs into this, thank you.
I mean, we can clip it. It's not like we have like 5 clippers in chat.
Yeah.
I guess if there's no other news besides keep an eye out for anything upcoming for Breaking Dimensions, anybody have any final words?
No, I think I'm good. Yeah.
All right then. Well, I guess. Oh, did you have something?
Oh. No, I was just gonna comment on what I think I might get for lunch, but doesn't feel very topical
Chicken.
at the moment.
Chicken.
I was
You know
thinking,
me,
I was thinking,
I'm an
I was thinking
eternal
Publix.
like tangenter, so like
The
feel
answer
free
is
to talk with me later.
Yeah.
So-
Oh,
Beats,
I
don't worry,
actually
I'm
do
up
need-
for like 2 hours of after talk.
Well, it's my dad's birthday today, and he's just about getting home soon.
Oh.
Happy
So I'm gonna
birthday
go do
to
stuff with
Lunch
him.
Dad
Oh.
or Dad
Happy
Box.
birthday!
Yeah.
So, what was the shoe
Tell me happy
thingy?
birthday.
True.
And actually, I do want to ask you something, Dom, after.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, that's for after.
After is fine, yeah. Yeah, the shoe thing is like because Kiara always, when she wishes happy birthday, says like something
Yeah.
with shoe.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday in your shoe.
Marmelade im Schuh.
Marmalade. in
Yeah,
your shoe.
basically, it's the English version of that, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I mean,
guess with
you
that-
you asked for the last word, so I want to say, wrapping up, it's really fun and fulfilling to be part of this community of KFP and yeah, to do so much stuff with everyone.
Yeah, nice.
It's like, yeah,
My last words are just like stay fresh KFP and like let's support Kiwawa and KFP together and not die.
That's important. That's
Yeah,
important.
that's plan one. That's step one.
Yeah, that's pretty
And
good. Like don't
to-
go too near the fire. Like be careful. Like or you will eat up as like a fried chicken.
I'm also a big fan of not dying in general, yes.
So that's yeah.
See?
Just stay healthy, everybody. So, yes, I guess with those final words, I guess in German, I guess what we've learned to say now is Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Here now, go on and do
Guys,
Ooh.
Oh wait.
So time to spill all the secrets,
No, I-
right?
Mike,
Hey Mike, do you hear us?
hold on.
Do you hear us, chat?
There it is. We're not Mike. I knew it.
Yeah.
Ha ha!
Yeah. I can
I knew it too because I accidentally listened to the stream. Remember,
You
I'm
get
the
the
audio guy.
secret ending, everybody. Ha ha ha. Anyways, thanks for everybody for joining.